You got me down again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the Intel NUC Elite Cup. I'm Monster D-Face, and joining me here today is Aussie Antics to kick off the show, one of the biggest community shows to date for the practice server. Aussie, what's up, my brother?
Not much. I'm keen for these games, man. 8 games of stacked format. I'm so incredibly keen. Trios as well. This is going to be a phenomenal day.
That's right, and you guys saw it there. The commercials are rolling. We got Intel on our side here, the Intel NUC gaming team. So thank you so very much for allowing us to kick off this show and bring you guys a community event from none other than the practice server here today, and of course, Team Chronic. So if you guys are tuning in from the YouTube Team Chronic channel, what's going on, guys? Of course, everyone here in the Twitch channel, we welcome and thank you guys for tuning in today. Like I said, it's Monster, it's Aussie Antics, and we're here to kick off these 8 games. Aussie, are you as juiced for this as I am? Because I can't contain myself right now.
Hey man, I've been getting up at like 6 a.m. to watch all the Opens qualifiers, and those were insane. Like the Opens qualifiers and the Open finals were nuts. So if we're inviting all these insane teams from Chronic and now Prac server as well, this is going to be phenomenal. That's
right, and there's all kinds of stuff happening today. We have format, we have prizing, we're trying something new here, and of course, we have the very special invitees. So let's go ahead and check out the format. Let's break down the special rules and how these things are going to all unfold for the players today. Aussie, take me through the point system here. Let's break it down.
It's a good point system. Top 15, 2 points is of course a trios day as well. So if you add all these up, you got top 2 for top 15, 2 points for top 12, 2 points for top 9, 3 points for top 5, 3 points if you get third to fourth, 3 points for second. Each limit is worth 1, and that big Vic Roy is going to get you 5. That's 20 points total. But the special rule, I'm gonna let you run that one, Monster, because that's gonna be it's gonna be an exciting point today.
Hey, we did this. The pros might hate it, the viewers might love it, but check it out. The special rule. One team will be absolutely eliminated from the competition after 3 games. The lowest points will get cut out of the competition. After 4 games, 2 more teams will get dropped from the competition. That's right. I want to see those sweating emojis in the Twitch chat. And after 5 games, 3 more teams will be eliminated from the competition. Ladies and gentlemen, what that means is 18 players will be kicked out of the competition for having the lowest points after 5 games, making the games much more and more stacked. We have prizing on the line too. It's not just crazy gameplay. It's not just format and points being divvied out here. There's money on the line. There's Ghost Canyon NUC PCs on the line, some monstrous PCs. Aussie, take me through this money right here.
Yeah, this is looking good. First place is going to get you $4,200 as a course split as its trio. Second place, $2,000. Third place, $1,200. Fourth place, $800. Fifth place, $600. Sixth place, $450. Seventh, $300. Eighth, $200. Ninth, $150. And top 10 still going to get you $100. But the big bonus, as Monster just said, the Intel Ghost Canyon NUC PCs, they're going to cop 3 of them for the team with the highest average placement. So all 3 of them are going to cop brand new beefy PCs. That is ridiculous.
And ladies and gentlemen, feel free, search up the Ghost Canyon NUC PCs. Check out the description down below. Look into the Twitch chat, check out the commands, because honestly, these PCs are pretty dope. They're great, they're beefy. Check those links out at simplynuc.com/Ghost Canyon. You can search it up. And thank you once again to the Intel NUC gaming team for bringing us all this prizing and making this all happen here today.
Yeah, that's a nice prize pool, man. Again, beefed up with 3 brand new PCs. That's incredible. I mean, if that's average placement, you got to think if a team can get the first with average placement on top, they're getting $4,000 and 3 PCs. You've got to be kidding me. That is ridiculous.
And we decided to do it a little differently, right? We also have a giveaway happening in the chat. So make sure you do ! giveaway. Check out how to enter yourself if you want to win yourself a nice PC. This could be your gaming rig. This could be your beautiful stream rig. There's some nice i9s in there. All up-to-date stuff. I don't mean to brag, but Intel's bringing some really cool stuff for us. I think we just got word from the back, though. We have players. If you have been living under a rock, you have been following us on social media, have you seen the invite list? Check this out right here.
This invite list is massive. Some of the biggest names in the business. When we do invite lists, Monster, you're kind of like looking for names you recognize. It's everyone. You know everyone on this list. Like, these are the biggest names in the business. We've got Zate. We've got World Cup winner Bugha. We've got Chap. We've got Rogue Shark. I see DJen in there. We have Reverse 2K, Grazka. There are so many big names. Obviously, we have Stretch playing with Zate for the very first time now as well. We have Edgy going from West now to East to play with Chap and AV. There are some ridiculous teams in this.
Let me just be the first to say it. My players to look out for here today in the Intel NUC Elite Cup is definitely Zate, Sap, and Stretch. I know they're a powerhouse duo. Now introducing Stretch, who for the first time is playing away from Bugha from a online competition or a major competition. I think it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to play out. Also, do you have any players you're specifically looking out? Who is your player to look out for today?
Yeah, I mean, not on this list. I've been obviously paying a whole bunch of attention to the Opens, and I love the invite, but I want to try and pick an Opens team, someone that battled their way through everything, Open qualifies, heats, and then finals. So I'm cheering on Colazo today. We got Colazo, Tabs. They're going to be doing phenomenally well today. I think they came second place overall in the Opens finals. They ended up losing it by just 1 point, but they won their first 2 games in a row and almost picked up the hat trick. So they're the ones I'm looking out for, but Clix, Commandment, Bizzle has been the team that every time Clix streams the scrims or I'm watching them play, I'm just blown away. They're on another level right now. I just want to see, as those newly formed teams, can they pull it off when there's money on the line, though?
Hey, I agree, and I think there's a lot of people tuning in from home to check out Scope, Tfue, and Innocence, invited through Team Chronic's invite list. Like we said, we put together a band of misfits here, all the best of the best pro players in our community, brought to you from the practice server invitee list and the Team Chronic invitee list. And that's where Tfue and Innocence come in from. But take a look. Here's your other page. Much more players. I'm seeing West superstars up here. Wavy Jacob, Thomas, Reitz.
Yeah, that's a big contingent. That's a scary team as well. Triple Controller, we'll have to see how they go as well. That is a very aggressive team. I think with that average placement bonus, maybe they'll dial it back. But then again, I have never seen that team to know to them not just rush at everyone they can see. So we'll have to see. But with that, we haven't talked too much about that bottom, right? Like, you got to think there's a lot of pressure on some of these teams. You can't start slow today. You can't find your foot. This is probably one of the first stacked trio tournaments or games we've seen for NA now. So if your draw spot's a little contested, you go down game 1, maybe game 2, you got to feel the pressure. We see Furious, Chaotic, and Paper. They were doing phenomenal through the Opens. They ended up winning their heat. They only just qualified through on the finals, though. Finals things went a little bit shaky. I was watching Paper's stream, started to get a little bit frustrated with each other, so we have to see how they go. But there it is, Colazo, Teats, and Tabs. My team to look out for. We'll have to see. I'm cheering them on, but I hope I get to make a prediction for once and be kind of right.
That's right. And ladies and gentlemen, that page that you're looking at in that last one right there, including Schmecht, Casker, and Illis, those are your players that qualify through the Open. So big shout outs to the pro community getting involved with everything we're doing at the practice server. I really wish we could have, of course, invited all of you guys. That's impossible, guys. So thank you guys so very much for, just being as passionate and as enthusiastic as we are to deliver these shows for y'all, today, because that's really what it all comes down to. These are community driven events, and the only way we're going to make it to the top is by working together. And that's what we accomplished here today. But regardless of what, Aussie, we got the players, we got the special rule in effect. There's big money on the line, man. Let's talk about the map changes and how, dude, we're like in a new chapter, right? Everything's on the water. What happened?
Yeah. I mean, I watched a little bit of the Lockie Cup last night, so we got a little bit of a taste. We've had some of those EU Cups, but yeah, it's playing out real different. We're on the water, but I mean, as you can see, the guys are there. We have some permanent rotation. There's ways to navigate the water. I'm not completely opposed to it because a lot of this water you can build in. It's not like those deep water zones we had last season, but there are some massive changes. It's harder to get material around the map now, probably the main one that a lot of the teams are going to face today.
That is exactly true. And dude, you kind of mentioned it. The guys, there's the mobility. All of a sudden, this is what the people have been wanting for. I feel like Epic has really hit the nail right in the middle. And let's talk about the charged shotgun and just this competition and what this means for the community as a whole. I think it's the first high-stakes competition we've seen on a competitive front for trios. Being that the Ninja Battles event was pushed back, I thought that was going to be our first taste. This might be our first major taste for the NA East division on high-tier competition.
I think so. Like, obviously, Lockie's Cup was great. We had Savage's Cup, but that was an open qualifiers in a top 200 team format. This is the top 30 plus best teams in NA. Like, this is a whole nother level. This is the elite of the elite. These are going to be so stacked, and it's going to be interesting to see how this new map handles that. We haven't really tested it. We have things added like Peppers, which we've seen kind of playing out into the end game a little bit, but I can just see the value of them so much more in stacked games. You talked about the charged shotgun versus TAC. We'll maybe get a definitive kind of showing of what might be the best shotgun to run for stacked games, because we haven't really seen that yet. But I hope these pros know what they're doing, because if they don't and they're falling in that bottom teams for the special rule, pressure's on today. Hey
man, I've been doing a lot of watching of content and a lot of watching of this team play dynamic, and I mean, the charged shotgun has wriggled its way into these pro loadouts. Who knows, has there been enough time to really understand how to use the weapon and apply the weapon into the game, into the world that we know as Fortnite? We'll find out. But look at this, the shot of the Grotto, shot of Retail Row, a couple of POAs that haven't changed too much just yet. Retail Row being one of the favorites for players to land now. I feel like since the entire map has been pretty much drowned underwater, right? The majority of it, these old locations are the hot spots now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, same thing. Obviously, the team that I called out, Colazo's team, he's been dropping retail competitively since competitive Fortnite started. So I know he's happy that retail's still sitting there. Main thing to count out with these maps as well, these POIs, sorry, the Marauders. They're playing into competitive more than any new addition because they count for Storm Surge, and Storm Surge is going to be a very big issue today. So those teams that drop retail, drop lazy, can pick up those Marauders, get the loot off them, and they're going to be sitting pretty with a Storm Surge.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the Game 1 Battle Bus is just underway. Welcome once again to the Intel NUC Elite Cup here, brought to you today by Practice Server and the Chronic team. And if you're tuning in from anywhere, whether it be the YouTube channel or the Twitch TV channel, we welcome you and we thank you. It's Game 1 that's going down right now, Aussie. And remember, what's on the line is a team being kicked out of the competition. Every single game matters.
Yeah, 8 games, but yeah, the start of it matters. You can't start slow, and I'm seeing 2 llamas right next to caddy corners. Obviously, the POI, probably with the most amount of teams dropping near it. As we can see, it looks like we've got 2 teams directly on top of it, maybe even 3. No, 1 flying over. So 2 teams on top of it, but 2 teams on the mount nearby. They want those mythic items. You're going to get arguably the best shotgun in the game, the only mythic shotgun, and you're going to get the shockwave launcher. We have seen that gun wreak havoc endgame. Jumping up, knocking people out, pure mobility. It is ridiculous, and they've now copped an airdrop as well.
That is exactly what's happening. We're giving you guys that nice big map overview so you can see where all the pros are landing right now. You have a nice wide spread over the course of the map right here. And as always, we want to jump in with some of our favorite players. Tfue, Scoped, and Innocence right now, who are fighting it out for Caddy's Corner. We knew that this was going to be one of the biggest spots. And look at Wavy Jacob's going to find Innocence in the field. So Tfue's already down 2 members here.
No way. Tfue has to try and solo clutch this against the West contingent, coming in and shaking things up. The triple controller gang, I said at the start, they are one of the most aggressive players out in solos, trios, and duos. These guys just never let up on the gas, and looks like they're going with that, dropping caddy corner. And they may have picked it up game 1, which, with this special rule, Tfue's team's going to be feeling the pressure now. If he can somehow bring them back, maybe, but I have to think they're going into game 1 at the bottom.
That's right. I mean, and this is the pressure, right? You got 3 games only. You have to really come out and perform, but West on top. Yes, I can see that in the chat. Feel free to say it with us. That's kind of crazy. They're coming in. They're
West
the only
is best, baby.
Basically the only West team here, if I'm not mistaken. Someone can feel free to clarify that for us, but coming in already, kicking things off strong for themselves. Here's our trio champions from the previous, right? We have Macwood.
Yeah.
Right there. You see they're chilling. That's their spot too. They were pushed out of Craggy Cliff, so now they're going down below here. But we have Chap, Edgy, and AV here playing at the Authority now. And this is kind of crazy, too, because I'm seeing that there's enough arrows here to tell there's another player here. I see Nuts team just nearby.
Looks like it might just be not. No, it looks like there's at least a few of them still alive. They've gotten into the vault. Chap been playing incredibly well here, picking up that mythic gun. I would argue that the grappler in this seed is actually weaker than the last one, especially in trios. It's still very good, but I think it is more balanced now. Great for mid-game mobility and jumping around the map, but because of that glider pull, you just don't have that same end-game pressure of just jumping up onto high ground and taking it, because you kind of pull the glider and just sit there in front of them for a couple of seconds. So still an awesome drop because of that vault and all that loot, but I wouldn't say it's the most sought-after mythic right now. As we tune back into one of those old POIs, Misty Meadows, but we have another team creeping in here. Cal, Dexter, or Mac would have to be careful. They've got their eyes set on Bull, but I see another team pushing up right behind them here, and Misty Meadows, with all those buildings, is a very easy spot to hide.
That's exactly what's happening here, guys. And don't forget, we want to thank Epic for allowing us to feature this tournament here with the Fortnite game, because of course we do have that live spectator client, so it's all happening right here. Macwood's in the thick of it though. He's gonna land a couple big shots here, Ozzy. This is looking like it's going in his favor, but no, he gets traded out, and down he goes to the attack from Bull.
It is charge shotgun versus Tack. He hit 2 incredibly heavy shots, but he had to reload, and now Zexor goes down as well. Calc has to solo clutch this one up. Calc has been heralded so far as the charge shotgun prodigy, and he's only got the Tack though. He's on the back foot. He has to back up from this one. 58 health, has the med kit, but you have to think again, 2 of the biggest trios in the region now on the back foot and potentially at the bottom of the leaderboard, unless Calc can pull off something miraculous here. He's going to have to do something huge. He's got the hunting rifle there, maybe to go for a quick no-scope something, but this third-party team, I thought maybe could have applied some pressure, but no, they go down as we tune back in now to Arab's team. We have Polarized and D's trying to hold this one down as Polarized going down.
There you guys have it. 2 of the biggest notable teams in the region getting taken out. Kind of crazy. I can't wait to see the Reddit warriors jump up and talk about how that's going to play out if they can't step it up. Because remember, what's on the line is losing your position in this tournament here. He's played a low ground. Oh my gosh, you just saw the charge shotgun in full effect right there. 140 damage to Cease's face. He absolutely rips it right off. And that's it. Delete it.
And there it is. We have D's Polo as an Arab, obviously newly formed team here. Arab kind of jumping up in notoriety recently, been doing a whole bunch of content, being kind of heralded as one of those IGLs, one of those really smart older players. Let's see if he can lead this. He's got 2 massive fraggers with him, so hopefully he can. But they pick up the win, but look where they are. Like, I can't see a lot of loot here. Maybe they chase the team out of this drop. This is around that rickety rig island areas. I mean, trying to figure out where the map is. I don't know about you, Monster. I've been playing a whole bunch, but so many of these islands look the same to me. But we come over to Fortilla. This is definitely doesn't look the same. This is one of those drops that has those double mythics, the Chug Jug. It's so incredibly good for going for those Storm Surge trades. You can just stand up, take some AR peeks, take some damage back if you need to, and then infinite Chug. It just gives you the ability to take so many more peeks, and you can just trade it around. You can pass it around between your teammates and just see whoever needs it.
That's exactly what can happen, without a doubt. Take a look, guys, the way that the new droppables work in a game as well, right? We briefly touched on peppers and how they can play a big factor in your game, but just the fact that there's so much more consumables as well. You can really kind of, you know, manipulate your loadout to have some proper heals here. Dubs, though, returning to the competitive scene. I think he's an exciting player to definitely keep an eye out. Everyone's been, you know, prompted for his return, to say the least, and now he's back here today for probably the first competition in a while. Here's a look at Clix, Bizo, and Commandment, though. You talked about them, Ozzy. You were talking them up. These are your guys right here.
They are. I mean, if you've watched them play, it's just so fantastic to see Clix finally find a team game mode that he gels with, find a team that can suit his playstyle. It's probably one of those best teams. I know you've been doing a bunch of VOD review content, Monsters, so you'd appreciate it too. Just watching them have their set roles. Commandment, very clear Tarfa. He will be leading them endgame, keeping them with a clear tunnel to get to zone. You got Bizzle sitting around mid-tarp, just kind of telling everyone what to do, getting all the information. We know how smart Bizzle is. And then you, of course, have Clix, one of the mechanically best players on the back end of the tarp, just picking up impact frags left and right and just refreshing Commandment constantly. It's just so awesome to see from just a pure gameplay perspective. You found 3 players who know what they do best, and they all get to do what they do best as a team.
Here's Gonzo, Nani, and Ved. We talk about players that play through those open tracks. This right here is one of those star teams. Landing in the Misty Meadows area, though, there's a bunch of players nearby. You can see everyone's trying to make their way towards the geyser right now for the rotate. Wavy Jacob, who's just nearby. We know that Reet, Tomas, and Wavy Jacob took quick care of Tfue's squad over at Caddy's Corner. Take a look there. We have Prodigy Analytics in the back. Today's Intel Cup is the most stacked event since the World Cup. We have winners of the World Cup. Every NA East, FNCS, NA West squads and competitors have over 10 million in combined earnings, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you to the Intel NUC Elite Cup for bringing this all possible to the community. And I want to ask, if you're at home tuning into the chat, what do you guys think of the special rule? Let's get it out there. I saw some mixed emotions. I really just want to know, are you guys excited to see players get just dropped from the comp for, you know, not performing in the early half, and see how much more stacked these next games are going to be? Or are you against it? Are you not down to see your favorite teams get taken out so early? I need to know.
It's always going to be the way, right? If it's a team you don't really care about, yeah, it's exciting, this is great, but then all of a sudden if Tfue's getting knocked down, he's your favorite, you're going to be a little bit sad. But it puts a lot of pressure on them. It changes all the dynamic. It's really interesting to see as well, something that's maybe implemented in the future in tournaments and stuff. But I think a lot of people think that means the end games are going to be less stacked towards the end, but the complete opposite. It means those teams will have more loot to share around. They won't be running into each other enough. They might not have to worry about Storm Surge tags for first zone, so it'll change up the way that they play. And this is an 8-round format with a massive bonus for average placement too. So you have to play your best the entire time. You can't have a slow start. I mean, 3 brand new PCs being given away for the highest average placement from Intel. That is massive. So these guys are going to be going for that placement rather than just those pure limbs. So, I mean, we'll see. As we're shooting it now with Colazo again, my favorites from today, coming out of retail, looking healthy. In the open finals, they won their first 2 games in a row and then came 9th in their 3rd. Almost could have won it, but things broke down on high ground. They were playing so well. They had complete control.
What do you think? Can they carry this into today? You know, the pressure is high now that they're rolling with the best of the best, essentially. I mean, like we said, we got Prodigy in the back working on the analytics, right? And bringing us those details. This is one of the most stacked events we've seen to date. So arguably probably the biggest event for these guys in general. Here's Chap, Edgy, and AV now over at the Authority. It looks like they won position here at the Authority. We saw Nut and his squad here. Maybe they did not engage. We'll find out soon.
Chap has 2 of their limbs. Obviously, kind of strange to see there. Chap obviously knows one of the best IGLs, one of the best in-game leaders there is. He's the Tarper. He tells everyone what to do. He leads Edgy and AV, 2 of the best fraggers in the game. They can pick up the limbs, but looks like Chap here picking up some limbs on spawn. He's got 2 of them under his belt. Running that burst rifle, though, which obviously... Oh, we see the nade strats coming out, though. Oh. One whole trio just got wiped here. This is the big brain Arab play here. They're walking out with 6 eliminations with a perfect nade strat. And just look at this giant pile of loot. And I mean, a lot of people didn't want nades to come back to competitive for this reason. It's very difficult. You got to watch that 65-meter mark. That is exactly where you set up for what you saw there. You can line up 3 perfect nades all to explode at the exact same time. And it is very, very hard to deal with if you don't see it coming.
Can I just be the first to say as well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a placement-based format. These elims right now, yes, they will help this team and propel them up the board, but my gosh, for a placement-based format, for them to be fragging like this so early into the game, that is ridiculous. They're definitely on their way up to the top right now. Keep an eye out for Arab, the content creator, boys.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, I wonder when he's going to shake that name, right? I think he plays into it, though. He loves playing into that whole I'm a content creator thing because it makes him more impressive when he wins, but he has been grinding harder than anyone. I mean, he's been scrimming so often, but yeah, so those 6 points from those limbs is worth the top 10, so it's not worth going for super risky fights, but if you can just, you know, chuck a few nades and then get 3 free limbs from it, it's definitely worth going for, but this is a very heavy placement day, so pretty much 20 eliminations is going to be equal to a win, so you got to think how hard it is to pick up 20 eliminations against the best of the best in the world. It's much safer going for placement.
That's true. And you can see the fights are going down in real time, guys. This is the live spectator tool, so all the action you're watching is quite literally unfolding on the feed. Thank you guys so very much for tuning in from home. Big shout out to the Intel NUC team once again for bringing us all together. It's going down right now. Here's Grandma A30 parked up with the squad, and there's only very little land mass available over here, and you can see teams are beginning to stack up on top of one another, trying to claim a piece of this prestigious land here, Ozzy.
Yeah, we see Colazo kind of stretching out a little bit there, I think trying to get them away from that nade strat, right? If you've got a nice big base like this, it's a lot harder to figure out where the players are. It means if maybe 1 or 2 of them gets taken out by the nades, it doesn't wipe the whole trio like we just saw. So smart use of material there. Using a lot of the metal though, so I'm guessing he plans on staying here for quite a while. They are very central outside Salty Springs. That is the same spot. It's been on the map since the very start, so you know it's near the middle. But yeah, you got a whole bunch of teams set up here. What is this? Probably about 7 or 8 teams set up on this tiny little island. No one wants to be in the water. It's decent for rotates, being able to swim to the next zone, and you can build on it, but it just makes everything so much more difficult. If you can get your hard mats on land, you're in a much better spot.
Through that, things are going to chill out now. As we said, this is very placement based, ladies and gentlemen, so the fact that everyone is kind of slowing down now, to me, is a good sign. The seriousness of the competition is going to start picking up here. Zone 3, 4, and 5 are just on their way. See Agers take out Illis up in the feed right there. Illis, Casker, and Crew. We'll see if any of them are left in the competition. Here's Schmacked finding Fernando in the feed as well. See if Agers is still up. But, like we said, those peppers, they're in the inventory. We know they can help you move really quickly in the water.
Yeah, they're really good. Quick water, quick rotates endgame as well. They just give you that increased boost. It lasts for 60 seconds. That's more than enough to make an entire first rotating zone. If you can pop those, I mean, I feel the value in them is a little bit higher in solos, obviously, because you can kind of just, you know, book it and leave your team behind. Trios, unless you've got 3 of them, you can all pop them. It might be harder, but it's just awesome to see. And that's why I love this more diverse loot pool for trios, especially, because you can carry all those different things. You can carry the peppers. One of you can carry the sniper. You got chug splashes, mythics. Just with that more diverse loot pool than we saw last season, it's just so much better suited to trios and being able to carry it and split the loot to really solidify what your play style is and play to it.
That's right. Here's Casker, Schmecht. Once again, the last 2 surviving of this team of trio right here, sitting up above that charged shotgun in the loadout. Like we said, they already have a bit of an engagement going on, so it's pretty much a fair 2v2 if they really want to take this fight right now. You see Rokane just underneath the builds there.
Ooh.
Here's Bizzle.
Nice spot.
He's got a little high ground.
Yeah, they're on top of 20 right now. Not as high as it used to be. Obviously, the water's brought it up a little bit as well, but they're on top of the hotel and they're looking pretty. They've got the keys and they are set up. They're looking so great right now. Clix, Commandment, and Bizzle. 6 nades in the inventory too, so you know that Bizzle's scoping out who we can look for. There it is. There's the mark. He's seeing the distance. Like I said, 65 meters. That's the one you want to go for. They're a little bit higher, so they can be a little bit closer and throw it higher. But if they set this up, looks like they might be going for it. Usually, if they start dropping those nades and splitting them, you know that's what they're setting up for. And if they do this, they're going to take out one of the biggest trios in the competition, as we spot eyes on Kalaza, who spread out his base very cleverly because he wants to avoid exactly what Bizzle is looking for right now. Also has a 6 crash pads. We haven't mentioned that too much. More of that mobility in the game. Can be a little bit crazy. If you hit it wrong, you throw it on a stair, a little bit of a bump, it can send you the complete opposite direction. But so far, from what I've seen, being used very, very well for just a quick form of a little bit of rotation.
Hey, listen, tell me about it. I was watching Tillhaj's Twitter, and he sent himself flying out to the zone twice, back to back. So anything can happen here. There's a little usage of the grenades, though, looking to bust open the builds right now, spotting out whether or not there's some enemies down below. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, but it's all good. They're kind of hanging out here. Take a look on your right, or your left, excuse me. Arab and Polarized were part of the 2 most infamous griefing incidents in the FNCS, the squads and trios, respectively. Today, they're on the same team. Potential trouble for other teams? I think so. Thank you, Prodigy. Yeah, hey, listen, I think so.
The farm is still there. They've given it up. Arab has officially given up the farm, but so has Chap, but no one has forgotten. It is crazy when you get these bigger team game modes. Drop spots and then contesting POIs causes a lot more heat. We just saw Tfue's team go down at caddy corners to the West contingent. You know they're not going to be happy about that. There's only so much room on the map for trios, and that's what I want to think. If you're struggling, if you're at the bottom, like Tfue now, do you change your drop spot, or do you just hope you win the spawn fight next game? As we see, Knight has been taken out, has the Great, trying to see if he can hold it down. His Calcus brothers already out of this one. The boys are trying to see if they can make something, but they are getting held in a big way. They've got launch pads in the inventory, but surely that's just going to make them pretty much a Kovacs map for the rest of this team. And there it is. They go down, picking up the eliminations. Illis Justice taking them down there. And that's a lot of loot out there if someone can grab it.
Hey, man, getting absolutely aim trained on, sitting down in the back half right there. Unfortunate, but that's why positioning matters most. And talk about using a lot of builds to get over here. I mean, you know they were out of builds because they were spam firing them. So I don't know how worth it this is. Granted, they are going to get the refresher here, at least the ammunition, etc. But yes, look, making themselves a target.
Big target. Yeah, make a big target. You pretty much just tarped out in front of the whole map, just said, hey, you know, and in wood as well, they really just want to get these maps. And like you said, he's still got only 11 builds in the inventory, having some struggle with the harpoon. There it is. But yeah, I think you were right on the assumption there. You have to kind of assume they didn't have a lot of mats. They're just going for it. They really want it here. I don't, like, his teammate just gives up and wants to swim over. Dave's like, ah, man, I'm just going to handle this. This isn't going too well. He just goes and grabs it. But yeah, he's down to 10 builds total now. But he didn't have any med slots, so it could be worth it. Upgrades the shotgun. Who knows? Maybe they'll play into their favor endgame.
Hey, they blew 300 mats to pick up maybe 300 mats, right? Because two players getting eliminated. So granted, that was pretty fair. But he gets tagged, so he has to use the big pot anyway. So all that for a shotgun upgrade. We'll see how it plays out in their favor. The game's kind of fold on here. Bizzle, Commandment, and Clix have the most dominant position on the field right now. And their materials are essentially capped out. They can play this height because of the crash pads. We briefly spoke about how the new loadouts in competitive switch things up. And this is what makes this so exciting, is that we get to see the highest tiers happening all at once. And we talk about the nades. Dubs gets blown up by Ace right there.
Yeah, that's a big drop there. Dubs down, so Mega and Assault have to do something. Assault also got tagged. I can see he has no shield. Mega's still looking healthy, though. They're a little bit split. I think they'll be able to pick him up, hopefully, as Paper takes down Grazkit in the feed. So Paper, Chaotic, and Nosh are one of those teams that I can see if they get rolling and they get some momentum, they could be a massive dark horse today. But just from watching Paper streams a lot during these games, they do tend to get a little bit tilted, a little bit aggressive. I know Paper kind of got a bit of notoriety after his solo FNCS performance. Let's see if he can pull it off today. They've gotten a limb on the board. Maybe they can kind of get their foot in and get that aggression going. As Bizzle, Commandment, and Clix don't get zoned and they mark out opposite height, I don't think they have rockets or anything to really pressure that high ground with. As we tune in with Jamper, Avery, and Bugha on the low ground here, getting pressured pretty heavily as they try and drop back. I'm not sure who that is who's pressuring them in the distance. I think it might have been AV, actually. It was. Chap taking down Avery in the feed now. Jamper's going to try and carry him away. If they can get this revive with the meds he has, it shouldn't be too bad for them, but Chap's going to keep applying that pressure.
That's right. That's exactly what's happening here. And man, what is Bugha going to do now that he's lost Avery? Like we said, he's, I think just now for the first time, you know, in recent times playing with Jamper, they've only had, I guess, experience taking some cash cuts, right? But Avery's really been the glue to his team. And look, he's going to find some big shots on AV off in the distance now, though. As you can see, Edgy here fending off the only player with the big shields in that squad, and AV gets taken out by Bugha. The Storm's gonna tick, and now Storm Surge is becoming a thing here. Mega's getting tagged up pretty hard. He's 60 below. And don't worry, ladies and
11
gentlemen.
chug splashes, though.
That's what I was going to say. Don't worry,
heals.
ladies and gentlemen. We know they have plenty of heals for the team here. They're waiting for the last minute here, trying to use it. And now's the time.
Yep. 52 alive. So many have to go down for this Storm Surge to go unactive as Edgy. There it is. It's going off on everyone right now. Smack goes down, Cass goes down, Eclipse. Storm Surge is just controlling this lobby. We know it's an issue. Obviously, these teams not able to find any purchase maybe with those Marauders. And there it is. Clix, Fizzle, and Commandment take the high ground. I don't actually know how they did that. I didn't see any rockets or any power weapons to suppress that opposite height, but they now have it. I have to put money on the fact that if they keep this high ground, which I think they will, they are going to pick up at least 15 limbs here and get the dub. I'm calling it. Hopefully I'm not wrong. This team is one of the most dominant teams you've seen on high ground. Like I said, they have their roles, they know what they're doing, and they have been shredding scrims when they get high grounds.
I believe it, and I see it. But looking off in the distance, I just saw Zayt, Stretch, and Sap in a very early rotate to the next zone. That's right, Happen is already gone and on the way. The first moving is happening right here. But look at, they patted down. Now Bizzle's getting in front of the zone here. The innovator for pretty much these rotations in general. You know he does it best. If you've ever watched any of his gameplay or his reviews, his placement is bar none. Would not be surprised to see these guys make it all the way through to end games consistently throughout the course of the day. Here it is.
That crash pad rotate was nice. They didn't cop zones. So obviously, all my hype for high ground has gone away, but they could retake it. But that crash pad was nice. The reverse stare, throw the crash pad, real clean, real easy. No way you go the wrong direction. And now we have Nani, Gonzo, and Ved, the team that you talked about coming out of the opens on the high ground in driver's seat. Having high ground in trios is so important, but they need to watch out for that west contingent. I can't see them on the map here, but they were the ones with the shockwave launcher. Unless they went down and it's traded hands, we'll have to see. Whoever has that shockwave launcher has the best play at height right now, as everyone is launching the front side of zone. This is a beautiful drone shot. We can see exactly what's going on as Nani, Gonzo, and Ved are going to hold that high ground for now.
And I did want to give an update. Chap is taken out, yes, to Storm Surge. We know he had 5 eliminations. He's not streaming the competition, so we'll try to keep you guys up to date as fast and as often as possible. Guys, let us know who you really want us to keep following tabs on. We have full control here at the practice server, but back into the action though with Ozzy here. Nani's firing down. They don't have any elims, but they have the high ground and they have the materials to hold it out. Can they continue to hold this positioning here as they beam down Bugha now? And Storm Surge is a thing. They're just above it though.
Storm Surge going out on rotating zones like this. This is absolute pandemonium. This is chaos. They're on high ground. You see the lightning bolts is coming out, dropping on your screen. Nani's going to hold that ultimate high ground. Need to be careful of those launch pad retakes and that shockwave launcher. Need to be a few layers above. As you can see, Gonzo, Ved, a little bit lower. They're trying to find their angles, get that damage in, maybe pick up some of those eliminations. Well, Nani's main job right now is to make sure they do not lose this high ground. We see Mega there still on the front side. Dubs, they got him back up. He's looking healthy. I see Kanata. There's so many big names. Kalazo, Tabs, and Grandma F30 all looking good on front side. They're down there too. Zayt's still in this. It's just a highlight reel of the biggest names in the business. Who do you think's going to take it out at this point, Monster? Do you reckon Nani can hold the high ground?
I don't know just yet. We'll have to find out. They do have the heals to also sustain, and the harpoon is coming into play now. Ooh. Being able to pull up all the loot. Take a look at the feed though. Aaron's still tearing it up in the low ground. He's going to find Avery. And I wonder, does Kalazo and crew have enough to stay alive down there? We'll find out. I know the spec team right now is following your high ground team, but it is going down in the low ground. We'll see if we can get into the thick of it just here shortly. As now, take a look at the drone shot. Again, Grandma, Kalazo, and Tabs are doing so good.
They're looking good.
The outside, Ozzy. They're rotating beautifully right now. And finally, the rockets are coming in from height. So it looks like the harpoon pulled up an RPG to the squad on high ground for Nani, Gonzo, and crew. And now they're spamming those down. So they have so much control.
I've got to imagine Zayt's got some good health meds. He does. He goes in a front side of zone. He walked out into zone to rebuild their tarps in because he knows he has the 5 floppers and he could use them. This team, Stretch, we have some of the biggest teams in the business, mid-ground, low-ground, fighting it out. This is going to be such a ridiculous finish. Nani getting knocked down, the pressure coming out, ultimate low in a lot of these situations is actually safer than height because everyone's now battling for height as Nani is dropped down, but I think they still hold it. Dubs getting taken out here. We see Acorn going down now as well, trying to get that refresh. He has the splashes and he has the slurs Swordfish. We haven't really seen the splashes going off into Heloft's endgame. Look at that. They're all back up to 100 now because of that. Got a rocket refresh too. They're trying to apply that pressure as Tfue takes down P-Noob. And I think Colazo's team's still in this, and Zace. It is.
Oh,
we have
my
at least
gosh.
3 or 4 full trios. The rockets are dropping now. Everyone is just clustering up for this one. I think it's 4 full trios at least still alive. Mega gets dropped. Assault's going low. Eclipse goes down. It's absolute pandemonium. They're dropping down. They're trying to find their way in. It is absolute cluster right now. Zayd sitting on the backside with the floppers, seeing if he can do anything to keep this one going.
Wait a second.
He's going to push up over the top now. I don't know. He's going up on the top.
Got in? No, it's not going to be enough. Gonzo and Vet are going to find the final shots. That RPG being the business maker for them. 7 elims in the final moments. They didn't have any coming into the last game right there, into that last moving team. But the Harpoon was the difference, right? They grabbed that RPG, and you saw what happened. Hype, RPG, that's a no-brainer.
It broke down so quickly. I thought that was going to play out for a little bit longer. I'm used to solo seeing that many people, and it kind of goes a bit slow through the builds. That was just everyone on the walls, rockets dropping, explosions, everything happened there. And it didn't even come down to a heal off with all the meds everyone had. But that was a ridiculous first game, and it looks like High Ground did come out on top.
Hey, and you know, one thing we do have to mention, the fact that Zayt was staying alive all the way until second place, guys, is massive. The placement threshold for this format is ridiculous. So staying alive like that, that's how you make it to the top of the food chain in today's Intel NUC Elite Cup. So seeing more of that, and just genius plays, right? He had the flopper, you saw that. He had that 200 IQ step out into the zone, right? And then tarp out for his squad, making it nice and comfortable for them.
Yeah, and they just used a flopper, took that zone, came back with the control, but we have an opens team taking out game 1 win. That is massive too. Obviously, you guys Prac server, we ran an open contingent for this, and they're showing why we do. It wasn't all about the invitees. We got some smaller names coming up here and taking on the best of the best.
But all right, let's go ahead and take a look at the Intel play of the match. Let's just run it back, get you guys kind of spiced up in case you tuned in a little late. That was the conclusion of game 1, ladies and gentlemen, so you can see just how it all unfolded. Here's a look at your High Ground squad. Nani, Gonzo, and Ved kind of run you guys through what was going on. The RPGs that were raining down from up above. Here, look, I see Assault in the mix down there, who was our last solos Elite Cup champion. So now he's returning back to the competition. And like we said, this most stacked event, right? We have every FNCS winner from the NA East, I think for the first time under one umbrella. So there's a couple little accolades being hit here with the Elite Cup, and I'm proud to be presenting this for everyone.
Yeah, for the community, you guys have done a phenomenal thing over here. I'm happy to be involved, and thank you so much to Intel NUC for putting this on. That is ridiculous. But to touch on there, Zayt had that game presence to jump out away from that fight, use that last flopper just to get away from whatever that craziness was, and that's what got him second place too. So just showing those players that have been here since the start of competitive Fortnite, just always adapting to the newest meta. It's the first time we've seen such a stacked game on this new season, and they're still pulling it off. They know what to do. They just adapt so quickly.
Well, let's just touch on teams like, or players like Chap and his squad, AV and Edgy, who got taken out. They had 5 elims. We know Chap specifically at least had 5, and they got taken out by Storm Surge. So with the way the game works right now, like, honestly, if you're not putting Marauders into play, as you know, as ridiculous that might sound, you need to find these packs, right? You really might have to mix things up. They took control of the authority, so we know they had center map. We know they had control, but coming to the end, that was what really held them back. I mean, even Bizzle, Clix, and Commandment, they were also getting hit by Storm Surge, but they out-healed it with splashes.
It's a lot of those drops, right? As we saw Clix, Commandment, and Bizzle, they were set up on top of their hotel. They were looking pretty, but that's where they dropped. They dropped sweaty, and they didn't leave. So they didn't find any time to get any Marauder tags. They couldn't get any other massive tags. Sorry, they came from Pleasant, but it's close by. And then we have Authority. Chap was set up there right until Zone was pretty much on top of them. The Marauders can't come out onto the water. So they were kind of just on their island looking pretty, but they're maybe not used to how stacked these games are and how much Storm Surge you need. You have to think, all right, we took a team on spawn, we're looking healthy, that's 3 limbs. No, not the case. You were still under Storm Surge, but I think the pressure's going to be on for Tfue this game. They have to change something up quick. They're either going to go back to caddy corners versus one of the scariest mechanical teams in this tournament, the triple controller NA West contingent, or do they try an entirely new drop spot or risk getting knocked out of this tournament in a couple more games?
Hey, I mean, you got to think about it, right? Wavy, Jacob, Thomas, and Reed, we know they're the triple threat for the controller gang representing for us, but let's be honest, they do have that ping disadvantage. I would only assume that first game, all right, we'll chalk it up to the air, but let's tell the community, everyone tuning in, guys, first off, we have a rule in play. the bottom most team after 3 games is going to get kicked out of the competition. They're going to get eliminated from this tournament. So before or by the time we get to 5 games, 6 full teams with the lowest points are going to be out of the comp. So that first game getting taken out early and not earning any points is absolutely massive for your participation today.
Yeah, and again, we had the TSM contingent, we had Zexro, we had Macwood, and we had Calc. They were taken down on spawn as well. They're at Misty, a drop that's a little bit easy to contest. It's very split, but it's going to be crazy to see. Picking up a good first game, a big drop. Even those teams that we saw, like Arab's team, who had a good game, but maybe not absolutely insane game. I think he still came like top 5 with a bunch of elims. That's just going to keep them pretty and above that bottom 5. You have to think now for pretty much the rest of the tournament, right? So just takes that little bit of the pressure off, but it'll be interesting to see how this rule plays out. I mean, I'm not going to be the one to say that I'm not going to be excited to check social media if Tfue gets knocked out of this tournament in 3 games time, but it's a bit of fun. It's changing it up. We're going to see how we go, and I want to see how the dynamic changes for endgame, because it means Storm Surge is less of a risk too, right? Less teams means Storm Surge threshold drops down, so some of those teams that are still around might have a bit more breathing room, but splitting that loot up and giving more stuff to everyone, it's going to make them pretty stacked final games.
And that's really why we're running the special rule, guys. We thought it was important to emphasize the fact that the map where it is right now is that there's limited, areas to kind of loot up, and we want to give the people that, at least in this competition today, that get to break away more of, odds at success and allowing the kind of population to lighten up. And it gives us, something to look forward to in the early game, a little bit of an entertainment spectacle. So, bear with us on that one, ladies and gentlemen. And I know for you guys at home, you're interested in leaderboard, as are we. We're sitting by, we're idle. I'm waiting for Robbie in the back to give us the cue for when we can throw to that. So don't worry, the team's working hard on getting that. So before we get there, though, we're going to roll to a 60-second commercial from our sponsors, Intel NUC Gaming. Once again, allowing all this to happen. So we'll catch you back in 60 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. We're muted. All right, so you guys heard a little bit of the hot mic. It's the boys right here. Like I said, we're just getting through the day, man. A lot of competition. Oz was going hard on the mic. I told him, go with it, bro. Go with it.
This is exciting, man. Trios is just so nuts. Like, you just don't know what's about to happen. So, like, everyone's just there, and all of a sudden, this explodes. These end games are stacked, though, and I'm actually surprised. Looked pretty good server-wise. Like, it looked like it was pretty healthy there. This is the ultimate stress test on these new servers. That's why we love these community events. These are the best of the best, the most stacked games you're gonna see, and it looks like it handled it pretty well there. We had some water zones. We got to kind of test out some of those things people are talking about. The charged shotgun versus tac shotgun. What's going to be better? Is this new meta inherently more competitive or less competitive than the old one? I want to get your thoughts on it, Monster. Are you happy with how the current meta is playing out? I, for one, am so happy with the helicopter change. After that, now I'm feeling pretty good, except I think the Marauders need to be changed a little bit.
Yeah, to answer your first question, the meta of the game right now, man, we are really seeing the mesh of casual and competitive all brought together, especially with the introduction of the Marauder. I think I'm going to reference Bizzle's tweet, probably, who I believe hit it like almost pinpoint. I think the Marauders definitely are a little weird in the competitive setting. Seeing the charged shotgun, I'm a fan of that, though. I am a fan of the new shotgun, kind of how it introduces a new play style into the game. And some of the more mobility options I like personally. I think we could do some adjustments, though, to things like the helicopter and make them less strong. But we didn't even see helicopter in that previous game, so it's not really a big deal, right?
Yeah, same thing. I think the Marauders, I don't mind them too much in trios, especially as they serve the current purpose of giving out that rocket, the stink nades, those more powerful weapons. But definitely, I think the Storm Surge thing needs to be adjusted a little bit. The fact that a team can walk away from their POI with 6 eliminations and have to worry about Storm Surge again when it's a team like Chap that I know, we also still saw them fighting Bugha's team as well. So they weren't just like sitting idly back and just resting on the fact they had a limbs. They were still actively looking for Surge, but ridiculous game nonetheless. And High Ground came out on top. There's less of those rockets now, so you feel High Ground stays a little bit stronger. If it's not for the Shockwave launcher, maybe a flopper High Ground retake or the pads, you can hold High Ground pretty consistently, but you need to get it.
Hey, and think about that, right? Bizzle, Commandment, and Clix, they had the opportunity to, but they opted not to from Zone 6. That just shows you that, yes, High Ground is important, but the brain of Bizzle and his crew to think like, hey, is it worth sacrificing this many maps this early on to cut all the way across height? Those are the kind of decisions you have to make. I wonder if they're going to regret not taking advantage of that, because from the outside looking in for us, we were just thinking like, this is their game. They're going to run away with this one. And they crash padded down though.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard without those rockets or any of those suppressant weapons. Obviously, last meta, we had a lot of miniguns. You had a lot of ability to push down the opposite height. They didn't get zoned. They could have tried to go for it, but it would have been quite risky. I know teams like Chap, keep an eye on it. You'll see a very different playstyle. He is almost always going to go ultimate low front side of zone if he can get there, if Storm Surge doesn't break him up. It's the go-to playstyle, and a lot of pros are realizing that in trios, especially with the charge shotgun now. Being able to control that low ground and hold those angles is so much more beneficial, and you don't run that risk of having to deal with people taking you out on high ground. But we'll have to see how they go in the second game, and it's going to be just as stacked, I'd have to say. Do you think teams are going to come out firing on more cylinders like Tfue, or do you think it's going to stay a little bit more chill? They've still got 2 games before they're going to maybe get dropped.
I think we're going to see a very similar run to the previous game. I don't think anyone's going to switch up their plan just yet. You have to chalk up game 1 to nerves and just, you know, sometimes just luck, right? Quite honestly. With that being said, I know, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are really hoping to see a leaderboard. We are too. Don't worry, guys. You know, we're working alongside the team right now, the client, to make sure it's all updated, it's accurate, so we can present it. Because remember, there's a lot on the line here. The teams at the bottom have the potential, the risk of getting taken out the competition. So while things are getting kicked up and loaded, then we'll be able to deliver that to you guys. From then till now, don't worry, games are still being queued up. The lobbies are getting ready. The pros are ready. We're ready, obviously, right? So just bear with us, guys. Thank you guys for being patient today.
That's always my favorite one. Stop talking and play the games.
Right.
We love the games as much as you. We just want to make sure that we don't present you with information that's not correct. Trust me, I love the sound of my own voice. That's why I became a commentator. But I'd rather be talking about gameplay than you guys hearing about my thoughts on the meta. It's okay, trust me. But I want to see some of those teams. I want to see if Wavy Jacob Reed can scare one of the biggest NA East teams in the world outside of Caddy Corners. There is going to be so much drama breaking down. I don't know if Reed or any of those guys are streaming it. I'm sure they're getting a few people slipping in. If they are, I'll have to see. I think, honestly, I know you said the ping discrepancy. I'm going to put my hands down and say it. I'm a massive Reed fanboy. I think if Tfue keeps dropping Caddy Corners, they might have met their match with this one. They're a very scary trio on spawn. They know how to fight very, very well.
And that's the thing. Yesterday, I'm pretty sure scrims were happening all day long, and when I tuned into Tfue stream this morning or this afternoon right before the tournament, he was talking about it. He was like, wait, were those squads just trying to like bully us off the drop, or like is it going to kind of play out this way? I don't think they anticipated that the West team was going to be the one giving them friction. He mentioned another squad. I can't remember it off the top of my head. Maybe chat knows what team was landing nearby and they were having problems with, but those are not the guys giving them problems right now. It's the West boys.
Yeah, it's the West boys, and they're coming in hot like they always come in hot as well. Wavy, Jacob, and Thomas, obviously one of those duos is the most aggressive you've probably seen during the duo FNCS split. Introducing Reet, who's a young controller player who's kind of exploded out of nowhere. Phenomenally good mechanical player, and with them in front of him, we're gonna have to see how they go. But I want to see how Misty plays out now too. This is being brought to you by the Spectator client as well, so we get to actually watch all these games, which is going to be phenomenal. We did say as well, Monster, at the end there, we're going to try and tune into some of those bigger names like Chap, who aren't streaming, and keep you updated on them, because we really want to make sure these community events are driven by what you guys want to. So like Monster said, let us know in the chat, who do you want us to see next game on Spawn? Who do you think the biggest names are that we need to look out for? That's
the truth right there. That's really what it comes down to. Who are the most exciting players? I think we're getting word now that they're just about ready. I think the games are started. So what we're going to do is we're going to hop into the games. Let's just do that instead. And then we'll come right back into the leaderboards. We do apologize for the slight delay on the latency for that one. Things were just kind of backed up there. But regardless of what, we're going to be taking a look at, all right, I'm looking at the Twitch chat. We see you guys. It's Chap. You want to see some more Arab, Dubs, Mega, Assault? Bets. We need Assault production. We need Arab. We need Chap. Yeah, get those teams. Let's jump into these games real quick. And then we'll go ahead and, like I said, catch you guys up to the leaderboard. It's all happening at once. Don't worry, guys. We'll keep up with the show flow. It's going down, man. Game number 2 is underway, ladies and gentlemen. The battle bus is on the fire.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I'm noticing again, we don't have that kind of llamas around the caddy corner. That's exactly where I got my eyes on. I just want to see, do a few teams drop out? Do they still go there? But again, interesting to see in chat as well. We want some of those sites on Arab as well. Had a phenomenal first game. I want to see how they're playing this, because that fight that they broke out where they wiped that team, they took down Cease at the end. I don't actually know where they dropped to get involved in that fight so early. So again, beautiful map perspective here. We get to see where everyone's going. It's crazy to think the Dubs Megas team has Fortilla completely uncontested. Well, there's pretty much 4 teams with eyes set around caddy corner or on caddy corner.
Yes, here it is. Chap seemed the one we wanted to follow off the bat here. Edgy, AV, and Chap. They have some problems over at the Authority. I was just watching Leshy, Benji Fishy, and Mr. Savage play this drop. They play for the lowest levels. It looks like they found King down here by himself right now, who's already been tagged up for whites. Let's see, though. This is a bad, yeah, I was going to say, this is a bad situation being for Chap. Only a hunting rifle.
In the feed, sorry, Tfue going down to Thomas, so it looks like Enrique going down to Scope, though, so they're trading them backwards and forwards. Calc picks up on a limb as Ghoul takes down Macwood, so we got a lot of those big names trading backwards and forwards in the feed. It doesn't look like a clean split for any of those big name trios at the bottom, as Zexro takes down the limb as well, so maybe it thinks Zexro's team just wiped them at Misty, but I don't know how caddy corner's playing out. Looks like they're 1-for-1 piece as we tune in now with Rokane taking a heavy shot as Rokane Aegis and Fernand take down the win at Lazy, and that's a lot of loot to split now. That was an early fight. They're dropping on top of each other. They're not like getting loot and then fighting. They want to secure this drop fast.
Exactly, and that's what they managed to do here with 3 elims now, really picking things up. It's looking nice and good for that squad right here. Here's Zate, Saf, and Stretch. Like we said, they were just off on the southern portion here. They can hear the fight happening in the distance with Wavy, Jacob, Innocence, Tfue. It's all going down right now. Look at this. Is Zate going to be able to jump in? This is the question right now. Yes, he's moving up. Scope doesn't have any HP. Look, Innocence finds a couple elims.
They won, though. They did. They won, though. So Scope is now down to himself there. He's really weak. Innocence is here as well. We have Zate kind of sneaking up here. It looks like the West contingent was beaten, but it could have been the typical case of they won the battle, but they're going to lose the war ultimately, as Zate, Stretch, and Saf are sneaking their way into this one. And I think they're going to have to just clean them up here. It looks like they're going to try and maybe go for the revive, but I think Tfue's been straight wiped. Innocence probably making his way over to the vault. Zate has just snuck right up on this one. He has no idea he's here. Innocence thinks he's safe. Is Zate going to set up for the beam? He's being so patient, and there it is. He beams him as he goes for the reboot. Scoped has to now try and clutch this one up with what looks like less than 20 health. And I think we talked about who was going to win caddy corners. It looks like none of them are. Zate, Saf, and Stretch are going to come through and take some of the most powerful items in the game.
No, he's dancing on him. Little dance right there. There you guys have it. All right, though. Zate's going to find himself Innocence now, and Scope pretty much get wrapped up here by Stretch, and all of a sudden they are the kings of caddy corner, and we know what comes with it. There's some good weapons here. The mythic, right? You get the grenade launcher, you get the shotgun. It's kind of ridiculous, and the volts, of course. And I feel like this is the way this kind of drop plays out, though. Whoever comes in last is the one to win it. Oh,
Zexro on the back foot. Only 7 health. He has the floppers. He has those apples. He needs to win this fight. If they go down on spawn twice, 2 games in a row, the nade picks himself up. Keys gets taken down. Sorry, Keys takes down Chewy there. Zexro wins this one, but someone else is pushing in. I think he's still got to beat one more person. Lazar's here as well now. There's no way we're going to see Tfue's team and Zexro's team both going down on spawn 2 games in a row, as we see Reverse 2K's team wiped out here at Frenzy Farm. It's a difficult drop. We saw it in the open finals. It was being contested heavily by Connor and his team, and it's just a hard one to hold down.
Just like that, 3-piece goes to Scrubs, Melody, and Yuldi here. Once again, talk about teams that are just up and coming and really making a standing. I mean, the Opens team, some other ones that were under the radar, really creating some upsets for the day so far. Frenzy Farm, though, is where the zone's kind of favoring right now. This is game 2, ladies and gentlemen, so thank you guys for tuning in. The Intel NUC Elite Cup. We had Gonzo and his crew take game number 1. This game is just as equally as important. Remember, the first 3 games, there's a lot on the line for the team with the least amount of points, so don't worry. If you're a Tfue fan, a Scoped and Innocence fan. They're okay because they did score some points this game, but the next one's going to matter a lot. Here's Chap over at the Authority, though. This fight still dragging on.
Yeah, it's really slow. It's just crazy to see. That's why I was so surprised those other POIs when there was 2 teams dropping there. They just went straight all in for the fights. Caddy corner, there's really only 2 spots you drop there. You drop the main building or you drop off to the side. There's not a lot you can really do there. You have to fight each other, but that drop like Lazy and Misty, they're just going head-to-head, toe-to-toe so quickly.
And we're just kind of letting the situation settle here. As you can see that AV is holding the ultimate height right now, keeping eyes on the field. Currently in 8th place, though, is fellow Timber. Teammates Elige, Pigot, Jelty, all placed top 25 in the FNCS solos. The only team that can make that claim. And the other interesting thing about Jelty and his crew is those guys are high ping warriors. We see people ask all the time, Monster, can we get some tips? How do you play with high ping, this and that? Check it out, dude. You got to study the players that perform with it. Players like Kiriyashi, and I know they go to boot camps and stuff to up their odds, but on their day-to-day, they play with high ping too.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to OC. You got Worthy, one of the best players out of my region. He plays on an average of 40 to 50 ping. He's on West Coast. Obviously, our servers are on East, and he's been fragging out since the very start of competitive Fortnite, just being one of the most dominant teams. And people think, oh, so does he sit back? No, he goes up against the walls. He just has to be more innovative with his movement, has to kind of just play that little bit smarter and that little bit harder just to get every single wall. But if you get that skill down, you can still be a monster.
That is right. And I'm asking the team in the back if we can pretty much show off the leaderboards. We'll get word soon, because essentially we do know that it's pretty much all up to date. So we'll find out whether or not we get you guys all caught up and see who's exactly in the lead. Remember, this format is very, very much rewarding to the placement. Elims only counting for 1 point. Effectively, you need 20 elims in order to equal a victory royale. So it's kind of stacked on the placement side.
Yeah, well, that's the placement points we love to see. Most people want that more stacked format as well, and I think a lot of people were concerned about it. How's that going to go with the servers, with this being as stacked? We haven't seen that yet. That's why we love these events before we have it. So again, shout out to Intel NUC, like just having these tournaments on that we can then reach out to and see and kind of get a tester before. We only have solo FNCS this season, there's not trios, but those trio cash cups are looking like they're going to be pretty damn stacked as well, as we see Chap now, AV and Edgy, pressure being put on them a little bit more, but they're playing this out slow. And when Storm Surge was their issue last game, they need to speed this one up a little bit. If they even take down this trio, they're still going to need to find some more damage to get them above Storm Surge.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to be like, I don't want to be the one to say it, but yeah, activity, right? You got to really step it up. We'll see. Looks like Chap was beamed down to some low HP now. You can see he only has 1 mini in the inventory, so forced to use their heals to kind of bounce back up. They're basically losing the battle at the Authority this time around, as where before it was in their favor. Here's Bucky, Creo, and Kanata. We didn't get to see them at all in the first game. I'm assuming if they got taken out early or just somewhere lost.
No, I think
in
they
the
were
mix.
all right. I swear I saw Kanata at the very end. I just think it was just simple. They found Marauders. They just stayed for placement heavy. I think they'll still be inside that maybe top 10 mark-ish just from based on placement, but I don't think they picked up too many limbs. I didn't see them really once in the feed, but Chaotic goes here on the back foot. Team that I said to look out for is probably one that's either going to hit the gas or they're going to hit the brakes. Let's see if they can maybe pick up an elimination here. This is against Arab's team. We've seen how aggressive they've been going right now. They've taken out Chaotic, so Furious and Paper have to try and hold this one down against a full trio getting held out here. The third parties are coming out. That's one of the issues with this map having so much water. It has very open, visible sight lines. If you're not inside a box and you're trying to aggress in, there's a lot of people who have eyes on you, as now Chap gets beamed up. We saw him 100 last time, and now he's not looking anywhere near as good. Only has the 1 minute to top himself back up as this fight's actually finally breaking out.
And for a second there, I thought he let his guard down. The side wall is where his teammate was. So they're looking to kind of turn things around now. They don't have too much control, though. Like I said, they're pressured down below. That's the last of the heals now coming out. And no, they lose the roof above, and Chap gets tagged early, and now he's down. It's up to Edgy and AV to really clutch up here. We know they can do it. They have the charge shotgun. Beautiful for playing on the back foot on the heels, and lucky the conversion is not going to fully happen here for Chap. Can they get the heal? No, instead it's going to be a shotgun exchange. The 102 follow-up, the SMG, and now it's up to whether or not they can find the finals here on Hazard. Shots are coming out though.
Might be able to do it. Edgy's trying to find his way through. He's got the left-hand peek with that charge shotgun. Hazard is so low. low and he was on the absolute back foot, and Edgy went heavy for it, but he pushed up against that fully built brick wall, couldn't see through it. Teammate was waiting on there, and then Chap, AV, and Edgy are wiped out here on spawn game 2. But, I mean, it is gone late into the game. That was a real standoff fight. They know they're going to get zoned, so they can take their time, but looks like we're going to finally throw the standings to see how it has stacked up, because now we need to run through these standings, because not only does the top matter, now the bottom matters too.
Here's a look at your top 8 guys. Ved, Nani, and Gonzo, who took that victory royale, 29 points, ladies and gentlemen. Second, who got second, of course, Zate, Saf, and Stretch. Colazo, Tabs, and Grandma in third. And you can see it's so tight at the top. Fourth, fifth, and sixth, all tied up. Mega Assault Dubs, Polarized Arab, and D's, carried by the Elims. That's kind of your top 8. Quick look at the standings. I know we're kind of throwing in the middle of it, but don't worry. We're going to quickly browse through these other pages just to get you guys all caught up. What matters, ladies and gentlemen, is the teams on the back page. Who is at the bottom of the totem pole? Because those are the teams that are going to be first out the door in this competition. After 3 games, one team is going to get dropped out.
There's a lot of teams here on 1 to 0 points, so maybe I've been focusing on Tfue, Scopes, Innocent, some of the big names down here. Cease, Blake, High Sky, just teams you did not think you could see at the bottom. Unknown Army on 1 point. Again, there's a lot of people down here, but it means it takes the pressure off all of them. If they can just get a couple of elims next game, or in this game, they could take them out of that bottom 5. They really, really need to get away from there quickly, though. You just don't want to be that last bottom team. Tfue, Scopes, they did pick up some elims this time. I think they got all 3 eliminations on the West contingent before they went down, so that 3 points will be very, very valuable to keep them out of that very bottom.
Listen, Ozzy, let me be the first to confirm. Tfue is technically sort of safe. They got a couple of elims in that game, right? So their team's all right. The team that didn't, though, Reverse Sumner and Graska. Remember, we saw they got taken out in Frenzy. So for right now, at least they're A-okay at the bottom, but who knows how long that's going to last, whether or not they'll be able to hold out for the rest of the competition. Your team in third place, though, Colazo, Tabs, and Grandma, a 30, hanging out just at the, what's this, Pleasant Park?
Yeah, they're looking good at Pleasant Park now. They've got their probably Marauder tags. I have to imagine they've made their way all the way from retail. They're in that center map. Again, obviously the Marauders have to drop on land. That's why those middle POIs like retail, like Lazy, they're the best to try and grab those tags before they get in. And something worth noting, everyone points it out every time you watch Colazo's stream, he is not running a shotgun right now. This is not an anomaly of a game. He never runs a shotgun. He always runs SMG, AR, and then usually some utility. Worth noting, for this team, he is the only controller player on the trio, and he is the Tarper in the IGL. One of the smartest controller players out there, chooses not to run the shotgun and would rather just run the SMG and utility to make sure he leads his team and gives them every advantage he can. And for the most part, it's working. They're in third place. They're looking really good.
I mean, you said it. Colazo the anomaly himself, doing things all kinds of different for the team here. We'll take a look at Strodel, Sane, and Taki is Tilted, who are hanging out. This is the kind of the friction on the other side of the Pleasant Park, guys. Everyone's looking to claim their piece of land here. The benefits of getting to a major POI early is that, one, you get a piece of land, which is so prestigious. We saw what happened to Hazard's crew last time. They were on the back half, sitting on the water. They were taken out immediately, becoming a firing range essentially for all the other players in the zone.
Yeah, we saw how water zones used to play out, and one of the main problems with the water zones used to be the depth, the fact that it was very hard to build, but it's still just those open sight lines. If someone's set up on a building and they're 100 meters ahead of you and you have nothing between you and them, building's not going to do you a whole lot of good. You're just going to get stuck. So you've got to be preemptive when you move. You've got to set up early. But once you set up, we saw what happened with Clix's team again, with Storm Surge, saw what happened with Chap's team. You still got to be getting those tags. The earlier you set up, you won't find those Marauders, and it's going to be a lot harder to get damage off as well. So it's just really, you got to just know exactly when to play it. And if you misplay it, you don't get enough damage for Storm Surge. It's so hard to kind of grasp your way back into it when you're on the back foot. We saw Megs and Dub's team out heal it a little bit, but it's never the position you want to be in.
That's right, and that's the thing, right? It's like solos and duos. These mid games slow down a lot. In trios, the moment you slow down, it will be the moment of your demise, because then Storm Surge creeps up to you eventually. It's one of those things that we just see happen over and over. Assault, like we said, the solo champ of the previous Elite Cup that we hosted back in February. This is the first time we're following up on, thanks to the Intel NUC Gaming team, allowing this to be all possible for the community today. And of course, the team at Practice Server and Team Chronic bringing together a resources banding to, pretty much put together this entire production, which we're spearheading over at the Practice Server. But regardless Assault hanging out here, leading the rotate. They're on peppers, guys, if you're wondering why he's moving so fast.
The triple pepper strat, it works. It increases your movement speed running and swimming, and you can see things like this. It makes you go faster off crash pads. They're a very valuable item to get your hands on. It's one of the main and most underrated parts about caddy corners. As we see the nades coming out, Slacks, Lazar, and Keys. It looks like Slacks and Lazar have been hit, but Keys is looking pretty healthy, so DGen kind of focusing the wrong target here. But either way, even if you don't get an limb, they're possibly the most free way to get very, very easy Storm Surge tags.
And this is great right here, guys. For all the new folk tuning in, if you see that giveaway in the chat, that's right. You can enter for a beautiful Ghost Canyon PC. I encourage you guys to check it out. It's got some serious specs, y'all. It can be a nice little upgrade for someone. Just make sure you keep an eye on it.
I was seeing those specs and I was hearing about it. I saw the giveaway and I was getting hyped, and then you ran the ads and I was like, my God, this thing is tiny for how beefy it is. It's ridiculous. As we see, oh, it's such an innovative strat. No way, of course. It is Clix, Commandment, and Bizzle. Big brain Bizzle. I'm sure he came up with that one. Banking the nades off the top wall to make them fall back down on this team. That looked so flashy and was so incredibly smart, because dropping the nades straight down, you have a lot of time to react to them because you can hear them fizzle above you before they explode. But throwing them against the wall above you just minimizes that time, and they get 2 free eliminations from that. That was so smart.
Listen, just when you think everyone's figured it out, Bizzle comes out with more strategies. This is why we love Fortnite. This is why he is the innovator. Quite honestly, always coming up with something fresh. Big brain plays right there. Can't wait to kind of watch that one back and see from the outside looking in how exactly they prepped that one up. You can see off in the distance, though, Dubs Mega have already lost Assault, and they are just close to Bizu and Clix over there. So opting to back up here, trying to get more to the zone. This is the greed, though, Ozzy. They're trying to carry as much as they can right now for their safety.
They're trying to figure out, there's so many meds in the game right now, that infinite chug. It is. It's like that quick math of like, which one do I use? Do I use the one chug splash, the big pot, the minis? What's going to let me carry the most amount of loot? But yeah, they got to start moving. As you see, Zayt, Stretch, and Saf in a really nice spot over on this dead side of zone. There's not many people around them. And then we see this fight. I wanted to see who this was. So it's Avery, Jamper, and Bugha, who are in a little bit of a contest with Smack, Casca, and Illust. They're really far from zone. One of the teams needs to start making a move for it, and it looks like Bugha's team wants to. And I would honestly probably implore Smack here to make the rotate, but maybe just want Storm Surge tags. But they need to make their rotate. If they're not smart here and if they're not careful, they're going to get held by them. They'll get a little bit of payback very quickly if they don't get to zone fast.
I agree, and I mean, they're sitting on a launch pad, so maybe that's part of the reason, or they're trying to see if this team's going to build out for them. We'll find out shortly. Don't forget, guys, this is your team that came in through the open quals, if I'm not mistaken, finishing at the top, quite literally. You know, when we went through those player lists, they were in chronological order based off of how they placed, and Casper's team was at the top there.
They beat Colazo's team by 1 point in the end. I said Colazo, Tabs, and Grandma came out. They came out firing on all cylinders, almost picked up the hat trick, the back-to-back 3 wins in a row. They got 2, but they did fall off the pace just a little bit towards the end and came second by 1 point to Illust team. So 2,000 above Storm Surge here for Saf, Stretch, and Zayt, and they only have 2 eliminations. Again, focusing on their challenge. Looks like they're trying to take out the Shark out of their builds. I don't know if that's for the loot or maybe they just don't want, you know, Brucey back here kind of going around their builds. But that little bit of focus just taking the attention off what was happening around them, and Zayt gets hit really, really heavy here. Goes down to 22 health, has the med kit and the minis, but the pressure is now on them. It's just crazy. Just that 2 seconds of focusing on something else leaves you vulnerable.
And you know what? Play of the day has to go to Stretch right there, who fired back the immediate rocket, fending off Zayt, effectively stopping the team from opening fire right there. If he didn't respond that fast, that, you know, in that moment, it would have all been over for this team. But Stretch really playing beautiful defense there, allowing Zayt to stay in the game. That was a close one, Aussie.
Yeah, and Zayt has the Shockwave launcher too, so he's not the one you want to go down right now. He has got the most valuable item, in my opinion, in the entire game right now. The amount of control that Shockwave launcher gives you, as we see High Sky setting up for a nade strat. Here it is, Blake, Cease, and High Sky setting up for it. The 65 meters. Do we hear the tags? Does it come out? They do. They hit it. Do they take down all 3 or just 2 of them? I see a Liege down. I see Jelty down. Unless there was only the 2 of them up there. They got 2 eliminations. That is massive. They don't get the loot, but they don't need it. That is so huge for their Storm Surge tags now, as well as they're 1,400 above.
That's the 8th place team right there. The Timbers crew, excuse me. You know, Jelty has a huge community. The Mexican and Peruvian representing for the Hispanics out there. One of the few, man, getting taken out just like that. And that's why grenades are so frowned upon in heavy-based game modes. They are the end of the road for most teams. It comes by such a surprise too, right? It's hard to defend against that thing when they come flying. But regardless of what, here's D's Arab and polarized for secondary. I was like, who is this guy? But here it is.
They're looking good.
They're hanging out. They have the half in zone.
And the pressure they put on Chaotic, I just saw Chaotic's team out of here as well. They both just went down in the feed. They're looking good on the half-half. Let's see what they can do with it. They're not building up, not looking like they want to hold this as a high ground. They think it's a little bit too early to go up for it, as High Sky has taken some damage on this rotate after those nade strats, going back for the pad, using that chug splash just to top him up a little bit as he's going through it. Can we hear the coffin dance music playing a little bit? No, High Sky gets to make it. He makes the rotate, doesn't get held up by the whole lobby. He's looking pretty good. Only has one chug splash. Looks like hopefully one of them has some minis. They do. And he's now made half-half as we have 49 players alive, 17 teams as Mega goes down in your feed. And it looks like he was the last one holding it down for their team, unfortunately.
It is all unfolding. Once again, we want to thank you guys if you're tuning in from home, whether it be the YouTube Chronic channel or the Twitch TV Practice Server channel. I'm pretty sure that a lot of your favorite competitors are here involved today. Don't forget to get involved in everything that we're doing, as things are explosive here today, quite literally. Isaki's gonna hit by a big grenade right there. They're okay though. He will be able to bounce back. Lucky for him, it was only one.
Wasn't too much damage there. He's got those two stink nades. Interesting to show how much the Marauders are playing into just with the items they carry. They're the only way you get your hands on the rocket, the only way you get hands on the stink nades. Look how much pressure it puts out there. Illis was just trying to go for some heals. Grandma goes down, Scrubs gets the elim, and we see Clix, Bizzle, and Commandment on that opposite high ground front side of zone. I called it last game. Please don't prove me wrong again. I think they're going to have to hold it here because they have it on rotating zone. And if they hold it, they're going to win this game like the other team did last game out of the Opens contingent. They have so much practice on this high ground. They know their positions. Clix is up there now looking for tags, and Commandment's going to start leading front side as he always does though, but he gets knocked down. Maybe they don't have it as secure as what I thought. Stretch and that are coming through on pads. They could maybe take it, but no one's contesting it for it, and Commandment is leading the charge. Clix is looking for those frags, and Bizzle is just going to be the mastermind behind this entire maneuver.
And look at Stretch is trying to pepper up and take the height. You just saw me cranked out of his mind, and all of a sudden, no, he gets harpooned off. Wait, what just happened?
Shockwave. I think he got shockwaved off by Zate.
He got shockwave. He did get shockwave off of height. For a second, I thought he was harpooned. It was all over. Zate, yeah, he literally shockwaved him off of height, and now all of a sudden, Bizzle is down in the low ground. His team's up above. What are they going to do? Are they going to reconvene down here, or are they going to try and go up? Is the question right now. Bizzle's just waiting, biding his time. He does not have any material. And now look who has height. Zate, Saf, and Stretch, Aussie.
That is two of the biggest teams in the business taking high ground, and that is the impact that you have. If you have Kit's Shockwave launcher, you have so much control over high ground. I called it, I cursed them, they're off it, but we see Zate, Saf, and Stretch now have full control, and they have the loadout to do it. Stretch has that RPG in the back pocket. He can drop that and suppress second height. That is what Clix was lacking. When they went to take high ground there, they had no power weapons to hold it from the onslaught of Stretch, Zate, and Saf, as they're now just going to fire down on the whole lobby and start wreaking mayhem. They only have 2 eliminations, but again, we've talked about how heavy this format is for placement. They don't even need their limbs. They can just sit up here pretty and hopefully pick up their 20 free placement points.
That's right, and the timing was ridiculous on that. Perfectly executed, and now the RPGs are raining down. That's going to be one that's going to connect onto Unknown Army, who's just in between the mix, now becoming the fire range, being that he's on second height. That is the most dangerous place to be. You can see Clix is in the mix right here with Bizzle, and they're trying to still snake their way up, and no, Bizzle's going to fall, and he gets taken out. As now, ICV is down in the low ground here, just behind Dijon and Blake. Casker coming in from the zone. Clix is finally going to inch his way in, barely has any HP. It's a storm fight with Colazo. Colazo's going to find Clix. He's going to find Illis, and Colazo still in the running now. Everything is still unfolding here. Look at how many elims, Aussie, that Unknown's team has.
They're picking up a lot of limbs as Colazo goes down to Blake now, finally Unknown. This leaderboard is gonna shake up massively. These are a lot of big names we didn't see in game 1. I saw Bugha's team down there as well. Mikey goes down. Unknown and Prosecutor have to do something big. They might be able to get the revive, possibly. It would be pretty huge. No, they can't pull it off. They're just gonna grab the loot. He goes down, sacrifices himself for his team. As you see, Rogue Shark picking up massive limbs in the feed. Saf got that limb. Bugha is still fragging out down there as well. So Bugha's team's still alive on the low ground as we have Unknown's team in this end stretch. Saf and Zate on the high ground is a highlight reel as Kanata picks up Avery. All the biggest names of NA are in this one, and I have to think the Stretch, Zate, and Saf are going to close it out, but there are some big names who can pull off an upset. We see Creo still alive too. Rogue Shark finally going down. Unknown is open to the onslaught of second height. He is just getting fired upon by everyone. He needs to make something big happen on the wall. chooses not to go through. Only has that one flopper, needs to slow it down, get himself back in this. No, I say slow it down, but he gets dropped straight in front of everyone. Gets dropped down on top of Bugha as Prosecutor now has to try and solo clutch this one out for his team. I think it's 2 trios. Solo it is. Prosecutor comes through. So now we have Stretch, Zayt, and Saf going up against Bugha, Jamper on the low ground. Can they try and pull it off? Can they try and drop down? Trying to find the angles. Bucky goes out into zone, so Bucky is one of the solos left as well. So 2v1v3. Bucky firing from the outside in. So many World Cup players right now. Here he comes through. He gets taken down. Zay comes from the high ground. Goes down to fall damage, but no, they do manage to win in the end just.
So close with 7 eliminations for the crew right there. What just happened as everything unfolded so quickly? But Bugha and Jamper staying alive. And you would think Unknown Army's team would have been taken out so much sooner. He was under fire from height for so long, being second closest to height. He still survived to those final moments.
It's gonna be some big changes up on the leaderboard as well. Bugha's team wasn't that high up there as well. Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, they're jumping up, and it just shows that caddy corner is where it's all happening. You've got 3 of the biggest, most aggressive teams dropping there, and whoever walks away with that loot is gonna have such an advantage. Zayt could not have made that play if they didn't have that one single item. It's why there's a lot of kind of argument around mythic items in the meta for competitive, but it makes it exciting, that's for sure.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing the follower count blow up as well. Thank you guys for tuning in once again to the Intel NUC Elite Cup. I'm Monster D-Face, joined with Aussie Antics to kick up the show today. Later on today, we'll have Shio Wager stepping in and bring things home. Aussie's going to be doing a viewing party. We got Ronaldo, I think, sitting at home doing another official, unofficial viewing party. So big thanks to everyone in the community that's helping us bring this all together. Next up, we have some plays of the match coming in soon before we jump into the leaderboards. But regardless of what, the competition has been incredible here.
Yeah, it's shaken up, and I just love the fact that we do again. I know it's going to be a point of contention. Reddit will let us know, everyone let us know whether they like the special rule or not, but you've got to admit it's making it exciting, right? Those teams that are going slow, who are normally on the back foot, let's see if they can kick up the pace.
That's right, and let's jump into those plays of the match so we can get you guys all caught up. In case you tuned in a little late, let's get a little recap going right here. The Intel NUC kind of vibe right here. You see the fights happening with Clix and crew down in the low ground here. Just what a moment, right? Look at this. The Timbers team getting blown up from the nade strap from Cease, High Sky, and Blake right here.
Is a lot of people, obviously, like we talked about it, nades not being their favorite way for a highlight, but they are massive. You wipe an entire team in a split second. It is massive for the tournament, as we now see Stretch, Saf, and Zayt take their high ground, and that is now 2 games from 2. We have seen the team that holds high ground at the start of first rotating or into second rotating wins the game. So that's what you have to keep your eyes on. Like you said, Bucky put up a really good fight here on low ground, firing from the outside in. Didn't have any of those white meds, unfortunately. Only had the shields. He pushed in onto ultimate low. That's another free limb, but Zayt holding the ultimate high gets knocked down, and they pick up the almost clean victory. If Zayt didn't fall there, that would have been all 3 alive to close it out, and you can't have a cleaner sweep than that in Trios Fortnite.
And not only that, Bucky had 6 elims as a team with Creo and his teammate right there. So that is not too bad for a 3rd place with 6 elims. That is actually at the top end of what you can pull there. Remember, those were pivotal moments. Your 8th place team getting taken out in the mid game right before first full moving. That's unfortunate. That's going to push them way down, because placement is what really matters this time around.
Yeah, and when you've got 3 brand new Intel NUC PCs on the line as well, the first place team might not be the highest average. So you can still pick up big bank even if you don't come first. But if you can pick up 4,000 USD and 3 PCs for coming first, this is the most ridiculous community event I've been involved in for a very long time.
I was going to say, that's right. Feel free to check out the panel section below the Twitch or the description if you're watching from YouTube on Team Chronic's channel. Those Ghost Canyon PCs, they're nice. They have some beautiful specs. I think they're about $2,500 worth of hardware. So the latest from Intel NUC Gaming Team coming out to you guys. Check it out. And it's compact, man. It's really nice.
Yeah, check out the giveaway. I mean, you guys have a chance to win it just by watching as well. !mark giveaway, or check out those panels. Make sure you enter. It's run through Gleam. It's going to be insane. I mean, I might chuck a cheeky little entry in there too if I'm allowed to. I think I'm allowed. Okay, sweet. I'm cool. I mean, we'll have to see how they play out right now, but we're looking at the bottom of that leaderboard now too. You said at least Tfue scope, some of those big teams are free, because I don't want to be your guys' socials if like Tfue's team or Zexro's team or something gets knocked out here on this ruling. That is what's going to shake it up. But I mean, there's teams in there, reverse 2K. There's some big names at the bottom. Grazka, they've been the biggest name since World Cup. We're talking about World Cup players possibly being knocked out 3 games into this tournament.
Listen, I'll say it right here to my mic, right? Someone's got to get taken out. Let's be honest, it's gonna happen. And if it's gonna be them, it's gonna be them. But right now, from what I remember at least, Reverse 2K Grass and Summer was at the bottom. So anything can happen. The reason we changed the initial ruling for the special rule was because of that reason. We thought that, all right, after 2 games, maybe the bottom team deserves a little more chance. Instead, we'll do 3 games, and then one team can get kind of taken out the competition. So with that, everyone still has a chance to make a swing back.
Yeah, and you got to argue as well. Obviously, Fortnite competitive especially has a bit of RNG, but 3 games. If you're the team that hasn't picked up a single elimination in 3 games, you've really got to change up your game style. You've got to do something big here. You need to at least drop on a team. All you need to do is wipe a single team. It's all you have to do right now, but I want to see how those end games play out, as Storm Surge right now is dictating these lobbies. The big teams that aren't up on Storm Surge are the ones that are struggling towards the end. We've now seen Dubs, Mega. They're not getting dropped on. They're really far from the edge of the map. They've got Fortilla. They have the Mythic Chug Jug. It's not helping them that much when they can't get their tags and they can't get their damage before zones start kicking in. So less players might alleviate some of that pressure and change up their gameplay. It's just going to be about adapting as this tournament unfolds, which is a really cool process.
That is the key to the special rule, right? As less players are in the competition in the lobby, there's more space for you to claim real estate, get comfortable, and play to your best game. Some players actually shine more in those kind of elitist lobbies. So we'll see as things kind of lighten up, as the load, as the pressure is alleviated, from their shoulders. We'll see kind of how that plays out. Regardless, though, guys, we are waiting for the leaderboards to be updated. They're almost here. Aussie, after that last game, I mean, that was my team to call. Zate, Sap, and Stretch. I was very, very keen on watching how Stretch was going to fit in. Stretch plays some beautiful defense. Let's talk about when Zate got grenaded and it looked like it was all over for that crew. He fired back without no hesitation, put immediate defense down. He recognized the situation almost flawlessly.
Yeah, best defense is a good offense sometimes, and you called it as well. Zate had that hit shockwave launcher too, so if he went down right there, as much as that's obviously a huge blow, one of your trio mates going down, that would have been massive. They would not have won that game. They would not have taken high ground. Everything would have been different. He instantly threw off that wall, RPG'd back, and yeah, that's what kept him in the game, and that's what you need. Stretch obviously been known as a phenomenal player for a long time now, stepping away from Bugha, branching out, but again, Bugha's still up there as well. They did phenomenally well that game. It's just the clash of titans in this tournament right now. It's huge.
That is true. I mean, we're seeing Bugha, Jamper, and Avery really step it up. They made a little bit of a wave in the previous game 1. Game 2 was definitely their big swing to be very much relevant as a trio in this competition. I think we're about a minute out to the standings, guys, so stay with us. I want to look at, over at the Twitch chat right now. Who do you guys want us to follow leading in? I saw that everyone was really keen on watching Chap the last time around. They lost the authority. Is there anyone else you really want us to follow? Let us know. I think I'm seeing some Clix in there, okay? Some Zexro, some more Bizzle. This is what we want to see. We're reading right alongside you guys. This is a community event.
Yeah, we want to see it as well. I mean, that's the best part about that. Again, thank you to Fortnite too as well for putting this on with the Spec client. It makes it so much easier. We can watch those teams that are in this, involved in here, in those engagements that aren't streaming as well. So thank you so much. This tournament is going to be crazy. I want to see it. Caddy Corners is breaking down. We have 3 huge teams around there. But we got to think, if they go down there, if Tfue can win the fight decisively and quickly, Zate might not have the opportunity to come through and clean that up. I can't help but have so much respect for how quickly Zate always adapts to every different situation, every different meta, different tournament. We've thrown a West contingent in here who's dropping Caddy Corners, which has changed everything. And of course, the one team that capitalizes on that straight away is Zate. He comes through, cleans it up, and picks up all the loot. I want to see how that one plays out, because if they don't get that Caddy Corner loot, I don't know what their rotate looks like. They picked up a lot from winning that. If they can't just come straight through and bully the team that's there, I want to see how they play this one out.
And that was the thing in game 1 when Wavy, Jacob, Reet, and Thomas won that drop. They left immediately. They didn't stay behind. I remember we saw them cutting through the waterways, and they crossed paths with whoever was alive from Misty at that point. So yes, you do have to change it up, but the standings are ready, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and dissect. Let's break it down. Aussie, take it with me from the top here.
Ooh, we have Zate, Sap, and Stretch coming out on top on 47. That is a huge point clearance. 14 on top of Bugha, Jamper, and Avery. That is such a big one. Kanata, Bucky, and Creo coming in consistency. They've had 2 good games now as well. They're just up there. We see Ved, Nani, and Ganzo, and then Kalazo, Tabs, and Grandma. So you've got 2 teams out of the open divisions in the top 5.
That's actually ridiculous here, and some new teams breaking their way up to the top. Unknown Army putting the squad on his back towards the tail end. We saw how many elims he had, charging up them shotguns and really following in with that second height hold all the way through. That's your top 8, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, no one is safe. If you get taken out this competition early, that's your placement, that's your positioning, quite literally gone. Here's your next page, though. Polarized. All right, I see that. Arab and D's up here, looking pretty strong in 9th.
They're looking good. Mega Assault Dubs, they're just kind of been around that edge as well. They're making it every game. It's so hard to see, again, Bizzle, Commandment, Clix, those teams that are making it to endgame in the first few games, just not picking up those points because they go down just right around that placement format. You start picking up those +3 points around that top 8 mark for trios, and that's kind of where they're going down. They just need to survive for a little bit longer.
I saw Eclipse, Acorn, and Jack in there as well, holding strong. Here's in 17th right now. We have Blake, Cease, and High Sky looking pretty good as well. 12 points. 11 points for Furious, Chaotic, and Paper. Furious, your FNCS Solos Invitational champion. Putting a lot of respect on his name. Is still running with the pack right now in the middle of the lead here. Can they make a big swing back? The team that probably is giving me the biggest question mark is Yunkow, Macwood, and Zexro. Do you think that because they no longer have Craigie Cliffs, the way they are initially kind of dominated in the previous kind of seasons, now they're forced out of their location? They're having a struggle down in Misty.
Yeah, they're struggling down in Misty, and the problem with those fights look like even if they conclusively win them, they have to win them with all 3 players alive and quickly because there's so many different people around Misty dropping on the mountains, dropping on those islands around them that they're really getting a lot of pressure. And the longer that fight takes, it grows for them. But we see our bottom here, Carson, Class, and Trashy on 0, and Grazgo and Reverse's team on 0 as well. That's big. They need some elims right now. And this tiebreaker, I believe, is going to come down to average placement at the bottom. So if they can both get equal elims, maybe they pick up an elim each. It's going to depend on who survives longer to not get dropped out of this tournament.
That's right. One more game, and then we find out who's going to be the first team taken out from the special rule. Before we get there, it's going to be a quick 60-second break to hear from Intel, our sponsor, and we'll be back in 60. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Intel NUC Elite Cup. I'm Monster D-Face, joined with Aussie Antics here today. What you just saw was those Ghost Canyon PCs. I think the giveaway is giving away not only the Ghost Canyon PC, but I think it has like a 2070 Ti in it with some crazy i9 up-to-date Intel hardware. Like, we got some goods here from the Intel NUC team.
Yeah, that's beefy PC. That'll get you some good frames, even in these kind of stacked end games. That's a very nice PC. The size of it, though, is what's killing me. Like, I can't believe how much space that saves. I have to, like, mount my PCs to walls and stuff. That thing just kind of sits real pretty and cute on the desk. It looks nice.
That's right. There is a lot on the line, guys. The next game is starting to get queued up here. We're gonna be jumping into game 3. That game 1 and 2 was very exciting. We're seeing the veterans step up to the plate here. Zayt and Saf, followed with Stretch. It looks like the battle bus is underway, and we're going to be throwing right into game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, of the Intel NUC Elite Cup here featuring Fortnite. Let's get it, Aussie.
Let's get it. I mean, we're focusing on that bottom, but that top, that gap is pretty massive. They're really stretching out there. You think when a 20 points is a win, they're like, you know, what was it, 14, 15 points clear? That is huge. Like, Bugha's going to have a massive game, and they're going to have a terrible game if anyone's overtake them for a while now. That's why I love these heavy placement formats. I know people kind of want it tighter at the top, but those consistent teams are being rewarded today. And Zayt, Saf, Stretch, they're going to be one of the most consistent teams out there. You'd have to imagine with their record of competitive Fortnite just being so illustrious.
And it's crazy, too, because I think they have a llama on their side. We'll see if they end up spotting that out. It's going to be just over this mountain right here. But yeah, this is their drop spot, and everyone knows that if you land back there and push in, that's a big play to make. But hold up, looks like Chap is already kicking things off. Edgy and AB this time around, they're gonna win the engagement. A little bit of the angry ears coming out of Chap right there. He's holding it too. Let's bleed out. Oh, the BM. Let's go. Can I get some ones in the chat if you're happy for Chap right there? Here's Tfue though, and Scoped and Innocence. They find one elimination, and now all of a sudden
2v2.
Exactly, it is a 2v2.
And there's so much. There's, like you saw, the talk about those consumables just sitting around on the ground. There's some ghost mushrooms. There's some big consumables there. Reet on the back foot, but Innocence only has the pistol up against Reet. Oh, I can't imagine that'll go too well, but he lands a clean headshot to open it up, and he goes down. The beautiful wraparound. Wavy Jacob was there to back up Reet. They pinched him right there. Tfue's on the high ground. Probably has the best weapons out of everyone in this game, but it's a 1v2 still at the end of the day, and it only has 6 builds left. Let's see if the old GOAT can do it. Can Tfue handle the heat against Wavy Jacob and Reet? Two of the youngest, best fraggers in the world right now, I'd have to say. Reet has this beautiful right-hand peek, using that henchman chest to his advantage, and they're just going to hold this angle together. Tfue does have that charged shotgun though, so he can knock one of them out very, very quickly. Maybe even pull off an old school throwback with a hunting rifle, maybe a quick little no scope. He needs to do something that big though to be able to win this one. As you see, Zate, Sap, and Stretch are just sniffing around the edges of this fight though.
That's right, and that's the major red flag there. Hearing the chug splashes go off, he's going to go ahead and retreat here. The Marauders, the henchmen that are standing guard, are going to be what's giving them a lot of the pressure now. He's going to try and teleport on out of here, so he's cutting across. He's in between all kinds of enemy territory, though. No one's safe right now, but hey, he's collected the reboot, so at least he's going to be able to get on out of here. The frustration's got to be high, but it's okay, because at least he has a few eliminations in his favor to not get him kicked out of the competition. He's not at the very bottom, not just yet.
Yeah, it's just crazy to be talking about a team of this high caliber about like not getting kicked out, right? Like this is really a big upset for Tfue, Innocence, and Scopes. They've been holding it down. Like you said, you're watching scrims. They were kind of, you know, having more issues with teams outside it, but that West contingent's really come and shaking things up. And I don't know how much love they're going to get for this one. I don't think Wavy Jacob, Thomas, and Reek care a whole bunch. They've been at the heart of a whole bunch of drama in competitive history in the past just because of how aggressive they are. They will full send it on people if they think that's their best course of action. And offering up caddy corners is probably their best course of action. But Zate, Saf, and Stretch, obviously, they must have seen the fight break out, knew it went a little bit faster than usual, because they don't look like they have eyes on it. They are not going anywhere near it this game.
Hey, that's how it goes right there. A little East versus West action happening here. I'm looking at the feed. I saw Cease fall to Arab already in the early game. So there goes Cease, who was in, I believe, 17th place. He was just on that second and third page there, right behind Arab, not too far. And all of a sudden now, one of them from that crew is at least taken out of the competition. Here's Carson, Trashy, and Class. This is what's on the line for them, the entire competition. If they get taken out, or Reverse Summoner and Grass can get taken out, that's it. They're eliminated from the comp.
It's the bottom team, but I just saw Reek go down to Casca in the feed, so that means that's one of those other sharks that's nearby. Not only are they dealing with Zate's team, they're also dealing with Casca's team now. But yeah, we're going to tune in with Sweaty Sands. This is one of your two bottom teams right now, sitting on 0 points. Carson, Trashy, and Class need to make something big and put that pressure on Reverse 2K and Grazka's team, because they're also down there as well on 0.
That's what matters. Remember this special rule that we have in play. This is the game 3 right here. This is the one that matters. That's going to determine who's going to be eliminated from the competition before we move into the next players that will be dropped from the game. Regardless, Clix, Bizzle, Commandment looking pretty strong. I see High Sky getting taken out by the Azers and Fernando right there in the feed. So all of a sudden, High Sky's out.
Yeah, I don't know. I see how that one plays down. We see these TSM players all split up across their different rosters now, kind of holding it down across different teams. They have some of the best players in the world. Some of the best teams here today as Zate picks up an elimination on Acorn. Not sure what team this is. This is outside retail, so maybe this is the kind of cleanup of the retail fight. Colazo is nowhere to be seen, so they must have got their way out of here quickly. And then Casca takes down Thomas. So that means Thomas and Reed have both been taken out now. So the West contingent is out of here. Illis picks up that confirmed elimination. They're scoping him down, and that's why they're going for that heavy charge shotgun shot, because they want to get maximum Storm Surge off that. Down targets, the extra damage still counts as Storm Surge. That's why you'll see a lot of people lining up a headshot snipe or something to do max damage to really get those tags, because Zayt and Saf, they've obviously been finding their Marauders, just what I'm guessing. We haven't watched their mid-game, but their Storm Surge, for how many limbs they've had, has been off the charts. So they're handling it well.
That's right, and that's why every engagement matters. How you handle those engagements more importantly. Here's your other team that's on the cusp of getting taken out of the competition. Grass
They
to
have
reverse.
an limb.
They do have an limb. Yes, that's a good thing to
So
point out. So they're not in the back of the
pressure's
pack.
on. Yeah, pressure's on. They have that 1 point, and that could be the difference. Carsten's team, if they go down now and they don't pick up an elimination, they are going to be out. I will mention again, the tiebreaker for this one is going to go down to average placements. So that last team, they need, if they have equal 1 elim each, but one of the teams goes down first, you instantly know which team is going to be booted from this competition after the first 3 games.
How it's going to play out. We have more action to follow, though. We'll keep hopping around the map. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get you guys all caught up on who won Authority, who's playing the other sections of the map. Will Jack and Acorn still survive? Here's Chap, Edgy, and AV, who did win the Authority, like we said. You guys can get a little glimpse here. They found a little pack of Marauders looking for them. Once again, we know that this plays a huge factor in how much Storm Surge you can find and pick up. Get you guys nice and comfortable and sorted.
It looks like they changed up their playstyle. I mean, they obviously went a little bit more aggressive. They know that that second game, I think, was a bit of a blunder. They took way too long on the fight, and they knew that even if they won it, they weren't really going to actually win. It was going to be a typical situation of winning the war, winning the battle, losing the war. And now this fight, they cleaned up much quicker. They've moved out of Authority quickly, gotten these Storm Surge tags, and this is what's going to shake it up. This is a big team, a big name that we haven't seen making that end game. And even if maybe it doesn't jump them up in the leaderboards, they're going to shake things up if they make it to the end here.
Listen, Chap may not be a good solo player, but we know you put him in that team-based game mode, and all of a sudden he can thrive and shine amongst the best of the best. Here's Zexro, Calc, and Macwood. They were just a few places off the back page. They have been struggling so far with the Misty Metals drop. I think we saw it coming into game 1, like 3 or 4 teams playing this area, not including whoever rotates in nice and late. So quite a tough spots to choose so far in the comp. It's been a struggle for them.
It's been a massive struggle, and Misty always has that, has a very standoffish vibe. It kind of reminds me of that old school Happy Hamlets, which is obviously, you know, playing straight into the strengths of these teams, of players who have been in comps since this very start, gone to World Cup like Zexro. But it's just, there's such hard engagements across the river. They can turn into big stalemates, but or if you close it out quickly, you just have so many people around you. And you mentioned it much earlier in the show today, a lot of these teams are opting to go to those drops that they're comfortable with, that are from the old map that they know, as they find a pack of Marauders here, which will be massive for their surge tags, as Bugha, Avery, and Jamper, a second place team, making their rotate along the water, just having to stay clear of a lot of these other teams. We saw Daxor and DGen right in front of them, probably hunting down this Marauder pack. It's crazy. That's what he wants. He's going to take storm damage to just try and get a few snipes off, as DGen sees this and blocks him off. So no, he is. He's letting him get the storm surge tags. He's willing to tank storm for this. It's that valuable.
It is that valuable indeed. So finding a little pack like this is a bit of a blessing and a curse, though, because they're drawing a lot of attention to them. You can see ICV is holding up that ramp over there, but Bugha is not giving him a proper line of sight. His team's already moving right behind him now. Avery and Jamper just close by. Remember, we saw them roughly 3rd place coming into the comp. So we're actually 2nd place. You can see right there. Currently in 2nd place, Avery is the glue of the team trio. He helped each teammate to 1st in the Duos Cash Cup recently. He has the best performance history of trios since the World Cup. So Avery is actually one of the powerhouse players, one of the more exciting players in this trio right here.
This is a big fight that's breaking. Anytime an exciting fight, it's a pretty weird zone for it. Again, anyone just kind of getting on any land mass they can. That also includes the boats, as we see a big 3v3 breaking out there. Commandment, Bizzle, and Clix on the edge now, pushing their way into retail. Have 6 stink nades in the back pocket of Clix. That's going to apply a lot of pressure endgame and really have that lobby manipulation they're going to need to try and get their way back in this. It's just so strange to see them make it and be such big names at the start of every first rotating zone, but then just fall short of those really big placement points.
That's right. As we're looking at Unknown Army, Mike and Prosecutor here cutting across. They're trying to make their way to the zone. We saw that zone looks like it's going way southeast right now, guys. So this is not really a favorable zone for the majority of the players that aren't playing, or that are playing the new areas of the map. All that water mass is pushing straight to land, so we might be seeing a very rare land mass game. We'll see if it ends up over there. Who's this in the back half, though? It's Slap who's going to get hit by the RPG, and now Taki's feeling that that's the green light to push on in. He's not going to find anything, though, as he's still on the hunt, very much moving around right now. They're fighting on one of these rigs just off in the water area by the drowned out grotto and docks over here. And no, he's going to walk into a shotgun right into the box. Can he find the one more? No, 75. He gets knocked out of the comp. The Slappin' follows up. A little bit of revenge for him. It's up to Strodel's Insane here to really clutch up here now.
This is a really interesting one because they have double rocket launcher. So this team could possibly go down here with double rockets, which is just such a powerful thing to have in the back pocket going into endgame to apply that pressure to height or from height. With rockets only being found from Marauders now, they're a lot more rare to get your hands on. And if you do, puts you in such a better position. Stratos gets shot in the back now, put down to 80. We've seen obviously the tax being nerfed quite heavily, so it's not unusual to see that 75 white tag that we saw the Taki hit and still went down, trying to phase in. Still has one back. Big pot in the back pocket, and we have 2 floppers and 2 chilies too. See if you can maybe find something out of this. Same. The pressure's going on him now. He's down to about 30 effective health. Chug Splash is coming out, only 30 tagged with the tack. There it is. I just talked about how nerfed those tacks now are. But then again, I think that was 3 tacks as we're going back into another fight now. The production team keeping us action to action. Unknown having a fight just here outside Lazy Lake. We saw how many limbs they picked up last game. Unknown's been one of the biggest, loudest pushes for the charged shotgun, being one of the best things to happen to this game now. He's been loving it. Let's see if he can put it to action here, though, as he's going to need a big tag to close this one out.
More importantly, they can take their time with this battle because they are just on the cusp of the free zone here. Now, finally, they all huddle up together. They use these Chug Splashes, being patient now and delivering the mini as well. This is going to allow Unknown to bounce right back into the competition. If there's anyone that you want to have confidence, it's Unknown Army, who is not afraid to jump into a box. He makes it look nice and easy. Here's a look at Tfue, innocent and scoped. He actually saved his teammates when he was off by himself.
No way!
Staying in the competition now. Once again, we know that they have about 4 points so far. And look at that! Big shot out to Rogue! Shark just up above. And now Tfue finds a little knock. He's gonna get tagged though, so he can't convert it.
Can't finish it up, and that's Hugs. He's been hit for white, so Scope goes down here as well. I mean, they're still shaking things up, though. Even if they go down here, good effort, never gave up. We counted them out. I'm happy to say I counted them out. I did not think that they had this back in them, but Tfue got away, and he has gotten the revive, which means he's now actually outlasted the West contingent. Unfortunately, that crash pad not really sending Tfue the way he wants to go, but Rogue Shark does get the revive here, but Tfue with the med kit, I think he wants to hold the pressure and see if he can get the knock and the finish as Zone pressures them, because he has the ability to out-heal, but no, Storm Surge comes out as that nade looks like it's in his box. It is 7 health, 5 health, 3 health, 1, and he goes down to the Storm Surge tick. Tfue, Scoped, and Innocence are out of here, but nothing but respect for Tfue. Didn't give up and almost got him back into this one.
What a stacked game to see Storm Surge happen with over 70 players remaining, showing you guys these guys are playing it tooth and nail to the very final moments. But back with Unknown Army. Again, pressure's on him, only 170 above. Guys, that is not that far from safety. He's got to be super careful here, as the next surge and everything else that comes forward is going to be a big issue. If you guys are unfamiliar with what surge is, Aussie, why don't you just break it down for everyone really quickly?
So basically, Storm Surge is kind of Fortnite's mechanism for making sure the lobbies do stay a little bit more under control. You don't just... it pretty much forces you to be a little bit aggressive. You've got to get that damage. If you're getting to a certain zone and there's too many people alive, Storm Surge will kick in, which means that your whole team will take 25 damage ticks every second until the player number drops low enough or until you do enough damage to no longer be the team that's done the least amount of damage. So simply put, it's just a way to control the size of the lobby. It means that you have to be looking for tags. You have to deal damage either to other players or Marauders. If Storm Surge hits you, we've seen how much damage it's done today. It's pretty much like an enemy constantly shooting you in the back while you're trying to fight other people.
You can see on the side here what's on the line for the players and the teams. At the bottom most, it's Carson, 32nd, Graska's team, Twexy's team, Myrzy, and Ghoul. These guys are all the ones that have the most pressure to perform right now or get kicked out of the competition come the conclusion of this round right here. We'll see who's going to be eliminated this time around.
See that Macwa's team still in it now, so they found a little bit of purchase now. Macwa's up there, and I love seeing that Chap, first game they make it to endgame, or first game since that first game, where they made it to endgame properly, getting further into there in such a good position. Up on the hill, they made it from Authority all the way deep into having that mountain spot and looking so pretty, as Unknown is going to have a cheeky little peek in here at what's left in the vault at Caddy Corners. Always worth doing on your rotate through. Chap with the hunting rifle, trying to put pressure out on Reverse 2K, one of those teams that is at the bottom. Summer Rae, Reverse 2K, and Graska. We just saw them at the second from the bottom on the list here. I haven't seen Carson in the feed, so if they're still up here, they're looking to put some pressure down. If they don't get an elim, if Carson's team does not get an elim, and they go out right now, they are the team that will be dropped out here.
That's right, as the dust is now settling here. You can see Unknown is still struggling here just to get to the safety. Remember, the zone's going to start ticking for a lot now. It's going to be a 5 tick come 1 second here. Let's see. And no, he's not going to get hit by the big damage. But he is going to be able to look back into the zone. He knows these guys are under some serious pressure. Unknown's got to defend for Mikey right now. He's got someone super close by. It's Timbers, Elige. And now, all of a sudden, no! Mikey and Prosecutor are under some serious fire from the team nearby. They let their guard down, and he gets taken out. And all of a sudden, Unknown is left with just Prosecutor, who doesn't have that much health at this moment right here. Can he tuck a RPG in? It's not going to be enough. It's not going to find anything. Big pot to be drank. He has to see if he can heal up now.
Sorry, Trashy and Class both get elims in the feed. That was your bottom team. That was Carson's teammates. They have 2 elims now, which, unless I'm mistaken, has put them above Reverse 2K's team. So you're looking for them in the feed again. Reverse 2K, Summer Rae, and Grazka. You need to see their names in the feed very soon, or this is going to be their last game of the tournament for today.
That's right. They're on the back end and talking about people on their heels. It's Unknown Army, who doesn't have any teammates, but still, don't count him out. He's fragging off. He's going to find Gonzo, your team or game 1 winners. You're in the Intel NUC Elite competition. And now, what is he going to do? He's looking for more action. He's trying to see what he can do. This other team's actually third-partying these guys over here. So Nani is over there getting shot from the other angle. Unknown can really take advantage of the situation. Yes, he is. He's going to grab some material in the process there. That player that I was talking about, it's Nani, who's behind the wall here. And in comes Explodes, and someone's going to actually find it. Who's it going to be here? It's Unknown's going to walk right in just in time. And no, I don't think he actually gets the conversion. Maybe he does. Yes, he does. Nani falls for him. And all of a sudden, he has to launch pad out. It's got to be quick, and it's going to be a low pad. And no, he gets beamed before he can touch down. Just like that, Unknown's out. But hey, he picked up a couple points in the process.
Here it is, the 2 points. It looks like it hasn't shown. Class's elim, maybe it was just a finish. Maybe it was wrong from the feed. I thought he got his own elimination here, but we see only 1 elim on Trashy, which means even more excitingly, they are tied with the Reverse 2K's team. So if neither of them pick up an elimination here, it's going to be who survives the longest. So that's all I'm looking for in the feed. I mean, we've talked about it a bunch today. This special rule, whether you love it or you hate it, as me observing this, it is making this so much more exciting. As I'm not just looking for the top, I'm constantly focusing on the bottom too. And the pressure is on them. Do they try and think, hey, let's see if we can get a cheeky elim right now, or are they just going to play their game and play it till end game? As Carson, Trashy, and Class look like they're in a really good position. And there it is. Oh, that's sorry, extra elim on Grazka. So they're 1 ahead. They have now got 1 elimination up on them too, but they are loot-wise not looking anywhere near as good. So let's see if they can get maybe more of those placement points, because they're going to start kicking in very, very soon.
Between Carson and Reverse's team right here, these 2 teams are fighting for their lives in the competition. Quite literally only a point difference maker. Whoever falls first is out. That's it. They get taken out of the competition. It's so close. It's tooth and nail here for these squads right here. This is another team that isn't doing too hot, but it's all right. They're still in the running here. Daxter, Degen, and Icy, who's kind of hanging out. They have half and half out with a launch pad, 4 splashes, and extra heals to go with the harpoon. That's such a strong loadout coming into half and half out, especially on a landmass with some high ground.
Yeah, they're set up on high ground as Clash just took down Macwood in the feeds. It's just going backwards and forwards between these teams, but at the top, this is a great position for Daxter to be in. And I'm pretty sure as they're now spraying down on Clix, Clix gets taken out by Lazar. He's only knocked though. Bizzle might be able to defend him. We saw last game how good Stretch could be on the defensive. Now can Bizzle try and save Clix here and pick him back up? Zayt picks up Commandment in the feed as well now, so it looks like Clix's team might be dropping here. Bizzle on the back foot down to 42 health. This is going to be one of those teams that we had so much high hopes for, but just really struggling today. Zayt picks up another elim. That's so big for them on top. As now the rotates come out, can Bizzle do something by himself? I mean, if anyone can, who doesn't remember the legendary World Cup qualifying with no weapons? Bizzle is a solo genius when it comes to surviving. We'll see if he can maybe pull that out here, as we have an insanely stacked game as Bugha now takes down AV in the feed.
And I mean, you got to give respects to the team right there. They had 6 elims already, 6 points on the board for them. So it's not a big donut, not by any means. They're very much in this competition, moving in the right direction every single time that they need to. Here's Reverse and Grazka. Like we said, they have 2 points on the board right now. They're only 2 points. Placement is so far away. They have to continue to stay in the running. We're looking at a potential Storm Surge coming in again this time around. We'll see, as Jamper is going to find Assault. So Bugha's team really turning up the gas pedal here. Someone's going to fall in the box. And no, it's going to be his team. My gosh. I thought for a second there 2 enemies landed on Reverse.
I mean, it wouldn't be for the worst right now. They've really got to pick up the pace here. He's only got one mini, one flopper. They need an impact frag very, very badly. Unfortunately, they can't see what we can see with the spec client, but Dubs probably was their best chance at that impact frag in front of them. They didn't see that. They're now going to make the rotate. Top 17 teams on your top right. Pay attention to that. We're about to start getting placement points. We've been focusing about how many limbs these teams can get, but obviously they can keep their way out of the bottom team off placement as well, and that's what it looks like Reverse wants to do here, making some clean rotates to secure those placements. As Carson goes down in the feed, Saf picks up Carson, so that team is now down one player. They're on the back foot. Those are the teams you're looking for right now. You're looking for Carson's team in the feed, and you're looking for Reverse. So you're looking for Class, Trashy, and Carson, or Reverse, Summer Rae, and Grazka right now. If any of those go down as a full team wipe, they are out of this tournament now.
And if I'm not mistaken, that team was 1,000 below the Storm Surge. Illis is going to convert onto Carson, so bye-bye to Carson. We'll see if they can continue to hold it out as Jack falls to ICIV here. But look at who has height. DGen, ICV, and Dax are here now, all making big plays. The Harpoon coming into full effect right there, pulling up the loot as well. And they're just looking to fire range on everyone right now. Reverse, Grazka, and Summer Rae not looking to count themselves out, not just yet. The pressure's still on. They're really looking to turn up right now. This is a monstrous game for them. Like we said, we still need teams to fall for placement points to be divvied out. Nothing's for free here. 1,000 below the Surge, and all of a sudden now, there it is. It's just all kinds of chaos here. They really have to get into the mix. He needs 1,000. Can he find some more? He needs healers. He needs to heal, or he's going to get tagged. Can he get it? And he is going to get it off just in time. It's now Jamper knocks, but no, it doesn't convert, Aussie.
But Trashy went down and Class is still alive. I think Class just got an elimination, which kept them inside placement points. Both these teams just got top 15. Summer Rae has 6 health. He needs to out-survive Class. Class just went down to Arab, so he might, if Summer Rae can hold on here until he gets one more set of placements, which I think he just did. He did. Top 12. I think Summer Rae's placements from top 12 just then, those 2 points should be the difference. Can he get any more to keep it a little bit more secure? I don't know what anyone says about this rule, but it has made the third game of a tournament feel like the last game. This has been so exciting as Summer Rae on 6 health is clutching on for dear life. 0 mats, 0 meds, has a launch pad, can't even place it, has to make this drop, has nowhere to go.
No.
He's on 6 health. He knows if he drops here, he's gonna fall. A bit of a death run. Can we see it? He's fighting his way down through builds. He survives the fall damage. Go Summer Rae. He's holding on for dear life. He's ducking, he's weaving, he's doing everything he can to survive here and keep his team in this tournament. He's picking up more placements. He goes down, but I think he also just secured the top 10 placements as well. Oh my god.
The true hero for his team, Reverse, and his squad managed to stay in the competition, all due to the sneaky plays from Summer Rae. Well played here. But we're tuning back now, back to the real action, back to the players who can realistically take this tournament, this competition, another game right now, back to back. Will we see it? Stretch, who's in the mid ground, second height right now. So Daxter, DGen, and ICIV are putting some serious pressure down. And look, he's gonna fall. That's some serious fall damage. No, that's gonna be huge for them. And now they lose one player. Do they have enough mats? DGen doesn't have any mats here, Aussie.
He doesn't have any mats. He's on the high ground now. Colazo tabs. Colazo's still trying to lead them to victory right now. He's doing so well out of that open contingent. As you see, Stretch, Saf, and Zate now on the ultimate low. The shotgun comes out. Tack proving advantageous over the charge shotgun here as he's just dropping shots. Can't get the finish though. It's up to Zate now. Zate is down here as well. Icy, no, Icy, DGen down. Rocket. Zate gets the double rocket, and that's what takes it out. DGen, Icy win this one in style. Threats was still alive there at the end. Threats picked up an elim, and he was in that bottom 5 teams as well. So this bottom of the leaderboard is going to be so tight. We talked so much about Grazka's team, but there was other teams in that elimination too. So I don't know how that one played out, Monster. It's insane at the top. It's insane at the bottom. Man, this is exciting.
Listen, Zate nearly clutched up solo in the storm zone right there. He was actually one of the last players alive firing in, and the storm ticked over before he needed the last shot to take quick care of DGen right there. That was a tight and crazy ending. The moment he fell off a height, I thought that squad was over. I thought ICIV's team was out of the competition, I swear.
That was an exciting finish. We're focusing on both sides. I've just been told from the back end as well, those Threats just had a ridiculous low ground, mid ground clutch, which maybe got him enough points to jump above those teams as well, so they're not the last one thrown out. But again, that invincibility, that invulnerability, that 1 second delay was the difference between their team potentially losing there. That was nuts.
Let's jump into the Intel plays of the match, though, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're tuned in from home, let's just give another shout out to Reverse 2K and his crew, Summer Rain Grass, for staying alive somehow, some way. Oh my gosh, that was one of the most exciting things that I've ever seen for a team at the bottom of the leaderboard. And that was the entertainment factor we was hoping that would bring.
I mean, yeah, I'm a fan of it now. I don't care if that's going to call me a bit of hate. That was so much more exciting. We're seeing one player try and just death run, jump around the map to keep himself alive, to keep his team in this, and I think it would have been enough. Here we see Reverse. This flopper as well just kept him alive long enough to help Summer Rae a little bit, back it up, and then he almost gets stealing on Jamper, which could have been the extra point too, as now we see Summer Rae just fighting his way down, trying to get back into this one. Look at the duck, the weave. Ooh. I think an extra meter or a few feet for you American viewers, that would have easily been enough to take him out. And then we see Stretch, Saf, and Zayt playing so consistently today. We have to assume they're still at the top, right, Monster?
Absolutely, absolutely. Especially with Stretch jumping down right here, finding a quick heal, and that's going to be, look at this. There's only 3 teams in the scene right here when that player falls, and now in the final moment. So basically, Colazo, I think, gets a 2nd place because he manages to overcome Stretch with the final tags right there. But Zayt's team still pulls another top 3. Placement is so hefty up there. I think the Victory Royale is worth 20. Coming in 2nd is worth about 14 to 16 points or something like that. So being that high up, that's huge.
It is huge, and I mean, I don't want to curse them. I hope Colazo can keep it here. I finally picked a winner who's actually doing well, maybe, but in the open finals, they dropped off the pace. I want to see them keep consistent and see if they can pull it off here. They had 2 wins in the first 3 games in the open 6-round finals, dropped off the pace a little bit and came 2nd. They've got to keep it up. This is an 8-round tournament. It is going to be a battle of attrition. It's going to be a mental battle too. Teams focusing on trying to stay out of the bottom, get to the top. It's a crazy, exciting tournament.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to answer some questions here for the community members in the chat. What's up, guys? It's Monster D-Face here. Aussie Antics on the mic. We're having fun. Again, us here at the practice server in collaboration with Team Chronic. I really hope you guys are enjoying everything we're delivering on behalf of the Intel NUC team. Don't forget, there's a giveaway in the chat going on for some beautiful Ghost Canyon PCs. Check it out. Click the link. Support the people that support us. You know, it wouldn't be possible without the community support. So this has been a blast so far. And thank you guys again for all tuning in. Yeah, that's right. We're seeing the love, man. There was a question though. You guys are asking how many teams get knocked out. So by the end of by the time game 5 comes around, 6 teams will be eliminated from the competition. So that right there, when we see the leaderboard, whoever's at the bottom, they're out. Then next game, another 2 teams at the bottom are going to be out the competition. So there's going to be more on the line for who's going to be potentially eliminated. And then we're going to throw to a quick break. And when we get back, Game 5 will determine the next 3 teams that get kicked out of the competition. So 6 total teams. One's already pretty much out the door. I think we soft confirmed it. We'll see, though. Yeah. We'll let the leaderboard speak in just a bit.
I think it was, I mean, we were trying to focus on the names we were. This is like the end of a tournament, but it's so crazy because at the top of a leaderboard, sometimes it's quite spread out, right? Someone could be quite in an advantageous position like we see right now with Saf and Zay, but the bottom is always pretty tight. If you have 2 rough games with no points, there's at least 4 to 5 teams that are normally on like 0 to 3 points. That's what's making it so exciting because we're trying to compensate on 3 teams going head to head, every elim counting, every single placement threshold counting. And again, guys, we know you want the leaderboard. We want it as well. It's going to be a few more minutes and we're going to try and get it to you and we'll see who is at the top and most importantly as well, who is at the bottom. But keep your eye on that average place. We've talked about the prize pool today. First place is going to take home $4,200, but the team with the highest average placement doesn't necessarily have to win. It's going to take home 3 brand new Intel NUC PCs. That is massive. So you could be the 2nd or 3rd place team and technically net yourself a chunkier prize pool than the team in first.
That's right. Those Ghost Canyon PCs are great. Again, the panel down below and description here can help you guys also enter into the giveaway if you want to win one yourself. They have some insane specs, great graphics cards, and the top of the line, up-to-date i9 processors and whatnot. So seriously, guys, it's a bargain. Get in it. Check out the tweet. It's on the practice server channel. You won't regret it, especially if you end up winning. Let me tell you, it's going to be a nice little win for yourself right here. I see the chat blowing up though, guys. Thank you guys so very much. This is awesome, man. This is the return of the Elite Cup for the practice server. We did the solo competition the first time. We've already blown the numbers out of the water for that one for today. So the hype has been real. Thank you to Intel, NUC, and the gaming team stepping into the competition, believing in the practice server alongside Chronic as well, helping us bring in these invitees, right? Because we did something different, honestly. We allowed Chronic to put together a list of players and draft them into the competition, into the finals, and then practice server brought some of the best as well. This is where kind of the mesh is all happening. Then we have the opens, right, where anyone can enter and play.
Yeah, and they picked some big names too. And I'm just looking as well, now that I think about it, it was the Chronic invitees that are going toe-to-toe at Caddy Corner right now. So we got Tfue, Scope, biggest names in the business, going up against that West contingent. They're invited in by Chronic, unless I'm mistaken. So a little bit of upsets there. Maybe we'll see how it goes.
That's right. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw to a quick word from our sponsor. 60-second break. When we get back, we will have those leaderboards. So here we have it. Enjoy the Intel commercial. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so very much for being here and tuning in to the Intel NUC Elite Cup. I'm Monster D-Face, and here joining me is Aussie Antics. Aussie, you just said it in the private chat. It feels like we're commentating a finals, and it's only game 3.
Yeah, it's crazy. The special rule just means, like I said, it's so much tighter at the bottom. Like, I haven't got this excited 3 rounds into an 8-round tournament in the longest time. And that's what the competitive community's been trying to do. How do you make these tournaments exciting right to the very end or right the way through when someone at the top kind of just jumps ahead, right? Like, you had that Bugha moment during World Cup solos where I remember iconically in the final game, it was like only a quarter of the way in. He's sitting there smiling, like knowing he's won. And while that's so exciting, I just love seeing these teams scrap it out at the very bottom to just claw their chance back in. I know a few people, when you guys announced this rule, were like, what about, like, you know, moments like Aqua and Nyrox in World Cup? They went from bottom to top, but that makes it even more exciting. You know, these teams that hold in there can have a chance to still go on and win in this placement heavy format. They've got 5 more games to do it today.
And that's exactly why I want to thank you guys for being vocal about how you guys felt, because initially we had a different kind of style that we were going to execute this rule on. But because of you guys speaking up and, you know, helping us kind of find a better format, hey, we decided to change it. That's the beauty of, you know, being in charge of the production. We get to decide, you know, all right, let's try something different. This is what we do for the community. And hopefully there's going to be much more opportunities, you know, moving forwards with Intel NUC and all the other kind of people we're in conversations with. So don't worry, guys. A lot of fun stuff coming from the practice server for y'all. I know you guys want the leaderboard. I'm going to be asking the boys in the back, are they ready yet or almost ready? I need to know, because I want to see, first off, who's at the top right now. We know it's got to be Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. They were in the end game right there. Obviously, we have some newcomers taking the Victory Royale, right? Dijon, ICV, and his crew coming right on up, sneaking their way up. Is Bugha and Jamper still up there? We saw them get some elims, so I think we're going to see a little bit of a shakeup up there.
I think it might be Colazo Tabs at that moment. I think them and Grandma 30, I think they might have jumped up in a second. They were 5th, I think, and they were really, really close to the top. It was like you had Saf, Zayt, and Stretch out the front by like 15 points, but then from that 2nd to 5th was really tight. So I think that 2nd place might be enough of a difference for them. But going back to you guys as well, obviously Monster D-Face running this show as well, being heavily involved in it, singing their praises, but thank you guys. From the community, again, we have to say thank you to you guys. I'm from the outside. I've been invited in. Thank you for the opportunity to commentate. But from someone who wasn't involved in the decision-making, I'm loving today's event. You guys are doing so much work here, and it's so insane to see this kind of prize pool being put on by a third-party person and then getting Fortnite involved as well with the spec mode and everything. It's so cool to see. We've seen so many. We've seen the Lockie tournament now. We've seen the Amar, the Mr. Savage Cup. Just honestly, there's so much exciting stuff happening in Fortnite, and a lot of it is due to these kind of people putting on these third-party shows.
Hey, that's right, and we want to continue to be at the spearhead of it, you know, running all the competition. Thank you to everyone that plays in our open scrims tracks as well. It's what brings this all kind of together here today. But again, guys, I know the leaderboard, we see you guys ringing. Again, if you're tuning in as well from the YouTube Chronic channel, I think it's their first ever live stream from YouTube Chronic's channel. So, hey guys, hashtag grind for Chronic. We know how y'all do. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool bringing together all these forces. So we appreciate y'all believing in the practice server again, making it all possible. those plays of the day, though, we've already seen things kind of unfold. It's been insane. Summer staying alive just barely. Tfue kind of on a thread right there at the end. But lucky for him, he did manage to find some points. He's still going to be on death's door, basically, moving forwards in the competition because, again, after we cross off the team right now, there's still going to be 2 more teams on the line. So whoever's at the bottom there, they're still not safe. They may have gotten away with it this time, but they're still not fully safe. So what I will say, a team like Reverse and Graska, they probably cut away from the competition. They're, I would say, no longer on that last page. The fact that Reverse's Elim on Jamper converted because Summer Ray was alive just long enough, that means that with the placement points and the Elims combined, they're probably well off that back page.
Yeah, definitely. And that's where you want to be, right? They don't want to be at the very bottom. They want to start getting up there to avoid the more eliminations the next few games. And it looks like the leaderboard is ready. We get to run it, see who's at the top, and see who is finally at the bottom.
All right, yeah, see, here's what we wanted, Aussie. What's this? We got the team. Okay, so it's the single team of the squad in the lead here. Zate's team in first, 69 points, holding so strong. Colazo, you said it. He was going to be somewhere up there. You guys can see it. He's in second right now. As you can see, DGen squad in third.
We got Bugha's squad in fourth as well. Lazar smacked. Ved, again, another team from the Opens as well. So we still have 2 teams from the Opens in the top 10. That is huge. Canada coming back with Bucky and Creo. Had a bumpy path in the last couple months, took their 2-month break, and now they're back in a big way in the top 8 as we're making our way through this leaderboard to see who's now towards the bottom. And again, we got to start paying attention, not just at the first page and obviously the last page. That midsection is going to shake up with 6 teams going home towards the end as we see Acorn, Bizzle, again, still in that 11th place. They're finding themselves getting right to that end game and then just falling short every time.
I mean, that's still huge, though. Bizzle, Clix, and Commandment can very much, pull a victory royale. We know they can. And being in 11th, they're still in this competition to break through that top 10. Top 10 is where the prizing kind of happens, guys. And since we're halfway through the competition, Game 4 is up next. This is that pivotal moment for anyone to really step up and get on the gas pedal before we cut to a break, where that's where some people, you get the halftime speech going on, right? So that's where we'll see where the real champions are, who can really step up. Another name that's standing out to me here, Furious, or FNCS Solo Invitational winner in 20th. Not too bad, right? As a solo champ coming into a team-based game mode, I think it's a little more limelight on him now. He's doing pretty good.
Yeah, and like I said, that was one of those teams that did really well. They won their heat, and they only just slipped in the Opens finals, though, as well as we saw the team at the bottom there. We saw Summer Ray's teams jumping up onto that extra page, like you said. So now we have it here. Carson did jump up as well. They got out of there. Tuxie did as well. Wavy Jacob, Reed's team, we've talked about him causing issues, but look at them. They're side by side. Wavy Jacob and Scope's team, which is obviously Tfue as well. The West contingent, Caddy Corners, not working well for either of them. They're both on the back page, and they're in that range to be dropped out as 6 teams are going to be dropped out by the end of today's tournament. So it's not just about those bottom few anymore. It's about this whole last page.
And there it is, your bottom teams that are scratched off of the competition right there. They're out. That's it. The next 2 up. And I did miss who's pretty much next on the hot frying pan, but we'll find out as the next games are going to be blowing up just here soon. Game 4 is about to be underway, ladies and gentlemen. Are you guys ready? Is what I need to know. So I'm looking at the chat right now. I see everyone kind of hyping it up. I see that you guys are talking about Scopes, Tfue and Innocence team in 27th place. We see it. Those are the teams that are, just about there.
And that's the thing with these rules. They don't care about Cloud. I want to see Tfue make this tournament. I want to see how they go. But if they don't perform, they're going home. They have to sit on the sidelines and watch. It's just how it works. They've got to perform here today. And it is rough knowing it for them going in future tournaments that obviously the team that's causing them so much drama, a West contingent, probably won't be causing that issue in the Cash Cups. But they've still got to figure out what they're going to do if they're contested. And I want to see if either of them leave. Do you think one of these teams is going to leave, or are they still dropping there and they're just going to keep butting heads until maybe one of them gets dropped out? And then they make a big run in the final 3 games with Caddy Corners. If they can make it, they could have a good chance at this.
That's what I was gonna say right there, right? Is that can they step it up? It's all a mental game. I think a big part of the Fortnite kind of ecosystem is about mentality, right? And just being a competitive player in general. There's so much stresses that come in. And today's competition, 8 games is a lot. We had some pros in private talking about, yo, man, I don't know about 8 games practice server. Come on, Monster, change it up. And I'm like, listen, 6 games is too short for the way we're trying to, basically drop teams from the comp. We need a little more, so 8 games. Maybe next time we'll do a 2-day competition. Maybe we'll do 5 and 5. you know, we want that feedback. Hit us up at Practice Server. You know, of course, check out Team Chronic. Thank you guys again for being all a part of this. But regardless of what, we want to know. We want to know more. We definitely want to know more. And like we said, these games are going to be going crazy just shortly.
Yeah, you got to run it to know as well, and that's why it's awesome to test these things out when you have that direct control, where you guys said that you changed the ruling overnight because you got good community feedback, guys. Give the feedback at the end of this. Was 8 too much? Do you like the 8 format? That's the kind of stuff that's going to help Monster and these guys run better tournaments in the future. So far, I'm loving the special rule. I'm going to be stepping out for the final 4 games. I got one more game, and Shio's going to step in, but you know I'm going to be watching and paying attention because I want to see how this rule plays out right to the very end. Do the last games get even more stacked, like we said, by taking teams out? Because then everyone gets more loot, everyone gets more breathing room, and they get to that end game just that little bit healthier to keep them through. That's
right. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking from word in the back if we need a 5-minute break time just in case to get the next games queued up, because I think we had to kind of rerun a lobby and whatnot. So instead of keeping you guys here on your edge, I'm going to get word just shortly here from the back of whether or not we need to kind of delay for a little bit, or if we're going to continue and just power on through and get into this game. Can I get official wording on that one just here shortly? I think the lobby was just resetting, so it might be ready soon. Let's see.
Okay, I'm pretty sure most of the people in the Fortnite world are used to this one as well. You know, we're using a lot of third-party stuff here, getting these games running, third-party scoring system. We'll see these tournaments. The fact that we can put them on at all with Fortnite's help is incredible. We got Spec Client there. There's always those little kind of hiccups, but we're handling it well. Prac server is doing their best out here. And at the same time, guys, it's not so bad. I know we like talking. Me, Monster, we're commentators. Love the sounds of our own voice. We want to get into the games as well, so we'll run a break if we can, but we'll see.
Gotcha. No, it looks like we are getting word that the games are spinning up, so don't worry. We're about there, ladies and gentlemen. So okay, I want to know once again, as we asked before, who exactly do we want to see kind of coming in hot? Where is it that we're going to be jumping into this time around? We saw Chap pretty much, you know, come up strong on the authority that time around. Game 2 was a little bit of a struggle. They were pinned down, but Game 3 they came out very strong. Clix, Bizzle, and Commandments team, they're kind of there. They're middling in 11th place right now. Or do we want to follow our champs, right? We got Zate, Sack, and Stretch really breaking away here in this trios competition, taking away. I think they have a 20-point lead so far over the rest of the competition. That's a full victory royale, essentially.
That is a full victory royale on top of everyone else.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we are going to throw to a quick break here. When we return, we'll have those games fired up and ready. Like I said, wanted to make sure. So we'll see you guys shortly. Thank you guys for tuning in. Be patient. We'll be back soon.
Let's go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Like we said, a quick short break. Give you guys some time to gather your resources, get ready to jump off this battle bus. The games are ready. Game number 4 is just about underway. Thank you guys for being so patient. Appreciate you guys giving us a piece of your, your afternoon, your evening this Saturday here. We're hopping in very, very shortly. It's Monster D Faces, Aussie Antics, excuse me. Tongue-tied here as I'm drinking all this water and stuff, trying to get caught up.
That's right. I mean, like I said, I always get the RC anyway. It's fine. As we see NUC getting taken out, I think this might be one of our last place teams, isn't it? They changed it up. NUC is still struggling here at Authority. I think they're down the bottom too. If Chap's about to wipe them here, if he takes this team out, unless I'm mistaken, this might be the team that now gets eliminated. I think it's impossible for them to come back. I might need confirmation from the back end, but Chap may have just secured their drop for the rest of this tournament at the halfway mark by literally taking the team out that has been contesting them. As I'm pretty sure as well, during that break, I was just checking Twitter and stuff, Zexo posted that the team that was contesting them at Misty is the team that just got dropped. So this tournament's about to get shaken up a lot as Reet goes down now here, as they trade ways, and Wavy Jacob comes up, gets taken out. So it looks like it's now Scoped. It's going to be Scoped versus Thomas here. The 1v1, the controller gods. Who is the better controller player? Scope gets the finish on Reet to get that little bit of siphon, has the charged shotgun, has the hunting rifle, but Thomas is pushing forward. He's playing aggressively, but he's got the Marauders. He's got the henchmen from Caddy Corners. He's got Kit's minions putting some serious pressure down on Scoped as Thomas just sits above. He's wrapping behind it. Here it comes. Charged shotgun versus Tack, which is better. It is. Scopes has to reload the charged shotgun, and that is the difference. Tack comes out on top in this situation, and Thomas wins the fight for Caddy Corner for the West contingent.
So close, so unfortunate. And look at the arrows coming in. You know that Zate, Saf, and Stretch there just nearby. They do not have any shields here, so you got to be careful. No, actually, it's the other team. It's the team that lands Weather Station. So it looks like Thomas is not going to be safe by any means. They're hovering over there. And remember, Zate, Saf, and Stretcher are your first place teams. And I just want to go back to the special rule format that we're working around here. Remember that if you are wondering why there's less players in the competition, teams are being dropped straight out for not performing at this point. And this game, there's no different. There's going to be more teams on the line getting taken out, and that's what we were talking about from when Chap winning the Authority is such a big deal. But here, the reboot is going to happen. Reed's going to be able to escape just barely before getting met with all these shots here. And this Casker, Illis, and Schmack, who came out of the open quals as your #1 team, just barely 1 point above Colazo and crew here. They're pushing. They're not going to let these guys get away. This should be a free 3 points right now.
This is why Caddy Corner is just not going to work as a drop spot unless you get it uncontested. Just no matter how good you are, you can't close it out fast enough where this isn't just going to happen to you every single time. Illist, Smacked, and Casca looking to try and just take all the loot from this one. Thomas, he did get the revive after winning, gets the 146, the big heavy green charge shotgun shot, has that beautiful right hand peek showing how this gun's fitting into the current meta with just those angle control as Wavy Jacob is now left by himself on the back foot here. Putting some pressure on Smack though, takes him down. Never mind, this isn't as free of a 3 points as we probably both thought here, Monster. Casca now has to close this one out. I don't think even Wavy's good enough to win this one, but he did enough to take him out, and that reboot van hasn't been fully charged up yet. Let's see if Zate's team pushes in. I think they are. Zate and Saf, they now want a taste of this one. They're going to push in and see if they can get their hands on the Mythic. No, Casca's going to run away with it, as I think Illist picked up Smack's card, and they're going to try and reboot somewhere else. Perfect awareness, as Zate is definitely pushing in on that one.
That was a great read, like you said. Beautiful awareness to recognize, hey, we're in big danger here. Let's get on out. And that's why they're going to cut out of this Caddy's corner. And like you said, if you don't get it to yourself, if it's not uncontested, that's going to be the big struggle indeed here. And Zate, Saf, and Stretch in first place, 20 points, guys, ahead of the competition now. Are sitting comfortable to go ahead and farm this place and just pretty much get situated, right? Like, they can gather their material, they can find any leftovers here. Pretty much, look at the Storm Surge, right? We're not even talking about, oh, that's playing a factor right now. So they're going to be A-okay coming into this competition right now. They very well can just break away with the lead and possibly take this comp.
Yeah, they're going to have this lead. They're definitely still playing aggressive, though. They're not just resting on the fact they're in first place by a good chunk. They saw how scrappy that fight got. Definitely eyes on the feed. This is the top level of competitive Fortnite and NA. These guys verse each other day in, day out. They know everyone. They know what their skins are. They know what they're doing. Zay would have seen in the feed that Wavy Jacob managed to pick up the elimination on one of them, saw the opportunity to have a 3v2 after a cleanup scrap fight, but they just close it out in time and get out. Wavy Jacob, this West contingent is causing all kind of troubles for these teams.
That's right, and yes, Chap with 3 elims, kind of massive for the big brain himself, but here's Colazo, Tabs, and Grandma. Like we said, they've been holding his top 5 so strong throughout this competition here, rotating back to Retail Row now to try and get sorted up here, kind of coop with one another. Their shields are not looking too good right now. And yes, lucky for him, at least there's a big pot here to spare. Seems like they might have been tagged up or something along the way. Maybe some Marauders.
Yeah. Maybe some Marauders. That is the main thing about this drop. And like I said, not known by a lot of people. Kalazo, obviously been in the competitive scene since the start of Comp Fortnite, has been dropping retail in every single season of every single chapter of competitive Fortnite. He knows this drop so well, as Clix is rocking Renegade Raider.
Is that the new one?
Did we miss this? Is this the new one? Did we miss this? Are we about to turn into one of those YouTube channels? We have the Renegade Raider skin here on the screen. The new variant being rocked by Clix, and it's looking nice. I like it. Sorry. Even Comp Fortnite, I know Comp Fortnite skins, who cares? But that's pretty clean looking skin.
Yeah, that's nice, man. I mean, everyone was hinting at the reskin, the revamp. I mean, it is 7:20 here, Central, your boys in Texas.
Yeah.
That means the shop has been updated about 20 minutes ago. Very nicely done. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, plug in your favorite creators' codes. All right, just do it. We're gonna buy this bad boy right here. But back into the competition now. Yes, it looks like we are gonna be seeing a lot of that new skin right here.
Renegade Raiders. We're gonna see a lot of them running around flexing it. Like I said, they know each other's skins. Not anymore. We're gonna see a whole bunch of bands of Renegade Raiders running around the map. But we see DGen here with a decent loadout. They've obviously taken down quite a few packs of Marauders, as they have 6 stink nades and the rocket launcher, which you can only get from the Marauders. Let's see if Macwood was correct in being uncontested. Maybe they. I think we have to be correct. The team that got dropped was dropping Misty, Zexro, Macwood, and Calc now have this to themselves. Can they make a run back in the final 4 games of this tournament? Now they have it to themselves.
Hey, for everyone spamming codes in the chat, don't forget you can use code practice server, ladies and gentlemen. That can help us, you know, continue to fund up these tournament processes and put resources into everything it takes to deliver these shows for the community. Just something to think about as you are plugging in your content creators. You can use the practice server as well, but regardless of what, here's Zate, Sap, and Stretch with a beautiful rotate, honestly, just kind of cutting down. This is a late rotate, though, if you think about it. They're going to be crossing paths with Illis and crew. Casker, Schmeck, who's just up above. I think I saw Gonzo off in the side there. Gonzo and his team took that first game victory with good fashion, high ground, and RPGs.
Now, first time we've seen this as well, something changed in the new meta. What do you think about the weather changes, Monster, as well? Like how dark the map is right now. Like I see a lot of people talking about, you know, digital vibrancy changes, those colorblind tweaking their brightness to try and just get a bit more visibility. This is when those like darker skins do really come into their own. As we see Arab get taken down in the feed by Prosecutor, and he gets finished off by Creo as well. Team that's been performing pretty well here, just outside top 10. We talked about that that content creator. He's been doing pretty damn well in these team game modes. Feel like he's kind of following in the footsteps of, we talked about the team that he griefed, Chap, earlier, kind of maybe learning from the Liquid Boys, putting on his IGL, his big brain cap, but he goes down here, unfortunately, as Bucky, Creo, and Kanata set up for the nade strat. Let's see if they can land it. This would be massive. Do they take down Polarized as well as Arab? No, the nades land around all those players, but none of them connect. That's
right, and take a look here. Once again, we have Prodigy Analytics working hard for us, giving us these nice stats. These and Isiv, Game 3 winners with Daxter have been teammates since FNCS trios, despite limited success in FNCSs. Their fixtures at the top of Kashka's leaderboards with several firsts between them. Pretty nicely done. And something to mention as well with Creo, Kanata, and Bucky. Guys, they have been in top 10 this whole time. They've just been just under the radar at top 8 positioning for Creo, Kanata, and Bucky. And that's something to think about. They're in 8th right now, so they're a very much relevant team in this competition so far.
And an 8-round tournament, like there's plenty of time to come back for this one if they perform, as we now tune in with Colazo, Grandma, and Tabs taking some shots at a team that hasn't been rotating in front of them because they've been going down on spawn every time. And that's how, again, these people getting knocked out with the special rule are going to change up the whole tournament, not just at the start, not just on drop spawns. It's going to be a butterfly effect. It's going to ripple out, and now Colazo's rotate is that little bit slower because there's now a very, very good team in front of them that hasn't been there in the previous games because they've been taken out on spawn.
That's exactly how it's been happening here. So we're looking at Grandma continue to rotate. And remember, they're right behind Zexro and Calc, like you kind of mentioned. They are somewhere down the food chain. I'm trying to get word who's on the edge right now for getting taken out of the competition. Quite honestly, if you think about it, after this game, another 2 teams are going to get taken out. Yes, and we saw how exciting the previous one was. So let's give them a couple minutes here to see if we can get the POVs of the teams that might just be on the way out of the comp.
Creo's now up here on the high ground looking for those Storm Surge tags. We see AV and Chap and Edgy trying to make their way through. There's so many newly formed trios that are just filled with so many phenomenal players. I feel like a lot of East players really gelled together, squashed some previous beef, and they're creating some good teams. We've seen how much those really like dynamic, famous duos can go when they add a solid trio. Like we're looking at Mr. Savage, Benji Fishy absolutely dominating EU, picking up Leshy, and it's just so incredible to see. And NA East the same. We're seeing teams like Saf and Zayt pick up huge names like Stretch, and look, having a similar effect. It's just having that team chemistry between an established duo and then adding in a good third that complements them is a big difference. As we see Carson pushing up now, one of those teams that is definitely still at the bottom of that leaderboard. Had a good last game, but is still going to be around there. So is Tuxie. I remember seeing is it Tuxie or Twexie around the bottom as well. So that's two teams that I know are in the risk of getting knocked out, still alive here, maybe playing a little bit aggressive, trying to get those elims as Class is out here.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, this is one of the teams that is most definitely in the bottom four somewhere. Prodigy Analytics is going to be putting together a quick list for us so we can show you guys who exactly might be getting taken out and how much is on the line. So we already know that Class is out of this game. This is not looking too good for this team as all, just look at the map, guys. Look how many teams are converging into Holly Hedges. This is becoming the hottest spot to be, the hottest piece of real estate right now on the map.
Yeah, there's a lot of people at Holly. We've got some people on the boat to the north as well. It's a decent little drop. Got some shield barrels there, and they're going to make their rotate. Can't see any of the geysers around here. I know there's some just outside of our map POV right now, but again, worth noting, Carson 84 below on the Storm Surge. With only a duo alive, they've got plenty of meds, but you don't want to be eating those meds into Storm Surge if you're risking getting kicked out of the tournament entirely. As Clix finding an angle on Cease, two World Cup players here staring at each other straight down the barrel, as Commandment, Bizzle, and Clix always in such a dominant position on the map.
Look at, they had that Storm Surge working against them, and now they're trying to get on in. No, the third party's going to come in. He's going to get beamed. He does have 6 splashes, though, so he should be okay to bounce back here shortly. Lucky for him, he's going to be able to throw these down before the storm's going to happen in 30 seconds. But he's got so much focus in on him, and he's left Trashy up above by himself. Acorn and Jack are actually the ones putting the pressure down with Eclipse just nearby, and no, now the grenades are coming in. Everyone wants a piece of this action right here. This might be the end for Carson, Trashy, and Class. We will find out. It's only Trashy who's left by himself in a metal box. Very limited material here, Ozzy. I think it's all over the pre-edited wall. The pizza comes out, and there, he's gone.
The pizza slice comes out, and I mean, I don't think it would have mattered there. I don't think anything was going to hold that off there. It's one of the situations where you can hear the kind of coffin dance meme music playing in the background. You just know it's kind of closing out for them. As Stretch getting some nades off, just wanting to get some quick nades for rotating, not carrying them. Only 20 above Storm Surge. Not a situation we're used to seeing this team in. They're only just over 100 above now. Someone in their team getting much needed tags. This is going to become an issue. They need to fix this quickly. There's no Marauders out here on this island. They're going to need to find player tags very, very soon.
That is how it's going to have to play out. And remember, I mean, they already found some tags, though, so who knows how far they are just yet. We'll see how it all unfolds for them. That's some big shots right there. This is what they need. A couple shots, and that wasn't even a shield rip at all. It was just a body and a headshot. A little bit of a hitch here, but it's okay. What a tough rotate to make for them, too, right? Look, they have to cut.
This is a very tough rotate. They've got the launch. They used crash pad to get over into the water, maybe make a quick rotate there. They have the launch pad, but you see most of the teams trying to hold on to their launch pad if they can until first rotating zone. Maybe do like a nice little short launch to get them safely through that. So they're trying to hold off using it now, but we're already seeing the difference between the last game and this game with someone getting kicked. This point, we had Storm Surge last game. We had over 70 alive in this zone. Now we don't. So that is already having a big impact on this tournament as Eclipse, Jark, and Acorn, a team that I feel like, I don't want to say came out of nowhere, but they played so consistently doing duos, Acorn and Jark, and they picked up Eclipse, another phenomenally well-known player. And let's see if they can have the same maybe effect that Bugha and all these other teams that are picking up a third can do as well with their duo. As current 26 to 30th, there it is. It's Wavy Jacob, the West contingent. We have Scoped and Tfue's team. We have Nut, Tuxie, and Carson. So Carson's gone down. We have to think that that means they are going to be kicked, and so is Nut. They're both out of here, so we now know, right? Ooh. It has to be Carson's team, and it has to be Nut's team. Nut's team was taken out at Authority. Carson's team just went down. So, but then Scope's team was as well. This is insane. I don't know who's out here.
Yeah, that's right. It was really, really close. And I mean, we'll only going to find out in just a bit. 2 squads are going to get taken out. And guys, after game 5, 3 teams are going to get taken out. So all of those guys are still very much in the fire pit. Who's going to change their game plan is the question, because clearly it's not working over at Caddy's Corner as they're getting bested by everyone else in the lobby. But
Are we about to see the final 4 games caddy corner uncontested because the 2 teams dropping there both get kicked out? Surely other players will identify that. Someone like Zate, someone like Saf will see that and notice on that, because we have the 2 teams that are contesting each other caddy corner, both in the bottom 5. And like you just touched on, 2 teams are going to get dropped out this game, but next game there's going to be 3. So we're about to lose 5 teams in a few rounds, in 5th round. So this is getting really close. Caddy Corner could have both these teams proving that I want to say their pride, proving too much for them, because neither of them are going to leave it, and they're just both going to ruin each other's tournaments.
That is exactly what's on the line here. The tournament, one of the first major competitive tournaments, at least with players of this caliber. As we kind of mentioned, we have all of your FNCS kind of champs all in the one hub for the first time in quite some time. For the NA East region, per se. I
think just from this tournament in general, like we've obviously had a lot of those third-party tournaments. We had the Amar Cup, we had the Mr. Savage Cup, we had the Lockie Cup as Stretch in first place getting beamed up. Ruining my thought process there. They haven't had this level of players at the top. It's always been top 200 teams, which just doesn't have that same stacked element. So we're seeing the best of the best and seeing what this new meta can handle with these pros throwing everything they have at it. As Stretch does survive that one. Luckily, first place is still alive as Chaotic takes down Gunzo in the feed, and we still have 65 players alive at 4th zone.
That's actually insane how many squads are up. Remember, placement doesn't get divvied out until top 15, so that's a long ways out, as Bugha's gonna find Azers right there with the quick knock. We'll see if he can get the conversion. But remember, Stretch, Zate, and Saf here are 20 points ahead of the competition. If they don't get shut down, it is very well likely that they can take the entire tournament. Keep your eyes on them, as they're in the lead right now to take first place. $4,200 on the line is not too shabby. They've also been getting a boatload of placement, to be quite honest, so they might just be walking away with the Ghost Canyon Nooks as well.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I mean, I want to see it. I'd love to see these guys pick that up, throw it into a little stream. It's like set up, get a nice stream PC going, because, man, these guys, it's one perspective, man. We got to see Zate during the last tournaments there. It was obviously a pretty funny show. Kind of see how they went during solo FNCS, chucked up the stream, but these guys are doing well. They're picking up insane average placements. As you see, Chap, Edgy, and AV, a team that a lot of people had high hopes on, but you see in these higher team game modes, trio squads, drop spot is everything. If you're contested on your drop spot, it can throw your whole tournament. Even if you're winning those fights on spawn, it just slows everything down so much.
I agree. It definitely throws the big question mark. And what I love to see is Crash Pads making its way into the meta, guys, being so much of a movement option. There's big risk, though, and how it kind of plays out. A little janky at times, but no. Hold up. Clix is under some serious fire, and Bizzle gets caught in the crosshair as well. The nades are coming in, and yes, we talk about teams that need to be overcome. Stretch is going to fall as well, as now the Grief Fest is happening. They're in the back half, and the RPGs are firing. So much explodes, being the end of the run. There's a distance between Zate and Saf now. Your world-class duo here, working together the way they know best.
You have to think, if anyone can do it right now as a duo, it's going to be Saf and Zate. Stretch gets taken out of here. Let's see if all their years of chemistry can play off here, as we now see Clix and Commandment trying to hold things down. Bizzle gone down. Always not the worst. If someone's going to go down in your trio, I feel like the IGL, the leader, Clix in the box right now, showing if he's got the flashy mechanics. It does. Takes down Cease. I think Cease was getting some Storm Surge warnings there. Needed to go super aggressive, as Chaotic now looking for one as well. As I was going to say, like, Bizzle can still lead this team right now. He can still give them comms and help them. Commandment can still tarp out and build for them, and Clix can do what Clix does best, which is just frag out better than anyone on this backside. So they might still be in this with a shot to jump back up into this.
And to give you guys the quick update, Sap is gonna fall to Creo, Kanata, and Bucky's crew, who was in top 8. So that's another point for them. Zate's under some serious pressure here now. You can see as the frames are trying to catch up that it's over for Zate. Zate gets taken out of the competition. Not only did he have Storm Surge working against them, but he had players, Fire Rate coming in as well, and that's gonna be it. This is only the half in, half out, and it's looking extremely stacked right now, Aussie. I don't know who's got control of the height. I don't know who's in a lead right now. It's not looking safe for anyone.
No, it's not. At the same time, I want to see how this plays out here. Knight, Rogue Shark, and Haz on the high ground. I want to see how Chap goes in that ultimate low. See if it plays out here. It's Knight. I think he thought those were his teammates. Are they rocking the same skins? No, he just somehow gets confused there. Looks like he looked at them and then looked back away. I don't think he thought that was a whole team of enemies. Zexro's team's down there now. Haz has managed to pick up Knight. He's taking him back up. There's no way they get a revive on half zone on high ground, as Jark is on the back foot. Eclipse here too. I don't think they have the meds. One more Storm Surge tick is going to be enough here if it still goes through. No, 50 players. It just dropped below. It just went down to 50 players, which kept the threshold up. So Jark is still alive here. Or they got some damage, I'm not sure. As Assault takes down Commandment, I don't see Clix in the feed, so maybe that team's chances are out of there. We're going to see a shake-up on the leaderboard, Monster.
That's right, and I mean, Knight just closed his eyes, guys, and jumped down. He didn't care. He threw it all for a second there, but he was saved by the teammates. Here's Tfue and Justice. We haven't seen much of them, but they're doing A-OK right now. 3 elims and really looking to turn up right now. Just a couple teams have to go down now, guys, before the placement starts getting divvied out. It looks like we are going to be seeing another Storm Surge, though, in just a couple seconds when the zone closes. With 47 players up in the lobby right now, that's a pretty stacker. Okay.
As Knight and Rogue Shark on the high ground. Last 3 games we've seen high ground has won every single time, so we have to see whether they can do it, but they don't have the loadout for it though. Has the green versus everyone's flying past, and there's too many people to even focus on Chap, AV, and Edgy. I think the furthest we've seen them make it into today's games, they're making it towards this end game, and they're proving what they can do with it, just getting some heavy shots down on Grazka. As you see Summer Rae reverse, the team that was just fighting out of the bottom now coming back in a big way. They're not going down without a fight, and they're jumping up in this leaderboard as they make their rotate, and everyone hits this short pad. How is Chap, AV, and Edgy going to make it? Are they going to do the same? I think they are. They're setting up the short pad, and I guarantee right now they focus that ultimate low. They're going to get front side. Chap is probably going to drop straight down, and they're going to start tunneling forward if they can.
That's right, and look at that. They have 4 elims already, guys. Chap with 3 from the beginning of the game, and he's going to find a big shot right there. That's going to be a shield rip for the squad down below. Beautiful edits to come on up, get out of that dangerous position he put himself in. And Unknown is the one who gets fallen there. It's Chewy's team, who we just did see. As Furious is also going to find some frags in the feed. You can see Creo's going to find Jack. That means that Acorn and Eclipse are the only ones left on that team. They're popping off now. And here's another perspective as Dejan steamrolls. And Edgy finds Jelsi on the back half. The Mexican phenomenon falls here. And Jelsi's out of the competition. But look at Height.
And this is... Look at Hyde. This is their place. That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see where the Chap, the king of Ultimate Low Ground, can maybe get their first win of the day on Ultimate Low compared to High Ground, showing its strength. He's down here now. Edgy putting in beautiful right-hand peeks with that charge shotgun. Chap's gone down 3 of their limbs, 3 of them on Edgy. Let's see if AV can catch up. Not known to be getting out-fragged here. Let's see if he can maybe make something of this, as Edgy now has to take over the rotating because they've lost Chap, which is a huge loss for this team, but they can probably still pull this off. The amount of times we've seen AV clutch up 1v2 for Chap's team, but Bugha, Avery, and Jamper are on high ground somehow. They took the high ground. They don't have the shockwave launcher, I don't think. They've taken high ground. They're looking in a great position.
That's because the other team didn't have any ammunition. They couldn't stay up here. Has the Great and his crew just ran out of gas, and now Has the Great's gonna fall to Jamper as they just take height. And now all of a sudden, Bugha, Jamper, and Avery, 6 elims, high ground. This could be their game right now, especially with this harpoon. In comes the pressure though. How's it gonna play out? As I saw Colazzo still in the feed somewhere, still alive, holding true and strong right now. Ace is going for a mad dash for height. He's gonna be leading right into Avery, who's sitting up super pretty right there. We'll see if he ends up committing, as Edgy's the solo warrior by himself. 5 elims, Grappler still in the inventory, still alive, still fighting. And for what it's worth, he's gonna find some down bodies, and this is gonna be enough material for him to pick up. He's still in the game here.
Takes the loot. He took down Colazzo as well, which is our 2nd place team, as we've seen that Zaf and Sate are not in this game anymore, so it's someone else's chance to jump back up. And Edgy going for the big solo clutch. He's made it now into top 6 teams, 11 players alive, so we don't have that many full trios up here. As he falls now, Bugha, Avery, and Jamper topping themselves up with those chug splashes. We see the rocket in the hand of Jamper. We have to think they're going to close it out. We've had 3 games. Is the story going to play out exactly the same? High ground team just working their way from top to bottom and clutching out the win, or are we going to see an upset? Paper's team here, that's 10 eliminations total as Paper runs out into this box, has the charge shotgun in hand, can't charge it up, goes down. Insane. As Bugha, Jamper, and Avery are just dropping the pressure. Lazar is down there, can he hold it off? But we see Summer Rae. They're coming back. The team that almost went out in the first 3 games have fought their way back into this and are now in the top 4 teams of Game 4.
That's right, and here's Day down below. He's by himself in a shotgun exchange right now with the tactical only. Can he find one more? Still scrambling to stay alive. Here comes all the rockets from the team, but no, it's not going to be enough. 10 elims for the World Cup champion, Bugha himself with Avery and Jamper. We had questions about this team and whether or not Avery was going to be able to put it all together, Aussie, and it looks like it was enough.
Yeah, we saw earlier, Jampers the glue. Maybe he can glue this together. Are we going to see Bugha in second and Stretch in first? Both. That's what you want to see, though. The teams split and they find better teams that mesh with them, and it just creates such better team camaraderie for these tournaments. But the gap's being closed. It doesn't look like Saf and Zayt are going to run away with it. High ground is dominant, but it's who can hold high ground.
That's right, because they were taken out early. They had a 20-point lead, guys, and we do have some intel plays of the match that we'll be able to jump in with shortly. I see the chat going kind of crazy right now. Let's go ahead and just take a look, get you guys all caught up for some of the action that has unfolded. Casker, Illis, and Schmeck coming in, cleaning up the team of the West. They're on the back half now. They're on the back foot for potentially being dropped from the entire tournament.
They are, and Chap, AV, and Edgy had a good game here. Their best game so far today. Edgy having to clutch it up as well. We talk about West contenders obviously coming out of West now, and East player has moved there for this high quality of tournaments and games, and has on the high ground. Just, you can see how they didn't hold it. They did not have the loadout for it. Had the green burst, tack, no meds, and then Edgy picking up another limb on Macwood. He's done so well here on this ultimate low ground. If they can keep their gameplay, Chap doesn't get stuck in that box like he did there. I think they're going to be able to pick up at least one win today and maybe shake this up as Edgy gets both these finishes, but doesn't get anything for it, unfortunately. But he keeps himself on front side. Again, more and more plays. It's a very heavy placement format.
I mean, think about it. When we tuned in with him, he lost his teammate. He only had 2 elims, ending with 5. He was really popping off, really fragging. Not only that, just placement. That's what this kind of format's all about. It's really placement rewarding. So kind of incredible for him to really pick up some serious points. If there's any reason that the team is in the lead right now or somewhere relevant, Chap squad, it's because Edgy popped off.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like we're going to throw to a commercial now as well. Thank you so much, Intel sponsored. Today, we're going to see how this closes out. I'm going to be stepping out after this one. I don't know if I'm going to get to say my goodbyes, Monster. We'll see. Thank you for having me, guys. Shio is going to take over my spot. I'm going to be watching, though. I want to see who gets their hands on this prize pool and 3 PCs from Intel.
And that's right, guys. We are going to throw to a quick 10-minute break. When we return, this will be the second half. Shio Wager's going to step on in. Make sure you guys check out Aussie Antics because he's going to be doing the viewing party. I want to thank him again for contributing his time. This is all, again, community-driven, so we really do appreciate it. Enjoy the Intel NUC commercials, the ad placements here. When we return after a 10-minute break, we'll be back for more Fortnite action. Don't go anywhere.
I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste. For the record, for the record, for the record, for the record, for the record. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hate. I won't get a ball today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the balls, I'm flipping the on record, off record. I still count wins when they got it. On record, off record. I let them take advantage. I was wildin'. On record, off record deals. Tell them talk to Colin for the quote. On record, off record. I still want the act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste. For the record, for the record, Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. 8-6 all the hate. I won't get a ball today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the balls, I'm flipping the on record, off record. I still count wins when they doubt it. On record, off record. I let them take advantage. I was wildin'. On record, off record deals. Tell them talk to Colin for the quote. On record, off record. I still want the act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to go, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way.
so in love with you. You got me down again.
Who will be the next Intel Elite Cup champion? We'll find out here today as Monster Deface, and I'm joined with Shayo Wager. Shayo, you ready for these next 4 games?
I've been ready since the start of this tournament, Monster. It's been such a cool idea to remove bottom teams and then watch the top thrive as well the entire time. It's been an enjoyment. It's been an awesome tournament so far.
And talking about that, we do have the standings updated and ready, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go ahead and take a look, starting from the top. Who is in the lead? It's Bugha, Jamper, and Avery. I don't know if you saw their last performance, but they have been popping off, Avery being the glue to the competition.
These guys are a solid steel chain. Even if the kind of links break off, it doesn't matter because the other two start to survive and then just take over the competition. Once again, a team that won off of high ground and held it, I think, all the way from the 6th and 7th zone. I mean, right behind them, though, Monster, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. These guys have been kind of back and forth, not even with these guys mid-game, but with everyone else in the entire tournament, too.
That's right. That game 4 was a showstopper for them, not accumulating any points that time around. So we're going to continue to swing through the pages. We can check up on Chap, Edgy, and AV. Chap pulling 3 elims off the jump. Edgy pulling 5 towards the tail end. Big placement points, and all of a sudden, they're in top 10 now.
I'm going to call these guys kind of the tallest tree in this middle page forest, because right now, you saw the first page, a lot of points up top, dwindling down kind of like a skyscraper. Over here, everyone's kind of tied over. 33 points for Akarn and Ved. We have 28 ties for Shark and Graska as well. So these guys are leading right now, but they're going to need another game to push themselves forward onto that top 10.
And absolutely incredible for Reverse 2K, Graska, and Summoner come from the last place page up to 15th. This is why we give them some opportunity. 3 games was enough for them. Here's your next page. Bizzle, Commandment, Clix being still relevant in the competition. Mega, your last champion, Assault. FaZe Dubs here, all still in the running as well. 21 points being tied up as we continue to swing through the rest of the page. Now, this is where things get interesting, Shayo. We've already kicked 2 teams out of the competition. We're moving on to our next 2 teams that are out. And unfortunately, it's going to be Nut King Hazard, Carson, Class, and Trashy. Next up, 3 teams are potentially on the line for eliminating themselves from the competition. It's 26th place through 28th.
I mean, this is the potential. Even though you're saying 26, I see Calc, Macwood, and Zextro, down there as well, because if these teams start to perform this game, they will knock those 20th to 25th teams downwards towards their slots right now. And Tfue, Innocence, and Scoped, basically at last place right now. You were talking surprises earlier on. This is the biggest one of the competition I've seen so far.
I mean, you see it right there. Your X-Trio champions also almost taking out the competition right now. That means that if they couldn't figure it out in the first 4 games, I'm sorry, buddy. Practice server's here to send you on your way, and we'll see if everyone else can really step it up. But Caddy's Corner has been just the worst place, honestly. It's probably the best landing spot loot-wise, but the worst landing spot at the same time if you have it contested. And let's talk about it. Did you notice how that all unfolded? It's because of where it's positioned.
I mean, for me, Caddy Corner kind of just reminds me of Panic overall for everyone, because the Shockwave launchers there, you talk about the best item in the game. I think that's the one for this patch, for this season. At the same time, the top trios are there too, and the people who are getting away with the item are one-off individuals. Their trios already eliminated from the competition. They're trying to jump towards Misty Meadows to survive. That gun goes to someone else entirely who's not even landing at Caddy. That spot's just getting griefed overall. Granted, Kit's Charge Shotgun is there too. The best variant of it, 5 bullets in total, make it so easy to use back to back to back. There's people who just carry spray weapons like Colazo who elect to pick that shotgun up because of how good it is with all its upgrades being the mythic variant. Caddy, though, you're right. It's a complete cat fight, scratches all around. No one's kind of winning it completely. There's losses on both sides.
That's right, and the teams you're seeing come out on top is really the third parties, the ones that come in nice and late. Zayt, Saf, Stretch, Casker, Schmeck, Illis, right? They're coming right down off the weather station or off of the other portion, and that's why they're coming into the battles when they're rebooting and whatnot.
And that's funny because there was a ton of disrespect tossed from, I think, those guys, from a lot of the people who were third-partying that spot and not getting into the nitty-gritty of Caddy Corner. That being said, you don't want to be backed off into that corner. I think the third party is the best option there. The mind games on Twitter, overall in the Discords, always going to be going on no matter what season it is, no matter what POI it is either.
Don't hate the player, hate the game. With that, we have another one just underway. It's going to be Game 5, Shayo. Who are you keeping your eye out? Because you're coming in nice and fresh. You've been watching the competition from the outside in. Who do you have your eye on?
The winners right now, man. Bugha for me is just looking really good, both in practice and on tournament day. Right now, they've held off high ground against a Shockwave launcher, and at the same time, won against so many teams who are also in that top 10. That being said, we are in the game, so let's toss it right to it. Game 5 is underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Intel NUC Elite Cup Game 5. We're back from the break, and we're coming in with more intense action. The bus is splitting from left to right here. It's Monster D-Face and Shio Wager on the mic right now, and we're here to close out the show and deliver the rest of this competition.
Yes, sir, and the bus is dropping people down slightly northward path, meaning that caddy corner, there's going to be a lot of intel, not a hot drop on if you want to drop here or not. Innocence, Tfue, and Scoped, I think, are still locked in towards it.
And listen, production, please do me the favor, stick with these teams right here. I really want to see what happens off this drop spot, because it's only one game that's going to determine how many teams, the 3 teams at the bottommost layers, are going to get kicked out. We also eventually want to see what Calc, Zexro, and Macwood are doing as well, because they are just behind as well. And what I want to say is they haven't changed their jump spot or their landing at all. They're sticking to it, tooth and nail, down to the bone.
I mean, you got to think about the ramifications of this tournament for the Cash Cups as well. This is not only you trying to win, but also make a statement. On all these big spots, only one team can control. They're unsplittable. There has to be a winner, and that's kind of different from how last season went. You think about the rig, although very good for the vault, multiple teams started to survive out of there, just making sure that they're making smart moves. At the same time, though, Caddy, Authority, only one team can control and win it overall. There will always be fights right now. It's East versus West over at Caddy Corner, and Chap once again on defense mode over at the Authority.
That's right, and you can see multiple fights happening across the field. Tomas already falling, one of the boys from the West. Scope's going to finish up in the field. As Chap is going to be wiping up Bald Guy Ralph later, buddy. Find yourself a piece of hair later, because you're out of here.
The head looking real shiny as he gets back to the lobby. Still, though, that's only a knock, so there's more work to do here at the Authority. And this is the back half of the tournament, so statements still have to be made. No one claims anything yet, except for these Eastern boys taking out Reek Thomas and Wavy Jacob. Zayt up top, though, hasn't even began to go towards this fight. Although Tfue just won that engagement, he has another monster to kind of just take into account. That being said, though, Chap is still on the hunt for the last teammate here at the Authority.
Oh, and I think they actually just wrapped them all up. You can see AV also as an elim right there, Shio, so that's it. Authority is once again theirs. It's in their power now.
That's a grappler. That's the end game item that these guys just strive to use to not only get rotations down, but power in position overall. That's the one thing you kind of want to get both in mid game and once those end game zones start to move. And it's very important this season, because if you have a bad position, you're going to have to basically swim to get to a good one. And we all know, watching last season, how that went.
That's right. Here's a look at Furious, Paper, and Chaotic. They've been in the competition pretty decently. I mean, last time we checked in, they were in top 20, now inching their way up to top 15 here around. Slowly but surely making their way up to the top. For a second, we thought Zayt, Saf, and Stretch were never going to be able to be caught up with the 20-second or 20-point deficit. But, you know, they've lost first place to Bugha and his crew. So here's Tfue, Scope, and Innocence, though, at Caddy's corner. The grenades are going to come in, and Innocence is going to get clapped. There it is. He's out.
Yeah, from Caddy corner all the way down to Griefy ground, basically, because it's just an onslaught, a non-stop fight over and over again. And it's the same 3 teams, but a different scenario every single time. Another snipe Stretch reaching all the way to the gas station with that shot, and knows that possibly where one of the last teammates are. The porta potty, I don't think it's going to be that safe, though.
Not at all here, as he's putting some big pressure down from downrange. Still waiting, though. Tfue sitting here for whatever odd reason, deciding not to jump into this porta potty here. I'm assuming his teammate got into a sticky situation on the exit, so there they go. He's going to get headshot, by the way, while bouncing across the shockwaves here. Unfortunate for him. He's going to get hit again, and no, it's not looking too good for Tfue. You know the tilt is there. It's got to be, man, as he gets taken out by Zayt here. Hunted down now. The Scope's left by himself. This is pretty much the end of the competition, Shio. If Scope decides to stay, what do you think is the play here?
I mean, Scope has to, and I think this is the first time actually from this position, try to play the game out properly rather than just try to get some eliminations from the team that is dropping them down. Usually these guys have a game 6 to look forward to play once again, but once they get that cursed item, the Shockwave launcher, into their inventory first, you know, it just ends up being disastrous, because that means A, you've won the POI, B, there's another team coming, and C, you're just going to get split up basically and taken out Right now, Scoped has to play out this game as we were asking that question and hopefully get maybe 1 or 2 more eliminations, pull a Summer with some parkour once his mats are out, and keep his team alive because effectively these guys are in last place.
That's right. When we checked in, they only had 7 points, now inching their way up to 9. Calculator, who was safe with Macwood and Zectro, only had 12. So still a steep hill to climb as they have to overcome Calc, Zectro, and Macwood as a solo. He doesn't have any of those reboot cards. That is going to be the question for Scoped here today, as the world is on his shoulders. Pressure's up. We're over to Pleasant Park, though. Clix, Bizner, and Commandment has had this POI the entire game to themselves. And no, it's not looking too good here. Scoped rotates in, and yeah, there it is, conceding to the rest of the lobby. Schmecht finds the mark, and now they get themselves the free point.
I'm curious to see where Schmecht exactly is overall in the leaderboard, because right now they're in a very good position, get to move off the zone as well. Here are the big boys, though, that I called out. Bugha, Avery, Jamper, all looking for their shot at maintaining the top spot. I believe it's a 3-point differential between him and Zay.
That's what it's kind of looking like here. And ladies and gentlemen, for all the fire in the chat, yeah, that's it. Tfue's out of the competition with Scoped and Innocence. I'm almost sure of it. With that being said, there's also a rule that we try to enforce. This is why we want 60-second delays, not have any big question marks be thrown around. So I don't want to hear none of that. There were opportunities to set things up fairly for everyone here, but here, back into the comp, Cease has been struggling to beat Arab here in the early game. We've seen it kind of go back and forth, but for the most part, it really hasn't been in High Sky and Blake's favor, especially not Cease's by any means. We'll see. He's got some good stuff this time around, though. He's pretty situated.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the best position you can be in, the best loadout you can have this early. Nades and a stink as well, just in case you deal enough damage but cannot end the fight. Also can't get to the box. That being said, I don't think High Sky and Blake are in the best positions to kind of help Cease. Cease is going to be the support player all the way from the back. Polarize getting taken now. Big explosions. That's going to send everyone into a frenzy on defense. And now Cease is coming straight from the back. Here's that stink I was talking about. Can't get in the box, but they will try to stop the revive. It is hitting Polarized. Arab now has to move around. AR sprays coming down while everyone else on Cease's team gets into a build fight.
I like that. He's actually going to change focus really quickly here and let go of Arab for a second to back up his squad mates, but he's not going to do it for too long. Not giving away the free elim. There goes the conversion. You hear that charge shotgun, you back it up. Cease doesn't want anything to do with the peak of the charge, especially when it's fully loaded. Now the fire rate is coming in. Here comes the rest of the team. It collapsed. The angle should be easy peasy. Marker, he's not going to find himself with the RPG though, Shio. It's not looking too good for Arab here. He's on his back against the wall now.
Last snake left in the grass, all this hissing going on all around. I think there still might be a chance at all. Not really. Almost a pickaxe brought out by Cease. He's fed up with this fight, but good win there. You said they were struggling. Now they have 1 game of freedom, 3 more to follow after this. So they get to play this one out, but there are teams lurking in the background and around them.
Let's see. We already lost Macwood for this squad right here. 1 point will solidify the trios champions into the competition, guys. So this is a very important battle, important for fight for ego and pride. Honestly, you don't want your chances being thrown out of the competition. You kind of have to live with that forever. Honestly, here in the Elite Cup, this is a major tournament. No matter how you dice and chop it, regardless of where it's coming from. And read that out for me right there.
I mean, Jamper Bugha right now finished directly behind each other every single FNCS since squad. So that's been squads, duos, solos. Now we're here playing some trios at the Intel NUC Elite Cup. And they've joined forces, and that just means the top spots only get stronger. And going to be a team that's that much harder to beat.
And here we've seen it again. The setup here, the grenades are ready. The team is positioned and poised. They're trying to make sure that it's perfect here as they're moving all around, and there they find their mark. Time to throw them. Let's see if they can collapse. It's 3 at the same time, beautifully timed, and yes, undeniable damage going to be given out there. As I think Jack was hit once. Lucky for him, the second did not find its mark. He's going to manage to just get away with his life, barely. Storm Surge, though, still going to play into the benefit of Clix, Biz, and Commandment. Again, they don't play for Marauders. They don't have the luxury of finding the packs. Usually by the time they rotate out, it's too late. So any tags that they can get are crucial. Every single game we've tuned in with this team, they've been able to pull back against the Storm Surge, but it hasn't been easy. It's been a dicey set of battles for them.
That's why they're making basically air bases compared to everyone else's islands. And sometimes they have those big rockets, aka the grenades. Other times, though, you just have to rely on those beams. You're right, though, not having Marauders, trouble. At the same time, trouble for other teams. As Zexro, Macwood, and Calc do end up winning their first fight or possibly getting away from it. They will have to reboot and then move in late towards the zone. No strangers to that, though, from Craggy Cliffs last season. You see some Array, Reverse, and Graska, the Clutch Lords who were at last place, I think, at game 2 or 3. Now finally moving up the leaderboard, and this is Island, basically close to the ground gameplay. No big bases being made, but shots being landed nonetheless on rotation.
That's right, from 0 to hero, accumulating 28 points in a 2-game spread. Kind of incredible, to be quite honest, considering that they were just about taken out of the competition. Now all of a sudden they're up in the top 15 amongst the best here. Remember, prizing is divvied out at top 10, so that's where things are really kind of starting to happen here. It's what you want to aim for, strive for the very least. Here's Kanata.
That's kind of crazy if you think about it, the way last season and almost entirely the last chapter kind of fits into this season as a puzzle piece, right? The way people spread out to take fights, but at the same time, the way that, you know, trios are kind of being made. This is a mode that not everyone's got to practice as much. And the first time we're seeing it, Monster.
That's right. We briefly mentioned how crazy the competition is in this tournament here. It's the first really of this caliber, especially on their private settings like this. We've seen the fair share of the third-party tournaments come into light, from the Amar Cup down to, you know, Lockie's representing for the other regions. But with that, those are just open style tournaments. What we have here at the Elite Cup, we are continuing the Elite Cup series here, inviting players that performed really well in the previous solo one. That's how we got these teams here. So it really is the best in the NA East region.
Same old strats with them too. You have like nades being thrown close, long range. The one difference though for this tournament, if you guys are just tuning in, and we'll see those nades drop down again.
Oh my gosh.
It's onto the naders themselves, huge damage, but this is the difference. I was talking about the way last chapter kind of falls into this one. Usually, sometimes you would see teams, especially at the back half of a tournament, push with that much damage done. Maybe, I think, looking for a knock. But I think even if they knock someone, pushing that over water is not doable. That's kind of the way this new season is working out overall. But as I was saying before, it's 8 games now, Monster, with a special rule where people get knocked out from the bottom side of the leaderboard as the tournament goes on. Now, we'll have a leaderboard update for you once this game ends, but it's the bottom 3 teams overall getting deleted and 6 total teams out of the competition over the last 5 games.
Exactly how it's been happening. We're seeing the pace of the game change already, as you see the lighter lobbies really allowing players to get down and dirty and take these fights in the mid game. Normally you'd see 70, 80 players alive right now, but the lower population is now all of a sudden playing a different dynamic. And this is what we were hoping for as far as the pace of the game. This is why we're testing things out here at the practice server. And I mean, it's looking really good. These mid game fights are so crucial. Timbers, the whole crew right now, lucky for them, third parties are going to slow down the battle. We can see the other perspective. Iciv, Dijon, and Dax are going up for height. You do have eyes on Blake and the others off in the distance here.
Chap, Edgy, and AV all making sure that they have both zone and a strong position that's wide so they don't get naded like they naded Clix. Bugha, Avery, Jamper, though, choose to get closer to the authority, get closer to land, not opting for an island as it's so easily grenadable. Possibly take over someone else's base. They free rotate so much, watching their practice almost lackadaisically. They don't really care about the consequences, they're just having a good time. The serious mode kind of kicks in once those zones starts to move.
You got to think it's the serious mode right now because they're in first place right now, so this really does matter. Beautiful defense up from Bugha, though. The World Cup champ is going to fire back at tabs and slow down the onslaught, but it's not too late here because Avery gets taken out now. So it's a question, can they get to that reboot? This is one of those rare circumstances where it is an option. A risky one, but an option.
Really risky. We know what power lies at the authority with all these teams. It's going to be Chap on high ground, not possibly allowing that to happen either. Right now, 2 kind of strips of land. We have this entire big Fortnite map, the southern side near Lazy Lake, almost near the gorge. Dubs Mega kind of control the entrance, looking down, shooting people. On the other side, we have Chap and Bugha's trio. Avery obviously down on authority, making sure they can survive. I'm not sure if I saw Avery's name come back up. I think they might have got that reboot off.
That's right. And once again, I want to thank everyone tuning in, especially from the YouTube channel avenues there over at Chronic. Thank you guys so very much for being a part of this whole thing. It's a competition here. Practice Server putting on the presentation and production over on the Twitch side of things. So we do appreciate you all. And another special thank you to our sponsor, Intel NUC, allowing us all to come together, believing in gaming, Fortnite, and the Fortnite competitive scene. Lucky for us, we've managed to get something awesome off the ground here and started for y'all.
Those NUC PCs, man. Small, powerful. I like them. Might just cop one, not sure.
Hey, pick up the Ghost Canyon hashtag ad, boys. It's beautiful. It's amazing. It helped me get to champions. That's what I heard. But all right, Here it is. We're coming back with Bugha, Avery, and Jamper hitting the rotate. Remember, they are in first place. And remember, like I said, it was a risk, but it looks like they've decided they are inching their way towards the reboot ran here. This is the last opportunity to do so, right? It's the 30-second mark. There's teams on height, and if you're going to do it now, you got to get to the van before it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, the implications of it, too. Stretch, who's obviously not playing for Bugha for, I think, the first or second time once again, or playing with him. First and second, these guys are side by side. Having a teammate, having Avery back up for Bugha would mean so much for the rest of this game. They have shields still to give to him. They're on the backside, hopefully, of zone, so Chap doesn't decide to just make sure to hold them down. You can just let them go and rotate himself, use that time as their own. I'll see where the zone ends up updating. Right now, Blake, High Sky, and Cease are all the way up top above who we saw before, Dubs Mega. The controllers of this entire side of this huge strip of land. Illis, Schmeck, or Smacked, and Castor are there too. Here's Zexro, Calc, and Mac. Mac now up to full HP and shield off of that reboot, and they're hugging the side of this mountain.
That's right, and this is effectively, possibly your last place team as far as all the other ones that are already kicked out of the competition. So for Zexro, Calc, and Mac would be coming off what honestly was a high of the Ninja Battles events. They were doing so good, you know, come that first week. All of a sudden now, this is the first competition of a major trio competition that we've seen since any of those other ones, since the last time they took the championship. And they're not looking too hot stacked against the other elite trios out there. What does that mean? Is it just a day where they're not connecting quite just yet, or they lost their touch? That's the question.
I mean, Calc and Mac have had the history of, you know, 9 whole weeks of not qualifying for the World Cup, finally finding each other, and then in week 10, popping off. So sometimes when it comes to change, especially adapting the metas, it takes these guys a little bit of time, but once they have the knowledge, they never lose control of winning these games in these tournaments. Right now, all the way up at height. High Sky actually getting taken out, possibly biting off more than he can shoot. He gets revived though, and the medkits are there. The optimization of carrying white health, something that a lot of teams learned and became meta last season, although many pros used to do it. Bucky, I think, was one that started that trend off. It'll be Zayt, though, who did end up finding that shockwave launcher, using it to get to safety. Metal box put down, but he's used all his hard resources. Just has a little bit of brick left.
That's right here. Zayt's trying to heal back up now using these chug splashes. Apart from his teammates, by the way, because of the shockwave launcher doing anything in his power to desperately stay alive, he's becoming the focus of the lobby as he has the strongest mythic arguably in the game right now. The mobility one, the one that can cut through all the bills, and there he gets entered into the box. His teammates are here to back him up. Now all of a sudden 3 points. That's the gap closer from 69 to 72. So head to head here with Bugha and crew.
I mean, no matter what points you're at, you have to invest in your position. Right now, there's a 50-50 down the whole map. Yes, we have this entire broad range of teams. DGen, ICF, and Dax are actually taking height off that knock on High Sky, getting double RPG though. And I think by saying, not sure, but I'm gonna have trouble holding it on. I say it's a 50-50 because on the other side, at Authority, I think Bugha's still there with Chap up top. Not sure who actually got zone. It won't be them. So those 4 trios almost have to move in. 56 people left alive means Storm Surge will be active. They haven't done enough damage. It'll be a disaster basically right now. Spam going back towards the other heighted team.
And this is a crazy piece of landscape right now. A very steep mountain based off of a water zone. Not only that, they pulled a full half in, half out, getting all the landmass in the process. No one with a line of sight to even fire back at them, so they basically have free reign on the rest of the lobby here. It's not going to convert to anything, not just yet. I wonder though, as I see Count fall to Sap in the feed, so there it is. He gets dropped now. We'll see if the rest of that team can manage to get together and figure it out essentially here. The DGen, ICV, and Daxter, just looking at what they have in the inventory, looking very, very decent. Not enough material though.
He's back up.
Oh, is he?
Back up. They got the reboot off. Yeah. So he's here. They have the 3-man end game to play, but a lot of mats actually to get that resurrection off the reboot van. Not sure if it'll be possible for them to withstand the pressure of both the Timber squad, Elige at the helm, versus everyone else, a charged shotgun nearby to relieve that pressure. But still, now, a much better chance for these guys.
Oh my, just opening up the box right here. Little do they know this Timbers team is weak and on their back footing right now as Jelty fires back a couple shots to hold off Avery. But it's Elige who doesn't have any shield. Lucky for them, they are going to just barely escape right now. And no, Elige falls victim to himself. You can see right there in the feed. I'm assuming that's the Storm Surge doing its due diligence and taking him out of the game.
The theme of this game right now is teams not actually using enough to survive, and the teams who are kind of out of answers in this position. Right now, Zayt, no shockwave launchers. Avery's trio, no materials, really using so many to save Avery. And they've just put in so much of their shields, so much of their mats to be able to survive to this moment. The question is, can they find those impacts for the rest of the game? Can they climb towards the top two sides of the leaderboard to tune into right now? The people at the bottom, Clix, Zexro, or Calc, Zexro, and Mac, not actually a whole trio, near kind of elimination from the tournament. And at the top, Bugha kind of defending away from Zayt to hold on to first place. So much going on as launch pads get thrown up in the air. Daxor finding a way in.
That's a scary one. It's a super high pad, but lucky for them, no one's situated here as they're going to get first claims and dibs here on height. But it's a build-off as others are landing down. It's Clix who wants a piece of the action. And up he goes. He's claiming some right now. He's got himself a nice little layer. Cutting across here. You can see, check out the towers that are being built out right now. It's pretty ridiculous. Is how many players are now stacking up. So the hurdle was to get up and over the mountain, and now the hurdle is to get to the next piece of the mountain, and they are going to do it. The launch pad, the sacrifice of the damage to play it off, and yes, high ground is theirs now. Look, Clix is looking to own up on it too. Ooh, and that's what it cost him.
Not like this. He goes down. That's a big cost too. He's looking to see if his team can now carry on the torch. Commandment, Bizzle all the way up in the sky. Trying to hold things down. Is it too early to take height though? Smack getting rained down on Bizzle, making sure he controls all aspects of the connection. Crash pads down on all sides. I hope these guys can hold it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is pretty stacked right now. Over 30 players in the lobby, so Storm Surge is in full effect right now. Hence the craziness you're seeing unfolding your screen. There goes the first zap. It's on Daxter and Reverse's crew down over there, who did find an Elin just a bit ago. Now looking over, though, I see Bucky in the feed. I see Saf and Shark also catching some Elins right now. Gonzo's still in the game right now as well, as Bugha is by himself. 4 Elims. He's getting pressured up, and he falls into a box of multiple players. No more builds. What is he going to do? Nothing. That's right. Out he goes, ladies and gentlemen.
Bugha just kind of dropped into a blender there. No chance for him to survive, though. Commandment in the zone, the place that he plays at and clutches from. Still has teammates alive, though. It's just him and Bizzle trying to survive. No floppers. He can't actually live it out all the way to the very end from the zone. Finally in. 12 HP in total. Has the minis. No white health, though. Needs to find some type of elimination here.
That's right, but falling down to get his heal on, it's okay. So they're going to give up height right now. It's Acorn and Eclipse, a duo. I don't see Jack in the mix, so they're still holding it down. A lot of duos left in his comp right now. This is looking like that's how it's going to be. As Eclipse jumps down and crosses past with a commandment, and Acorn hits himself with an RPG, nearly throwing the game, and yes, it is going to take him out. And there he goes. Now Eclipse is by himself, the solo warrior on height. Someone who else I see in this competition is Kanata, still in the comp.
Kanata, Bucky, and Creo both in the, or all three, in the top 10 right now and can find a way to get higher. Bizzle, though, surviving off that knock from the top. Reverse, charging up, waiting for a big shot. Finds it on knocked individual, but it's not going to be enough to take him out. I think Assault ends up going down there. Has the best angle, though, on the entire server. As the story continues, gets affected, though, by a huge RPG. More pressure coming down at the bottom. Has a final crash pad and a launch pad to use if possible. It's just going to be him and Graska Summer watching as this all goes down. Kanata, you mentioned it, still alive at low ground, raining terror on everyone, just trying to defend. All these hisses just mean a huge 200 pump waiting to happen. The spam is there to reverse on the back wall. The last person cannot survive. Kanata, Bucky, Creo all stay alive and win game 5.
And all of a sudden, with 11 eliminations, we talked about them. They were under the radar for quite some time there. And just like that, they climbed their way back up into the competition, but not before pushing their way through some serious teams. And we got to give respect to Reverse, Summer, and Graska. Like, they have the comeback story of the evening so far. They were in another endgame.
I mean, I think it's just the way these zones are playing out for them. At the same time, the pressure of being that low, it's not a good feeling. You want to be somewhere in the middle of the pack, somewhere near the top. Right now, they're eating very well, and their story's just only starting. We still have a few more games to go.
That's right. When we tuned in, they had 28 points, so we'll see just a little later. But regardless of what, we have a couple of catch-up highlights here. The Intel plays of the match. Let's go and run through it really quickly. You guys caught up to what happened and what unfolded in game number 5.
We have Clix here with the huge launch pad, once again using it at one of the best times. Although he had height and it was such a good decision, I was asking if it was the best time to do it and take it, because he got affected, I believe, possibly by a shockwave launcher or something else. His builds got taken out. Storm Surge, you see, is still being affected, or still in effect for everyone all the way around. Bugha, we saw him in an unfortunate situation, gets taken out as well. 2 Elims, though, a nice reboot to pop off. 2 Commandment, surprisingly staying alive for this long with Fizzle. While Clix went down, they still had a little bit of control, took out Chap. And from that, not only gained Elam points, but crucial placement too, as these guys are fighting to get out of that top 15 and push top 10.
That's right. That was a pivotal elimination right there, and how they managed to claim height and then lose it all in the big swing here. Here's Reverse's perspective. We kind of watch from there. He already had 3 eliminations coming in, and we know the big placement points are divvied out as you hit these final moments. There's Kanata, like we said. They haven't had a lot of airtime, but they've been gathering the placement points where it mattered, finally pulling in a big pop-off game. Consistency now, plus frags. All of a sudden, they have to be up in the top of leaderboards here.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's all about playing against the best trios and playing your game, waiting for the opportunity to get a win and clinching it. A lot of the times, there were so many teams in that kind of scenario, you know, Clix, Bizzle, Commandment, all the way at the top. They had their moment, they had the win, but they didn't get to clinch it due to some errors. But Bucky, Kanata, Creo, they were there, they got it locked down, and because of that, they'll move way up in the standings.
Let's not forget, a couple teams were also cut out of the competition. That will be the threshold right there, the line drawn in the sand. We'll find out if Zexro, Calc, and Mac would manage to stay alive and in the competition. You know, we still want to clarify as the leaderboard's getting all built out, but a couple other teams that we know were definitely kicked out of here. Tfue, Scoped, and Innocence.
I mean, 3 whole teams getting kicked out. One of the most high-profile teams, too, that people love to watch out due to the decisions they made to stay at Caddy Corner. Now, if this format somehow catches on, is this something to learn from Monster, or do you think they made the best possible decision?
I think it's definitely something to learn from for sure, especially when you start to master a drop start and figure out the pros and cons. Like I said, coming into the competition, I was watching Tfue's show, and he was talking about the fact that if he's contested, they knew the risks that were involved. And it's crazy because the team that was contesting him in practice was not Wavy, Jacob, Thomas, and Reek, because they weren't playing. So this was a huge kind of mix-up for them, and quite honestly, just something they weren't expecting.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to adapt not only to a whole new map, but a format as well when you're on the back end. A lot of people are used to, let's just keep playing our game and then have a huge pop-off 20 elimination win. It's not possible when you're at the brink of getting eliminated and you have that much pressure on you.
That's right. But with that, guys, as the leaderboard's getting ready, we're going to throw a quick little commercial break. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Enjoy the Intel ads. We are pretty much jumping back into things here, back into the swing of things. Monster D-Face here and Shio Wager, we're returning the Intel NUC Elite Cup. This is actually our second one. A little history, man. Shio and I got to cast the last Elite Cup, and that was some crazy solos comp.
Yeah, that was international competition, and it was kind of, I think, just really hot, real heat all the way around, and everyone just trying to claw towards the top. This time, though, we bring the heat from the bottom all the way to the top of the standings. Every single game past, I think, game 3 or 4, or in a few specific games, people get eliminated from the bottom spot of the leaderboard, and it's looking really interesting now. Every single game has so many different stakes.
And I have a little question for the community members at home. I mean, today we're doing a region-based, this NA East mainly at the front lines. Would you guys like to see more regions? If so, let us know, because I got a feeling that EU is heating up and the competition over there has been a little crazy as far as what I watched unfold with the Amar Trios Cup. I would love to see those guys come together. You know, I'm just curious. Just going to throw it out there. You know, pitch it. Throw it out there.
Hey, I'm not going to catch it. I'm going to let the community catch that one, because that's a really good question. That's a lot of players. We've been seeing them perform. I believe there's a Savage Trio Cup coming up as well. So many different third-party competitions, and it's just thriving all the way around in the Fortnite community, in the Fortnite ecosystem for esports. That being said, in the Intel NUC Elite Cup, in partnership with Prac Server and Chronic, we've been seeing a lot of things unfold every single game. We see one of the most high-profile trios knocked out now, and other high-profile trios finally starting to claim different POIs.
Yeah, that's kind of how it's been, right? The name of the game. Some teams have also been uncontested, as we've seen kind of the story there behind Pleasant Park with Clix and his crew. Storm Surge, though, being an issue for them. Teams that have been contested and still playing pretty decent. I think it's been a little bit of a tug of war, but between Arab's team, Polarized, and his crew fighting against Cease, that's a pretty big turn of events, because both of which were in the middle of the pack. Not once have we saw them at the bottommost portions of the leaderboard. They've really been fighting extended, drawn-out fights. And that's really going to play a part, right? Like, that's going to play into how they perform and pull a top 10.
I mean, chat spam Stinky Cheese to help D's, because these guys are fighting every single game all the way over at Sweaty Sands. A drop that I think Zayt and Safarat for the whole time, now third party and caddy corner, and it's working out for them because they're not only getting claim on the Shockwave launcher, but taking out top trios that have always been a threat in endgame. That's one thing people don't understand. Taking out your competition early, properly, so it doesn't grief both your games, is actually really good, because in the endgame then there's one trio that's insane on height who's not there. It's more easier for your team to just come out on top.
That is true. And I mean, we saw even with all the benefits of having the Shockwave launcher and stuff like that, things still didn't go in their favor. It's one thing to have the recipe, right, to the delicious meal. It's another thing to execute at that point in time, right? So as much as we thought the Shockwave launcher, everyone keeps talking about how it's going to be so dominant. This time around, Mythic weapons have honestly not been running the competition. It really has just been a matter of skill and who has the teamwork to really pull through as a trio.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Mythic weapons in solos, that's the last competition we watched with them. It's the entire entity, right? The entire one individual who gets to operate with it. In trios, it's just 1/3 of that entity that has that Mythic weapon. Yes, it can hit multiple people, but I don't think that it's really as influential. Still very helpful, but not as influential compared to when you're just using it by yourself.
That's definitely the kind of the name of the story here. But regardless, guys, we do have the leaderboards up to date. We're going to be swinging right in. Shayo, take it from the top. Who's in first?
It's the same people at the top, but the tie kind of, or the lead, is getting closer. 3 points before, now it's just 2. Bugha, Jumper, and Avery all the way in first place with 78 points. Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, though, are right behind them, hot on their heels.
What a big game for Dijon, Daxter, and ICV. Colazo, Tabs, and Grandma as well in 4th and 5th there. Staying consistent, but look at how close the point threshold is. Guys, we saw a 20-point lead mean nothing for a team like Bugha, who came up with a 30-point game. So anything can happen with these squads up here. It's a matter of staying alive and staying in the running. Another squad I'm seeing finally break in. Acorn, Eclipse, and Jack. They were kind of quiet come the FNCS Invitational solos. When it's these team-based game modes, though, they show up.
Yeah, and they show up silently all the way up the leaderboard. Wins still matter, though, as we've been talking about people getting eliminated from the bottom side. The last winners are now in 3rd place, I believe. Bucky, Kanata, and Creo. All over here, though, on the 2nd page, we have Furious, the last FNCS's winner, playing with Chaotic and Paper, up tied at 39 points in 13th. Hopefully, that's a lucky number for them. But at 9th, right behind, I believe his old teammate, would be Graska, Summer, and Reverse 2K. From rags to riches, these guys were in last place for multiple games, now in 9th Monster.
Absolutely incredible. And even teams like Furious, Chaotic, and Paper, I know you were mentioning them, but they've slowly crept up as well. as have Av, Edgy, and Chap, just slowly but surely inching their way up. Those elims being a big part. But remember, now that squads have been taken out of the competition, everyone else who's in the remainder of the competition are safe and sound, ladies and gentlemen. So the drop spots, the amount of players in the lobbies are going to be a little thinner. It's going to be a little bit more space, more real estate. You know, this is the opportunity if someone like, let's just say Cease, right, and his team want to claim up Caddy's Corner, no one should be landing there anymore.
Hey, let's not mention that POI as a suggestion, because I think no matter what happens, we're going to be seeing 3 teams trying to jump at that POI every single time. At the back, though, here I believe are the eliminated teams. You said all the way up to not possibly was eliminated before, so I would say that Slappin', Tfue, and Wavy Jacob are now out of the competition.
That's right. 26 and down has been eliminated from the competition, ladies and gentlemen. We had a special rule plugged into the format where after every several games, the lowest teams with the lowest points would be kicked out, just to lighten the lobby and make things a little bit more intense. So just like that, one of the most popular squads out there, Skilled, Innocence, and Tfue, are now no longer in the competition. Barely holding on, though. One that I don't think any of us would have accepted or expected, excuse me, is Calc, Macwood, and Zexro, only 13 points. Not too far from the back half.
If there's any team that can come back with huge games, it has to be Calc, Mac, and Zex. At the same time, you say intensity. I say amazing is this format, because it makes games like these, games that people want to skip, get to, you know, the end game juice, the end. When I say end game, I don't mean by zones. I mean, you know, games 5 and 6, games 7 and 8. It makes these games have a purpose, and they're so much more interesting to watch. Now, though, it's all about the winners. It's all about moving up that leaderboard. So with less teams, you said it, more POIs available to everyone. Who will choose what? Are we sticking to the game plan? So many more questions now.
That's true. And like we said, these are the final 3 games, ladies and gentlemen, because that's it. From here on out, we'll be crowning a new champion here for the Intel NUC Elite Cup event and series that's going on, with more to come in the future. But with that, things are heating up. We already know first place, Bugha and Jamper, Avery. They are only 2 points ahead of Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. It's very close up there with Colazzo, Tabs, and Grandma right on their heels. Between those 3 teams, I mean, I don't know who I want to watch first on the drop spot, but we better let production know now.
I mean, right now, we got to watch Zayt and see exactly who is contesting Caddy Corners. It's up for grabs. Everyone that was there is now gone, and they're the only players to survive. And they weren't even dropping at the spot. They were a third-party drop, basically, all the way up at Weather Station and that little snow camp. That being said, though, at the top, I want to see mid-late game Bugha, Avery, Jamper, and how they structure their game, looking to win the entire tournament, not just game to game now. Talk about consistency for middle of the pack. These guys still need to perform even better than those below them.
That's true. And as well, Casker, Schmeck, and Illis there, Schmack, they're at the major weather station just nearby too. So anyone there can now kind of spread up their drop spot, right? Get a little bit more ambitious if they so choose. There is going to be a story to unfold there. Other spots that we know are freed up now. I mean, Chap pushing off or defending the authority station. Now they don't have Nuts crew there with 2X and others. That's it. So that's their drop spot as well. And that's what it's looking like right now as we're approaching into game 6 here, Shayo.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are looking 10 times more stronger. I believe the game is ready. We can hopefully hop in just a second. It'll be game 6 overall in the Intel NUC Elite Cup. And it's getting even hotter. This time, though, mysterious heat, as we don't know where people are going to land.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. Things are kicking off. You can see how the bus is slicing this pie right here. It's going to be a 50-50 right across the middle. Anyone who's playing that center area is going to be rewarded right now. You can see a nice little llama there. With that, the map has really changed, guys. You want to be landing anywhere. Honestly, you get a nice stake at the mobility here. And look at this. It looks like we have some new people landing in the Caddy's Corner here.
You say just a few. I think we might have a lot of people who are just jumping straight in right now. I'm getting possibly confused by all the henchman arrows, but there is definitely one team. No, they're actually going towards third-party central. That means Stretch, Zayt, and Saf have to move fast to not only get every single henchman down, but hopefully... I've never seen Kit actually throw up a shockwave launcher before. That's actually kind of insane.
That's true. You see them kind of popping off there, so you don't want to get hit by that. But look at this, guys. Now... Sav, Zayt, and Stretch get to reap the benefits of having a free POI because of the 2 teams that went toe-to-toe the entire comp. did not manage to find any success, not amongst themselves or any others. And just like that now, Zate, Saf, and Stretch, who are in second place, have so much more to work with, more loots, part of their path, and more odds at finding success here in the competition. There are 25 teams left alive now.
75 players, 25 teams. The math adding up, no one taken out yet, and that's the effect of basically having such a more open lobby. That'll make mid-game, though, that much more intense. It'll make Surge harder to get if no one's contesting each other. I mean, no people getting eliminated. I think that Cease and Arab might not be landing at the same spot. I would be curious to see exactly what's going down over at Sweaty Sands. Right now, though, Smack looks to kind of move in towards Caddy and start a surprising fight that Zate, Stretch, and Saf might not see coming.
Yeah, and Schmecht and Kasker, Illis, they're already changing up their game plan as well, kind of spreading out, claiming the area that Zate and crew left behind. So already you're seeing players get a little bit more ambitious with what they're claiming coming into the back portion, the end portions of the competition here. This is my first time actually witnessing this vault being opened up here. I haven't quite landed here and played for the key myself, so kind of cool to see what's available inside of this. This is where Bugha, Jamper, and Avery now are playing. Remember, they are in first place only by a few points, though, so it's very much a tie game up top. If any one of our, I'd say, top 3 teams get out of the competition, this is going to be super, super close for other squads to kind of come up, make themselves relevant in the comp here. The team that's in the back, though, Young Calculator, Backward and Zexro.
I mean, they have Misty slightly free. I think there might be one other team maybe nearby on the other side. They actually are kind of split with a few individuals from both trios over at Misty, so it's not going to be completely free for these guys. Rev actually looking to own a little bit of the real estate here. No vault to be found here, or actually, Monster, fun fact, no vault to be found over at that yacht either. I think it's like Decayed and Rusty over time. It is open though, there are a few chests, but no vault.
Hence the confusion, ladies and gentlemen. But here, you see the effects of the different lobby pools already playing out. That's what I was trying to mention at for a second there. Because at the start of the competition, that Misty location was hot. There was a bunch of players. Now all of a sudden, a lot more room to be had for the team. So that's going to play into the factor right now, right? We know teams like Zexro, Mac, and Kaut can pull some stupid performances from nowhere. That can just very well drive them up the competition. This is their final chances to do so. Will we see another reverse Summoner and Graska type come back from the back to the front half? That is the question right now.
I mean, it's a lot harder for them because a lot of other teams basically get into Calc, Max, Zex mode, into basically, you know, TSM, because these guys are so good at allowing themselves to feel out the entire tournament over 6 games and pop off. With 8, it gives every other team that much more time as well to feel out this entire tournament, know what to do next. So, you know, their special strat or their kind of flavor compared to other teams is kind of spread apart now to everyone else, and it's harder for them to kind of find their own identity and play these games. Hopefully, though, they come back, because it's not a good final game without these guys somewhere near the top 10.
That's right. You're noticing the pace of the action kind of slow down here because, again, the lighter lobbies mean that more players can get fully stacked up, and this is what we're expecting. The most stacked of the stacked end games moving henceforwards, because players can get comfortable, so it is going to be a matter of skill, positioning, and timing for most of these engagements here now. As we're seeing, not much of a big change here in the pace. Like I said, you saw Zexro decide to hit that upgrade machine. We didn't see any of that before. There just was no time to, right? So this is what I mean by players getting comfortable for the battle.
I mean, you're kind of the king here right now of knowing how these games play out, you know, getting to cast so many Ninja Battles moments with 60 teams with, or 60 players with less teams. What do people need to do that's kind of different from the normal style of gameplay?
Hey, it's all a matter of just taking your time, quite honestly. That's been the trend so far, and we're seeing it, like, even right there. Colazo gets a little tap shot on that team, but look, they call for the big disengage. There's so much on the line for someone like Colazo as well, right? Think about it. They're in 3rd place. Is it worth taking the unnecessary risk at this point? We're able to catch up with all the players, so you can see exactly how players' loadouts are starting to come together and really be formulated here. My gosh, Shark, Knight, and Haas here. That's something pretty nice, some extra flops.
On the back end of the lower side of the map, or slightly northern side of the map, they get to have a lot of loot. Nani, though, game 1 winners. I think these guys have kind of dwindled down over time. Haven't seen much overall, and the strats are switching up too. little bit of fun, sneaky business on the Fernando, Rocane, and AJ, or Agers. It might be possible, but I think Nani's actually in a bad position for this one.
That's right, and he was looking for the barrel stuff, but it's not going to be enough. The jig is up. They were spotted out, and now Agers is on defense here with Fernand. They're looking to back up here. Grenades are coming in, and no, they're not going to find their mark. They back up just in time here. Big pot being thrown down, though. Now it's a question of, do you really want to take this fight? This is kind of scary if you think about it. No tags on any of the crew, right? Like, or barely any, just Fernand being hit once. And yes, they are. They're going for the build fight. What a risky fight indeed. Ved manages to hold the height here, Shayo.
I mean, this is all about trying to get that win ultimately, and that just starts with eliminations before placement. That means these guys have to basically take this fight if that's their game plan. Nani over from the top, his entire team kind of controlling Fernando's trio all the way down to the bottom. Nays being thrown, getting things explosives, opening up the entire base, but hopefully making sure you don't hit yourself in the process. A lot of builds kind of expended all the way around this fight. Nani now all the way down to 16 in total. Gonzo fishing as this happens. I think these guys just want control of this entire spot and then get to rotate out afterwards. At what price, though? Because that's a lot of mats, a lot of nades used, and basically no tags or anything gained for this trio.
That's right, and being the first to exit now, you see Fernand there does lay some shots down. Not sure if he's going to connect it all, but regardless, this was a pretty dicey fight to take. Positioning here, not the greatest, so it's time to move on out. Take a look from Prodigy Analytics, dropping some notes for us. The incredible 23 World Cup participants competing today in either solos or duos. 9 are currently in the top 10, 5 in the top 3. That's actually kind of crazy.
I mean, yeah, keep calling World Cup players washed, I guess, because that's entirely not true. If you like to spell and spend misinformation, keep going for it. Right now, they're doing really well. This is a non-World Cup qualler, though. This is Kalazu, who I think recently Monster has made waves not only in his own community, but overall in Fortnite. He's being a dope player to watch and getting results from the game as well.
Hey, man, anyone with the first name that's my last name should be doing well, if I do say so myself. Here's Slacks, Keys, and Lazar. But no, yes, seriously, Kalazu has been really turning up. Big shout outs to him, making something big of himself in the recent times. I think it all kind of kicked up. Was it the DreamHack performance? He had some crazy solo performance. I don't know which one it was, but some insane performance was really the catalyst. Put him on the map here, on the radar. Recently signing up to Team Kungarna now. It's pretty good for him.
Yeah, that team also doing exactly what, you know, smaller orgs or orgs that are not usually taken super seriously competitive-wise have to do to kind of break into the scene and then break away from the stigma. To sign these players, get into these big investments, and have them pay off. The players they signed are amazing. Assault, one of the players who actually won, I believe, the last Elite Cup. They're making the right moves, and I'm taking them definitely a lot more seriously than I was before. That being said, these players taking this game so much more so seriously, too. No one has gotten eliminated yet, Monster.
That's right. I don't remember the last time I was in a competition where several zones passed. Not a single player was taken out. This is pretty much how much the credibility to the player lobby is speaking to us right now. It's kind of insane here. It is looking pretty good, though. It's only getting tighter and tighter. Zone 3's on their way. 60 seconds out before the zone starts cutting in. You can see big positioning already being taken. Kanata hitting a meteor in the air. Little pop shot there. I wonder, do you think... I was going to say, do you think he thought that was a player, or he's just trolling, keeping his fingers warm?
I think he's just trying to get a pre-tag on a Marauder. They're so hard to come by. I always thought that they wouldn't be the best addition towards competitive because you don't want that random factor in an entire squad of AI beaming your builds down, making you forced to use mats and ammo. But if they give Surge, I believe that's, you know, a good trade-off in how invasive they can be. That being said, though, they're chilling in their base. So many other teammates and teams are too. I think right now the entire map is dark. If anyone makes moves, that's like a light that everyone looks towards, and there's disaster. So everyone's playing passively. They don't want to be that first shine. They want to make sure that they can react to what's going on the map and not be the cause of their own demise.
One thing to think about as the game continues to stretch on is Storm Surge will be an issue for teams that are not taking any action. If you didn't find a pack of Marauders, you should have a big red flag on your kind of radar here. But that shot right there, we talk about just tags being important. He's going to find one here. Degen, Daxter, Isiv. Now it's Vid. He's down to bottom layers here trying to get his farm on. His team kind of spread out from him. could have been a big opportunity for them to kind of collapse in on, but no, they're just going to continue to back off. So far from the zone right now, 1.5 minutes to make this rotate. They have to get inside and past Lazy Lake, or out and around it, and that's what they're doing. Burning these builds while they can to go all the way around. Another missed shot from here. Degen, that could have been huge for him. Just look at the map, Shayo. You can see teams are so situated now. The ones that got here nice and early are managing to claim up the strong spots.
While claiming it too, like, these guys are tight right now. They're not kind of veering off from each other than a few splits we just saw like maybe 2 minutes ago. Right now, every team is moving, building the building close by, making sure they don't get a type of cheese play done onto them or anything like that. But at the same time, playing this close to the chest, not going and trying to get some tags or moving around for positions. It's not Colosso's Stormsters there. It's only 85. He's got that number way up where you could just see the game taking him out before a player does.
Shayo, it was 85 below, so this is why Colosso's up top trying to find some shots. Yeah. The fact that he's so far from any other competitors, it's not looking too good. But yeah, he is going to use those grenades and find a hit. So now just finally pulling himself up above his team, throwing some stinkers as well. This is how they're managing to leverage the Storm Surgeons to their favor, but still not looking too safe here. It's Cease who's under pressure down below. Big snipes coming in from out in the distance here. I think Cease is in a battle right now, though. It's looking like he's box to box with some opponents.
Cease can't get away from it, man. Even switching POIs or getting sweaty free, like still getting into these mid-game fights. Blake will be low though, has a lot of shields. It's nice speedy juggling too to make sure he gets both those whites and those blues all the way back up to full. We were talking about Colosso as well beforehand, talking about loadouts. I mean, I tuned into a few of his streams. We just saw his loadout right there. He has the right risks and ideas in mind. He's not carrying a shotgun of any variety, going for double spray. I mean, that's easier for tags, but still his team can't find them.
And there you see the lightning bolts from up above. It's Casker, Illis, and Schmeck, who I believe are under some serious pressure, and they're forced into Zextro, Macwin, and Calc, who haven't been having quite the day. But the sound indicator is going to be enough for them to know that they can possibly take this fight in full. And yes, Zextro is going to punish Casker right there. You see the big shots.
Ooh.
It's being exchanged back and forth. The firefight. Casker's going to fall now. Macwood's on his back heels. Pay attention to that feed, as you will see who ends up victorious there. Should be Zextro and crew. These are some much-needed points for them. Lucky for us, we are able to jump into the perspective here. Zextro finds
big update
Illis
as well. There's not going to be a single team now that gets eliminated from the competition, so it's all about basically playing regular tournament style, just fewer teams. And you saw the effect it had on this mid game. Yeah, it's a lot slower, but the tension will build up over time. These guys were basically getting hit by Storm, tried to fight off Calc. It did not work out. They got to back off slightly. That being said, I feel like Colosso and his team is looking down, just watching their food fight each other before they come in for a third-party pickup. No one wants to go all in on anyone else. Only one trio has been taken out so far, and 69 players are left alive.
And take a look here. They're going to pop these peppers now. It means that it's time to get on out of here and hit the boogie down. Let's see where they're going to decide to rotate through. That's right. They're going to go out and around here. And look at how fast you move when you're on these peppers, making it nice and easy to cut across. Such a scary sound, though, hearing someone move that quick, out position, and holding the hissing shotgun, the charged shotgun as well. They did this to actually take the fight. I thought they were going to rotate, but they sped up, and now they're looking for the engagement. Beautiful wall take right here from Young Cal. Remember, they need these points. They notice it's only a duo, because Zextro already found one. I believe he found Illis. It's just a matter of finding Schmack and Casker now, but if the Ninja Battles event said anything, is that a scary duo is still a scary duo, even against a trio. Remember Jack and Acorn? Bala casted it perfectly. He called it perfectly. They held it down and beat Zayt and Saf in the previous kind of running, so showing how close it could be.
Got that Mac Calc trio in this situation as well. And I think both those guys both have a pepper popped and are chasing Casker's trio down. Finally, though, that speed boost ends as Calc tries to get on the back wall. It's low ground, kind of awkward to fight with, making sure no one actually goes up. Calc is kind of the warden of this entire jail cell for this other trio. They're getting punished right now, rightfully so, because they were not on top of Surge, and they pick up 3 eliminations, saving themselves from the bottom side of the leaderboard. Remember, it's the only 3 of about, I think, 7 right now, so they have almost half the eliminations of Game 6, and they're looking really good in position to move forward in Misty Meadows and get possibly in a spot to take height and win the game.
That's right. And Summer, the teammate of Reverse 2K and E11 Graska, is holding his own today, despite being the only player in the top 10 to have never played in an FNCS heats. That's right. Summer has never made it to an actual grand finals heats, which is kind of crazy to think about, that he is running with the Wolves here in the competition.
I mean, it's something I think only an event like this can help with and make happen, because not only was there an open track, because it's trios and you guys just popped this off and did it so early, it lets all these experimentative trios kind of come together and play, find success even from the worst positions. Because remember, I keep saying it, these guys were in last. It's just so impressive that they pulled all the way up and are doing so well. Summer included, he was, I think, the reason they got to survive that insane parkour clutch.
Yeah.
Now, Furious, Box Fighter himself, will move forward and see what he can do.
That's what it was, man. He was able to stay alive and let the Elims convert. But here it is. We're starting to see some action finally unfold, guys, and things are heating up. Teams are getting closer and closer, and the tension is rising, as everyone knows that eventually they're going to have to meet the Storm Surge Maker himself. Here it is, jumping into the box now. Furious, your FNCS Invitationals winner here, is going to get tagged up. Bites more than he can chew. And he gets met with several angles from the opponent. I'm not sure who it was. It was Blake. Okay, so that's Cease, High Sky, and Blake right there, I believe, down below. He pushes into the wrong fight here, and now Chaotic also gets tagged back. There it is. They're no longer in the advantage position that they were in when they entered this fight.
Hey, solos is one thing, and, you know, pushing a box there, I think, is a lot different than trying to do it to a trio. Whatever input you're on, I don't think it matters, especially against charged shotguns now. Just zooming straight in when the other player has advantage, it's difficult to execute 100%. And now his zone closes in. I think these guys still have to find a way to get towards zone. Dubs popping that infinite. Chug Jug will be able to move forward as well. Meanwhile, it's business as usual for Zayt, Stretch, and Saf. Still have more nades to throw.
They needed that right there, as they haven't found any Elims coming into the game so late. It's, oh my gosh, Kalaza who falls there. So the second place v third place engagement. But lucky for Kalazo here, he's going to be able to get picked up by Grandma. Tabs on defense right now. That was a close call. You can hear the additional grenades coming in. They're exposed now, and it comes off just in time. The save here. But it doesn't matter. They're below the Storm Surge, and as soon as Kalazo gets picked up, he gets put back down. So the Elam's going to convert back to Saf, by the way.
I mean, those nades were the worst thing that could have happened to this trio. But at the same time, Kalazo going down means Grandma might be able to survive with those chug splashes if he takes them at the right time. I mean, think about it, Monster. There are 22 trios alive right now, and it's not almost even the 5th zone. I have barely been in a position to see this before.
That's right, and it's looking like it's going to be close here, too, for this team, because no one's dropping fast enough. 5 players have to fall right now, ladies and gentlemen, in order for the Storm Surge to stop ticking. Your third-place team has got a really serious decision to make. Take a fight or try and out-heal it. Things are looking very intense right now. Again, still 4 players up. Only 1 has fallen since then. Still looking so close. Half in, half out. Already on the movement here. We're approaching zone 6. Yes, it is. And no, it's not looking good for Mega right now. And there it is. He gets zapped out of the comp. Bye-bye, Mega. Bye-bye, Dubs. The Chug Jug was not enough to keep him alive.
It's still not done. There's 51 people left alive. Zone 5 is closing in. There's people who are kind of just above Storm Surge, but you'll see the number on the right side of your screen go down and up drastically. Chap on height only has about 300 above everyone else. I guarantee we'll see a Zone 7 surge as well. It's still shooting down on people after the threshold has ended. This is one stacked game.
But wait a second. I see that there's no Avery and Jamper to back up Bugha. So Bugha is by himself now. 78 points he had in the lead before coming into this competition right now. So we don't even know if they pulled any extra elims. Regardless of what, that means this first place position right now is up for grabs. It's no longer looking comfortable right now. Not by any means here. Big fights happening. Great catch from Mikey as the Rockets. Beautifully timed cone's going to keep them alive right now from losing all their HP. You can see all the explodes are coming in right now. Here's Bizzle's going to fall. Quick harpoon now to try and pick up as many mats as possible. Unknown's going to find it. Still no elims for this team, but it's okay because they're making his way to the end game right now. We know Unknown, once he gets going, can get some serious work happening.
He has to start that engine though first because there's other players acting as brakes on this man's low tarp. Still though, Misty Meadows, unknown, rotating through low ground, reminds me of a very similar situation all the way in FNCS squads. This man is the winner of these big team modes. Chap though, getting knocked down to a little bit of HP that is barely even left. No materials either left for him. Edgy and AV are alive, but I think way too far for him to kind of return to. He does have the grappler though to move up and in with. No, his tarp is right close by. He'll have to get that split down and hopefully survive the next few seconds.
This is a very important elim right now. If he can get any tags, it's going to be huge to bounce him back into the game. But no, he's going to fall into the zone. Lucky for him, that 1 second threshold is going to keep him alive just longer. The splash that came up didn't hit him either, so that's going to be so bad for him. And now the zone ticks over. And he gets taken out here. Edgy once again left to fend by himself. The Stinkers though are going to be the end and his demise now. That team gets wiped up. Out of the competition now, Shayo.
Storm Surge stinks. 14 teams in the same box. What is going on? I cannot keep up with it. This edge zone is so hectic and so many high-profile teams fighting for the top spot in this big leaderboard in Game 6 are trying to survive. Clix, on one of his final builds, finally boxed up. Can't even take minis or do anything. He just has a charge pump, an AR, and a Dream. Gets crash pads. They can break builds. Will he end up using them? Will it be the right time to? He gets taken down all the way to 70 effective HP. Down to the ground, sees a launch pad, but can't actually get it. It's all the way in zone. Doesn't know if it's blocked. Moving forward, few mats to kind of get, but it's blocked off by another team. It's just Clix by himself in clutch mode. The classic player who just thrives in these scenarios and gets his team points, wins games, is still surviving, dodging elimination. I don't know how, because this is an entire side of the zone that no one is paying attention to. So many players beside him on his walls, maybe in pyramids. It's going above a mountain though. This is where those crash pads have to come down. The first one gets blocked off. The second throws him all the way too far back into the storm. It's not enough, but he did affect other people's games. Nice try from Clix. Now we have the rest of the game to watch.
Too late, too late. He did not have enough time to get up and over the mountain. We knew it was going to be an issue when he didn't have material. Either way, though, big points, big placement being picked up. Snagging a top 10 for his crew right there. Remember, that's about 4 points worth of placement, so not too bad by any means. Here's Ace, Chwexy, and Neff here. We haven't really seen too much of this team, so having them in the end game right now is pretty massive. See if they can find themselves some highlights here, as they're going to find someone up on height, and a couple shots are going to connect. Ace is going to get punished, though, in the exchange, and down he goes. The fall damage. It's Kanata who's going to find him and Polarized with one rocket, I believe, that dropped both of these players right now. And boom, here comes the explosions. Oh my gosh, it's Kanata blowing up everyone from the low ground with the RPG.
A course of calculus as this man is finding every single possible angle and hitting it with glorious strides. Saf going down as well. 5 kills for Kanata here at the end game. Another big tactical shotgun showdown, and he wins it out for 7, moving up towards height. Although he's not controlling the server, he is performing in it. Bucky's also alive, but now he gets taken out. Bucky removed 2. No, he's on height actually, and he has nades. Bucky, 5 eliminations of his own. I think it's a final 2v1. He cannot takes off the storm. People are jumping left and right. It's chaos for Bucky. Can he handle it? Fed looking for the final shot. Bucky looking to survive. Has his charged shotgun, but is he charged up enough right now to deal that big damage? The first shot is not there, and the storm takes him out.
It was so close too. He nearly had it. 7 elims for Kanata. 5 for Bucky, and 3 on Creo. What a monstrous game. 15 elims, second place. You know they are climbing their way all the way up the food chain now.
I mean, you said you invited players, not gods. So I don't think this is fair for every other trio in the game, because I think these guys are at 20th place after last game 3rd, and now I would have to say that's a first place performance from Bucky, Creo, Kanata. That was absolutely insane.
Hey, what better way to know than to run it back and check out the intel plays of the match right there. Let's go ahead and just kind of get caught up on what unfolded here in Game 6.
I mean, all right. I mean, I'm cooling down from that super hot game, basically, but this is where it kind of all started. We should have known it was going to get crazy. So much for Edgy, AV, and Chap to control. It's not possible with Stinks and an unfavorable zone to climb. Once the end game finally did start, though, it was Ace who actually interrupted height, allowed them to be in this position, but then after that, Kanata, rocket after rocket, taking down all these top teams looking to hit the top 10. I mean, single-handedly just affecting the entire server.
That's right, and just powering through, you can see that he was hitting every shot that mattered. This one right here, especially against these, was the most impressive in the 50-50 goes all the way through and finds the 2 huge shotgun shots before getting tapped by Saf, I believe, right here in the low ground or stretch. It was so unfortunate. There it is. He gets bopped right from behind. He didn't even realize. Actually, was it Vid right there? Yeah, he came from the side there. What a pleasant surprise. For a second here, it looked like Bucky was going to win this engagement here. Look at how much health they had. Gonzo and Ved didn't have anything left right there for HP wise. All Bucky has to do is find the one big shot and hold out for the conversion. Siphon here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good idea to jump all the way up top, but unfortunately, the Storm was on his back. Cool thing to note, though, Kanata literally clawed his way above Zayt, Saf, and Stretch by shooting the RPG that took them out in the end game. So he takes over them both in that game single-handedly and the leaderboard.
But all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw to a quick 60-second break. When we return, we're hopping right back into the action. Enjoy the quick word from our sponsors over at Intel. All right, welcome back after that short little break. Hope you guys got your slurp juices, minis, and all that other good stuff ready to kind of rock and roll here because the games are going to be on the way. It's Monster G-Face here and Shio Wager for the Intel NUC Elite Cup. It's our second time hosting the Elite Cup here at the practice server. Couldn't be more proud to do it alongside other stand-up brands like Chronic Team. So for all you guys tuning in on Chronic's channel, what's up, guys? Thank you guys for their premiere ever YouTube first live stream. So it's pretty awesome as well. And for everyone in the Twitch TV practice server channel, we want to say thank you guys for tuning in and following. I think we've gained like 4,000 or 5,000 followers today. Pretty incredible what the community can do when you guys all come together. So thanks for being a part of this.
Yeah, shout out to Ronaldo as well and everyone else who's kind of been doing unofficial, official viewing parties.
That's right.
And a fun blast to tune in with. And overall, man, for the community, this has been a really good event.
Yeah, seriously, thank you, Ronaldo, again putting on some of the funniest comms the community has could ask for. I really wanted, guys, listen, I really wanted to get Ron on the stream. I did, but the timing was just all off. Getting the players ready. You have no idea, chat, how hard it is to organize one of these. It takes a lot of time, not including all of my own personal endeavors as a content creator. Just FYI, it took a lot of time. We'll get Ron in the next one, I promise.
I'll say the actual reason. I think we wanted Ron, but we only had one spot. We couldn't get Ron and his mic. So unfortunately, couldn't get him on the cast. It was kind of a two-man deal. So that being said, though, so far, I think everyone's been having a dope time. Last game, I think, was the most explosive one on both ends of the items used and the results on the leaderboard. I mean, I'm excited to see, what's going on there, but I think we missed a few trios we were talking about, I think, in the break there for the commercials that we missed out on who kind of performed in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest performance, I think, was definitely Kanata, Bucky, and Creo. We already know that they were very much in top 8. Then they had a good game. Then follow up another beautiful performance. I mean, they had, I did the math for a second there. I think it was 15 elims. 15 elims and a third place, or a second place, excuse me, because Bucky, he said he choked in the Twitch chat. I saw you, Bucky. You didn't choke, man. That was a tough one to still win. Here, I'll give you a tip. You ready, Bucky? You peeked with your left camera angle. Everyone knows you got to go with the right. That's why you got shot first, man.
I mean, hey, 10 HP against the Storm.
Yeah, true.
It's hard for a lot of even the best players to be able to do that on an incline, even with or without builds. That being said, that entire team, not only controlling height, but taking out everyone from mid to low, kind of insane. I know it was an RPG, but finding those angles. Monster, how many times have you seen people self-RPG, not only in this tournament, but overall? I mean, Kanata did it perfectly.
I mean, it's been happening since season 1. It's always going to happen, especially when it comes down to team-based game mode. So easy. Miscommunication is the death of anyone with the RPG. We're editing with it out, honestly. We've seen a lot of mistakes happen there, but Kanata did manage to pull it off. Like we said, Another team we saw up there, though. Arab, Polarized, and I'm slipping who's their third right now, but they were up on the top because Kanata actually ended up taking them out to fall damage at that time as well with the rocket launcher. So with that being said, that's another team that finally made it out of the farms because they were going against Cease in the early game, and we talked about they were having struggles. But now the lobbies are starting to simmer down, a lot less players, and we're seeing the difference of how some of the best players, you know, brain-wise that know how to rotate, etc., are making it towards these end games.
I mean, hey, spam some stinky cheese in the chat so we never forget about D's, the third player from that Arab trio.
There you go.
That being said, yeah, they have been on height. They have been in mid-game. And this is another team where, like, if you give them the opportunity to win, they come out on top because they have the brains, they have the brawn, they have everything needed to be able to win. They just need zone or some type of position once out of 8 games. A lot to ask for as a win condition, but we've seen historic duos and trios, you know, operate with it. Chap's crew and Beehive, I believe, were the one trio that was really good at when they got zone, finishing out a game. You know, Aqua's so good at it over at EU as well. When Bizzle or Zayt ever have zone, do you see them lose? I don't. That being said, we're talking about high stakes now, right? No more looking at the bottom of the leaderboard. We're talking about who can win this tournament. We have 2 games left. Game 7 is coming up, but we will talk about those leaderboards for Game 6 real quick. Let's look at it, actually. I think we have them ready. We'll see what the results are, who is closer to winning. And finally, here's a change that we see, Monster.
That's right. We're just going to get you guys all caught up coming into this game right now and lead up Kanata, Bucky, and Creo all the way at the top, 102 points, showing you guys how close it was as Bugha was in top 3 as well. We're going to browse through all these. This game is just underway, ladies and gentlemen, as here's your second and third pages now. You saw Twexy coming in towards the end there. Finally, that was a big game for them, pushing them up to 18th. And other notable names here on the final page don't really matter because those guys were deleted from the competition, all except for 2015 there. But regardless of what, guys, we are hopping into the next game. I believe it's game number 7 here, Shayo, in the Intel NUC Elite Cup, excuse me, as it's all going down right there. Bus splitting up the map right now.
I mean, is it the lucky number 7 or will the top teams fall? Because right now we have a huge lead. I think the biggest one we've seen from the last 3 games. For Kanata in first place, I think it's 11 points that these guys are ahead. So there'll be a lot of placement for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all the way the entire tournament for them to catch up to the top spot. Right now, once again, uncontested are these big POIs. Chap has everything he needs with AV and Edgy in the early game. The biggest question is, can he translate that to end game dominance? Because right now it hasn't been there, and they are at the middle of the pack, which is not where they usually are in scrims or on leaderboards.
Yeah, and especially in team-based game modes, right? Like, this is where Chap really shines, but who knows? Maybe it could just be the teammate lineup not quite going into his favor here. As we jump back, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch here, opting to go back to Caddy's corner. This is the 2nd game in a row now since the exit of Wavy, Jacob, Reet, Tomas, Innocent, Scoped, and Tfue here, and now they're just claiming it up. And in exchange, Casker, Illis, and Schmeck have taken what they left behind. So a bit of a swap up here in the mix-up. We're seeing it now 2 games in a row. I would still say the team with the benefit or with the advantage in the situation is still Schmeck, Casker, and Illis. But do you really want to go up against, you know, that power trio so early in the game?
I mean, 100% these guys are in the power position, but no matter what happens this tournament, no matter who wins, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch are definitely the winner all psychologically. Now, I know Tfue's team, as well as Wavy Jacob and his trio, got barred off due to the way the format works in this competition. But Zayt, Saf, Stretch basically showed that they weren't even landing at Caddy, and they controlled the entire POI game after game, being top 3 basically the entire time in the tournament. I know Smack, Casker, and Illis might feel comfortable over here, but, you know, Zayt doesn't drop Caddy. He drops where Smack is right now. So this is kind of a false sense of confidence that Casker, Smack, and Illis might be building up for themselves. Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, though, won the mind games. They won the POI, and now they might just win the entire tournament. They are definitely the winners here today, and I think for the rest of these trio cash cups this week.
Wait a second there. I saw Arab take out Cease, and I'm not sure if that was a Marauder that also caught an Elim in the feed, but that might have also happened. As we're just kind of browsing through our players there. Unknown, Prosecutor Mikey looking pretty good so far. Here's a look at Pleasant Park. So we are, again, slow and steady here in the early game right now. It's Clix, Commandment, and Bizzle. We're sitting up. They've had Pleasant Park the entire day to themselves. The only con, again, is just Storm Surge for teams like this. but it's A-okay. They've managed to find it and make it work in their benefit.
These guys are the most consistent and the most comfortable, I think, at this POI. I think Clix has been landing here all the way back at maybe Worlds as a safe spot, although he did land at that C building at Neo Tilted. Now it's just kind of all about finding your spot, using it, and adapting to it, you know, mode to mode. That being said, though, you talk about Arab and Cease getting taken out there mid-game. Pretty surprising. I know chat's very vigilant, too. We do see that there's 24 teams overall and less of a player count. That just means more teams are fighting. One might have not made it in. We'll check in from the back and update you guys and see exactly what's going on with that.
Yep, and that is how everything's kind of unfolding here. Take a look at this, though. Tabs getting dropped out of the competition. Wow. Now it's only Grandma and Colazo left alive here. They're split up, so it looks like their drop spot did not go very well over at Retail Row. I think you mentioned it. They've been landing here since the earliest days of competition, Colazo specifically. But now, look, they're pretty much as solos right now. Jack and Acorn are up on high. Eclipse way off towards the lake house here. But I think Jack's got his eyes set on Grandma. Little does he know, Acorn's coming to back him up here, Shayo, and this might be the end of him.
I mean, sneaky consistency will always kind of beat momentous trios. So what I mean by that is the way Acorn and Jack play, it's always consistent. You never really see them, though. They affect your games when you least expect it. That kind of play style, that mentality will always kind of trump the way Colazo, Tabs, and Grandma always pop off slowly with momentum, getting comfortable at their spot. Jack and Acorn are never comfortable. They're always making sure they're on, you know, their tippy toes, making every single decision with information that they get all throughout the game. When it comes to Colazo, though, sometimes momentum might make him take slightly more of a back lean in the seat, not paying the most attention to what's going on around him. His whole trio might follow up with that as well, and then that's where Tabs gets taken out. That's cool, though, because these guys are still clutch players. They're used to these 2v3s, and they will be able to come back.
Definitely am thinking that it's possible here. Look at Misty Metals once again. Talk about how much more real estate now. All of a sudden, it's a dead zone here. It's Zombie Town. They have all this area to themselves. Loadout looking a lot comfortable. A lot more comfortable than what they normally used to. No way. There's a llama spawned on the building. How unfortunate, because that building is not accessible. Maybe that's an indicator that the water will lighten up one day. Here's a big fight breaking out right now. Threats is going to hit the low pad, and he's not looking too good right now. So we're going to pay attention to the feed. Yes, Lazar's going to find Threats right there. The wide shot was enough to let us know there's no way he was going to be able to survive that. But I see that Jack found the Elim here, so Eclipse, Acorn, and Jack now have one. That's probably going to be on Grandma, right?
Yeah, and I think, or it might have been on Tabs, who was down before as well. While Justice tries to go straight in to finish off a trio, note that only one has kind of gone down this entire time. Threats, who was kind of at the bottom spot in, I believe, game 3 of 8, was looking to just kind of use his momentum, travel upwards on the leaderboard throughout all these games. Now he's taken out. He was the reason these guys did not get eliminated, his trio at least, and now he's not here anymore, Monster. That's got to be tragic for the mentor.
So tragic indeed here, as we saw that having a two-man team is not the way to go, not by any means. But no, now they're also in the low ground. Grenades and stinkers coming in. You can see how much they have to expend just to stay alive. It doesn't matter. The angles are being opened up. Pure Day is going to hit the guys that are out from the whirlpool, and yes, he is going to manage to get away just barely, but not before losing his teammate, and now he is left by himself. And no way to get the card either, so that reboot is donezo.
This is just like prolonged sadness, because I don't think Day in this competition previously has been able to clutch up. I don't expect him to too much right now, but you know, these tournaments are all about breaking expectations, providing gameplay and performance where people doubt you the most. The reboot's all the way down inside the water. There's no chance for him to pick that one up just yet, maybe in this week. We've heard that, you know, these levels might start to drop down over time. We'll see exactly what ends up happening. Maybe in another week, they will have a better chance to get his trio back alive.
I can see that happening potentially here as Zayt, Stretch, and Saf are cutting through some serious, scary area right now. There's so many other players nearby. You can see the arrows all scrambling, trying to get to the next safe zone right now. Opting to take the land instead of the water because of the risk that entails that. And you can see who's nearby. It's Gonzo, Ved, and Crew, who took 2-game victories so far. The first of any, honestly, in the competition to catch like 2 games in the Elite. We haven't seen it happen all day today in the Elite Cup. So can another team be one of the only ones to catch 2 victory royales against the best players in only 8 games? We'll see.
I mean, it's a tall order. There's only 2 games left. There's so many trios that deserve it. Kanata Bakikuro are one of them. And all of them are kind of pulling their own weight right now. 41 total eliminations, Monster. I will repeat my words once again. While Fernando actually gets taken out. Wait a second. Everything's switching up from what's happening in-game. We'll talk about that in a sec. Zextro finally active in this mid-game. Gets a quick knock on a Fernando, and while Zone is coming, this revive might be really hard to hit.
That is true. I mean, the big sniper right there is going to put him down, and Zextro knows this is a crucial elim and a point for them to make, but no, instead, they're going to hit the whirlpool on out. They're going to fly out of here with the opportunity that Zextro opened up for his crew here, so free rotate for them. Another team nearby, though. We know Collazo and Tabs did not have Grandma, but it doesn't matter. Rokane peeks a little too long, and Tabs hits him with a big, heavy snipe to the face.
I mean, that hunting rifle hits different. You're just basically standing there, I don't know, calculating for maybe a bit too long. Rokane now taken out, a revive though traded, so Fernando's up to kind of defend. Palazzo though has to make it through all the way, not only past this trio, but in zone, past Authority, to the next one. That's North. I mean, you could not stack the odds against them by any means, and he might actually go down to a build. Dude, what is going on?
First of all, I'd be lying if I said I didn't dodge that snipe IRL, and also did not just feel very scared for Tabs as he jumped off into that land. And look, Collazo nearly takes the same fall.
Did he knock himself?
Yes, he did. He hits the bills, so Collazo actually falls. He falls for the old trap to put a couple bills down beneath the whirlpool right there. Oh my gosh. Imagine falling into the waterfall. Could it be me, buddy?
I mean, this game is definitely sponsored by the Monka S emote, so I don't know what is going on with these trios. Maybe they're just trying to reach over for stuff they can't handle, just trying to get some speed. I mean, Collazo knew. Tabs had to have communicated that these builds were here. Medkit in tow, they have the revive off. I mean, this is fine, but still just kind of concerning as to where their headspace is moving forward with this match.
Pro players, by the way. That was kind of funny. Regardless of what, though. We jump in with our rising stars over here. Reverse DK, Graska, Summer Rae. I think the underdogs that have found the community rooting for them at this point, from last place to now top 9, 40 plus, I think 48 points for them right now, hanging with the best of the best. And honestly, a makeshift team, like we said, coming in. Summer does not have any FNCS Grand Finals experience. He's never made it to Grand Finals or qualified himself in. But for him to be in, make it all the way through this qual and to play against these best, this is very, very impressive for him. Some good experience to get under his belt as well.
I mean, he could actually provide like a set of fresh eyes. Like a lot of the times people start to play very similarly. They don't have and ask the same questions as a lot of other newer players do.
Oh my.
With Summer in the mix, especially with the trio, it could look really good. Unknown though goes back with his trio, Prosecutor and Mikey, and they look to get all this loot out and then travel to zone again.
Which they have 8 eliminations, Shayo. I just glanced down. Unknown already at 6. My gosh, what has happened come this early game right here?
Wait.
You can see Rokane's going to find a knock onto Baby Gonzo off on the side there, and Fernand follows up. So another snipe shot coming out of Rokane. Kind of ironic that those guys are still fighting on the back half of the zone, especially after knocking each other over and over. So we'll see. They're going to be off to the side just over here. Unknown's looking back, though. Grandma... Wait, what? I thought Grandma was taken out by Jack. No, I guess not. He's managed to get away or get picked up. What happened here? So he's been playing his own solo game up until this point. Meaning that he got away from Jack and Acorn over in Retail Row, and they were above the mountain somehow. He hasn't seen his team since.
There's got to be like a wizard or something messing with this mid game, because I've never seen like these many events back to back to back that have made us ask so many questions.
What an odd game.
Right now, Grandma, he's still in the zone. Like, what's going on?
Yep. Quite the odd game for sure, for sure. I don't think it's looking too good for Grandma, though. If he doesn't have some kind of fishing rod or something to find some heals here, he was really, really low on HP. Might be it. We'll pay attention to the feed, though. This Unknown lets his guard down. He forgets about him for a second there. And they're worried more on getting themselves into the zone now. Another high pull distance here for the team, so they're not going to have a real estate in front of them. They're going to have to cut all the way through. Not a lot of material on that trio either. As we jump over at Shark, Haz, and Knight. Kind of hanging out here on the opposite side.
You and Ozzy were casting. I heard you guys say that, and it's a really cool fact that I didn't actually take into account. This new map with all this water makes it so much harder to actually recycle your mats.
Yeah, that was something I was kind of thinking about as you saw how many teams, when they got to those land masses, it just looked like it was too late already. Just way too late. It's too many teams parked up. They get there sooner than you, and all of a sudden there's just nothing left to really grab up. Here's a kind of interesting situation. They have a few options to choose what base they want to take out. And they're looking at Bugha, Jamper, and Avery, who are just in front of him. The grenades are all out. Bugha's going up to height, making it even easier. They know exactly where he's at. Let's see if these are going to be able to connect. And lucky, he is going to get out just in time. He gets hit by one grenade, though. Not enough to initiate the full battle.
So the cabbages are there. Yeah, the bandages are there, too, for another trio on the other side of the map. These additions of all these new consumables make it so that if you are finding your way across different POIs, you can still end up healing up, kind of like a substitute to not being able to recycle your mats at least. Right now, though, a different game entirely. You can hear it before I mentioned as to what you see. A lot of bases kind of tightly knit close together. Makes it so that nades will be the operating factor for a lot of trios to start fights and get damage done. Right now, Macwood with Zexro down is looking to just kind of find some room. I'm not sure exactly what ended up happening in this fight, but he's getting chased down to the ends of the earth right now, expending almost all his materials to try to survive. No placement for him right now. 19 trios still left alive.
Scrambling, honestly, to try and stay up right now. Building a huge web to kind of work around and play with. This is his nest here. You can hear the other team, Schmack, Casker, Illis, just outside of it. Already, Schmack was responsible for taking out Zexro just a little bit ago in the feed, so we're watching the scramble here from Macwood trying to stay up. I don't see Young Calc. Oh, actually, yes, there it is. Young Calc is up above, but look, they're in the builds. Schmack is axing some of the metal walls right now, trying to pickaxe his way through, deciding what it is that he wants to accomplish here. Little mat split right now to make sure they're fair game between the crew. Look at this. His loadout's so good, too. So unfortunate.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he either got sniped or just grenaded out.
Has to be nades just due to how the entire map just looks as to where people are basing up. And you said a really cool word. Matt kind of built a web. My question is, are Mac and Calc the spiders or the fly in that web with Illis kind of lurking around? Because there are less in terms of numbers all the way through. I mean, Commandment, Bizzle, and Clix, they're also kind of in weird positions. All these different webs everywhere. But who is the hunter? Who is the prey?
That's the team dynamic coming into play. The server dynamic, as things kind of lighten up, we're seeing more of that box-to-box action, more calculated and or big engagements with nades. And that's why everyone's in so much shambles. You can see no one's looking very comfortable so far on a single dominant team, at least from the perspectives we've seen up until this point. Clix Commandment, though, left without Bizzle right now. They have the zone, lucky for them. They do not have the material to survive any much longer, though. It's going to be a big, big scare for them as things move forwards. Here's Mega Assault and Dubs, looking very strong right now.
Oh, their strong team, Reverse Summer, 11 Graska, the comeback kings. I was talking about their earlier games, how they were in last place, but because of Summer's insane parkour performance, they are now in the top 10 and looking to just close out this tournament. Just 2 games left, and now we're in Game 7, the Intel NUC Elite Cup, featuring Fortnite, in partnership as well with Chronic over at YouTube. I hope everyone in chat is having a good time, because these teams are about to get real saucy in this endgame.
That's right. This is game number 7, guys. There's one more game underway. We've decided to execute a little special rule during this tournament here where teams were getting taken out of the competition. If you're wondering how that all unfolded, it was pretty exciting to say the least as Aussie Answers was up here casting. It was a lot of good fun here. Here's a look at Arab and Polarized, though, who are just alive. Last 2 here, the 2 griefers themselves, kind of hanging out. Let's see how it's going to play out. Ooh, he's going to get a big shot in on Mikey. It's not going to be enough. Slacks is going to find Arab, though. And now he's in the box with Polarized. And the 2-way from the front and the back here get taken out. No way to defend against that one. When they jump into your box, it's all over. Colazo out of the competition we saw from earlier. But it's okay because Grandma has managed to find his trio. He found Tabs. Through all that, through the zone where I thought he was going to get taken out, he's somehow in a fairy tale meeting here. End up finding Grandma and Tabs now.
Hey, we hashtag, bring Grandma home. We finally did it. How long will this home last? How are they going to be paying the rent with one player down? Not many bills, at least I think Tabs has a lot, but they're probably split over from Grandma. The loadout's looking good enough, but to end this game with just 2 players, you're going to have to take out multiple other trios. 3 seconds just left. We'll see exactly where Zone decides to pop. The entire circle's looking like planet Earth, half water, half land. I know that might not be a proper geographical fact, but hey, looks kind of cool. And we move all the way over towards the top left where not many teams are, and so the entire server now has to move. There will be a lot of launch pads, there will be a lot of investment. Who is in the best spot and who has the hardest time getting there?
I love that they're already prepared as well to get the shockwave bounce right there. You saw them setting up for the full team rotate. That's the benefits of doing your due diligence, especially on how to use that shockwave, the mythic one. It allows you to cut across the fields. Still seeing Bugha, Jamper, and Avery in the game bounce back from that nade spam is very, very promising for our team right here. They're looking for elims. They're looking for frags, trying to drop a team down into their box. That team's going to respond with some big stinkers here to fend them off. Now, all of a sudden, they buy themselves a few more opportunities from up above, but how long will that last here as the half in, half out is forcing players towards them? I don't think they want to stay dormant down here in the low ground. Not for very long.
They might have to, by any means. They just want that throne back 100%, Monster. With the zone finally starting to close in, they'll take things carefully and slow. Meanwhile, Unknown will be on the opposite gear, moving up layers in front of charged shotguns. Basically, the fangs of multiple snakes in front of them. Trying to dodge these venomous bites. Mikey actually tarping all the way in is going to be hard mat, so they will be able to see them through this metal. All the trios around. Unknown will try to just clap back slightly to buy some type of room for his trio. It's enough. 8 eliminations, though. This man is the king of aggressive gameplay, of finishing out every pick he can get. Macwood getting taken out on rotation. I think it's going to be all up to Calc, unless he was the last alive. I didn't see a knock there, Monster.
That's right, and I mean, that's it. That team's pretty much on the back ends here. Not a great day of competition for the trio FNCS champs, but that's okay. Everyone has their days here. Did you see Dubs up above by himself? We knew earlier, like, Mega and Dubs had so much good loot. They had everything that they needed. That's so unfortunate, but no, oh, actually, okay. So Dubs does have Mega and Assault. I thought for a second there he lost his trio because they were so situated. It does not surprise me that they're up above here as Assault's kind of hovering around now, trying to see what he can find for elims down below. Probably grabbing up some extra mats. You can see all the other teams that are still alive. Bugha's crew just below. Tabs and Grandma still in the game, looking to score some points. Remember, they are in top 3, so we have the top 3 teams still in this running here, Shayo. It's everyone's game.
Everyone's game, but I think Zayt will be the one controlling it in just a few zones. I saw that shockwave launcher when we tuned in, and it had about 8 charges, 8 rockets to use. Saf now flying in right below height. I might have not cursed, but predicted what will happen to Dubs, Mega, and Assault up top. They're controlling things for now, but we know how volatile this height can be.
There it is.
Big 90s with peppers, actually. It's just natural for Stretch to move all the way up. He's cranking up against Dubs, 2 of the best builders in the entire community, going head-to-head against each other all the way to the top. Charged shotguns back-to-back. Attack versus the charge. Dubs getting third-partied. They're so high up. Meanwhile, Bugha's all the way down low trying to control things. Zayt tries to call things off. Stretch has height.
It's the second time they've done this. Pepper and then take height between Saf and Stretch, perfectly executed right there with Zayt using that shockwave to kind of back them all up. Launchpad's going to come out. That means Dubs is coming down and trying to find his team here, but it's not going to be enough as he's trying to get to Assault. He gets beamed out of the sky, hovering too long, and all of a sudden now Mega also gets taken out by Prosecutor, so he falls into Unknown squad with Mikey, who's in the mid game, and that's going to be their 11th or 12th elim, and Assault looking for some revenge here, but it's not going to be enough. He gets taken out by Grandma A30, so that's another point for the top 3rd team who's in this running right now. This is getting closer and closer as the competition rolls on. I still see Bugha and Jamper in the mid-ground too with Avery alive.
It's getting absolutely insane here over in this endgame. Height holders getting triumphed over after that. Mid-grounders surviving from impossible odds. Grandma finding Tabs, though. Right now, Stretch goes down. The man who took height now loses it and his life. Another quick 90 coming up from Mikey, who's trying to get his game started. Zayt, though, blocks it, gets shot down, has to drop all the way down to the water, away from Saf, who's now left alone on height. No shields available. His last mini getting popped. No shockwaves. A launch pad that he can't actually use. It's blocked from up top.
Ooh.
You'll hear the charges. He gets hit harder, though. A big explosion takes Zayt, Saf, and Stretch out of the competition.
Too early, too soon, and that's going to be some serious placement points they lose out on as Bugha and Jamper are still in the game with Avery, a full trio. It's so scary. And Rogue Shark finds... Okay, so he manages to get up to his teammates as well. If they have grenades or rockets to spare here, this is going to be so huge for them. As they set up the launch pad, they're trying to get across to the field here, saving as much as they can. Only 50 material, though, Shayo. So he's looking to jump into the box right now. You don't want to hit that pad, not by any means. Rogue Shark's all up in the crossfire right now, and no, he's going to get taken out. Cannot find his way to safety. And that was a bad play, bad call, as they are now falling apart. They're crumbling here. Has the great by himself. Probably going to get taken out right now.
1 HP, has the great, could become has the legend, but it's not possible. Degen, no, it's Casker, ends up taking him out. Knight as well, Shark taken out too, so that's the end of that trio's run for this game. 9 people, though, left alive, 4 different trios. They're looking all for the win. Everyone held up on just one pyramid floor. Finally, they start to tarp out. Taki, though, taking out Casker, stinks all the way around. They have the shockwave launcher too, Monster. It could be anyone's game.
That's right, and they are down there, and who's down there too? It's Bugha who's gonna find Taki right there with a big charge shot to the mouth, and that's going to be a huge point for them. Remember, they were in first place coming in. You have to think they're going to be in first place coming out with how many elims they're finding right now. That's going to be 6 for the crew, and very high placement, second place now. It's up to Avery and Jamper. Can they overthrow the full trio from up above in the water? It's not looking very likely here, Shayo. The final moments now. The shockwave's coming out.
What?
No way! He shot them back, though. It was just enough. For a second there, it looked like that was the biggest throw we probably would have ever seen.
Hey, a ball thrown that they caught themselves. That was an insane play. The smartest and the least risky that they could have done. Very good utilization of that shockwave launcher, keeping it hidden basically the entire time. They fired a few shots at the end, didn't connect, but then overall used it for that maximum win at the end of the day, that victory royale. A cool game, and now I think we have, you know, a lot more to talk about on how these leaderboards will change up.
That's right, but before we get there, let's check out these intel plays of the match. Get you guys all caught up. That was game number 7. Shayo, we're approaching the final moments. This was probably one of the sickest build fights we did not get to see get finished, unfortunately. Dubs was just working stretch from the low ground, by the way. You can see here, this is how he falls after hitting that launch pad.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of hectic chaos. I think the story for this endgame was definitely trios that got to survive together versus the players that kind of got picked off, you know, time after time. You see Zayt get split as a result. His entire trio's run just ends. He gets taken out by big explosions. You see Shark get split from Haz. I mean, Haz tried. He was at 1 HP. It wasn't possible for him overall. He gets taken out. That trio ends up getting completely removed. And that final, I think, trio v trio as well. Degen, Iceweave, and Daxter, you'll notice all healthy, all together on height. No one is split. So, you know, when it's a water zone, the closer you can stay together for longer, the better chance you have at winning these games. Notice the eliminations. It's not something insane like Kanata, Creo, and Bucky. These guys only have about 6 together, but because of winning the game, because of surviving all the way across, those points accumulate, they add up. Bugha, though, he was in that top 3. This is huge for him, outplacing, I think, both Zayt and Kanata overall. So their trio definitely has to be one for contention for the top spot.
And that right there, some insane endgame action right here. You see it all kind of unfolding. It's going down. It's going crazy. I see chat exploding as well. Big shout outs to the Ron himself coming through, hosting up the practice server channel. We do appreciate it. We're hearing you guys loud and clear. We're looking to get something together for y'all. Thank you guys again for being here. Once again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's happening right now. It's the Intel NUC Elite Cup here, brought to you guys by the practice server in collaboration with Team Chronic. All right, I'll stop pressing the button, but either way, you guys know what time it is. Monster D-Face Shower Wager. Dude, it's been a crazy day of action. We're coming into the final games after that raid. I mean, I'm more stoked now to deliver for everyone tuning in.
Every game has been more hype than the last, and the first game was already at maximum hype levels. I don't know where I'm going to find the energy for this last game, the 8th one, with both sides of the leaderboard fighting for a spot to not only survive, but thrive. And thrive they have, especially the top 5 teams, because they've been battling for the throne over and over again. Although we don't have standings, we know the names. Zayt, Saf, Stretch, we know about Kanata, Bucky, Creo. We know about the last team, who I'm not going to forget, but stall for just a hot second.
Hey.
It's going to be Bugha, Jamper, and Avery. Nailed it. I mean, this 3-way kind of battle towards the top is just insane to watch.
That's right, and like you said, Bugha, Jamper, and Avery really stepping it up, and that was a team that, again, seeing Stretch step away from Bugha for this competition, but also seeing both of them as ex-duo partners come in and find success literally at the top of the food chain right now is quite impressive. It's actually admirable, honestly. It's a testament of how good they are as players, as individuals, and showing that, hey, you get the right team put together, you can still deliver amazing results. Stretch paired up with Sap and Zayt has been pretty nice. I mean, this is the second time again we've seen him claim height, which is crucial for pulling out victory royales.
You're saying pretty nice. I'm saying pretty lethal, man, because these guys have basically taken out anyone in front of them, whether it's an unfavorable build fight, whether it's early game. They took out the most high-profile squad, I think, all the way over at Game 5 just by claiming Caddy Corner. They took out the entire West region, Wavy Jacob gone, by having a god strat and coming into that POI. And although there's other people, Smacked, Casker, Illist, who are looking to kind of replicate what they did, they haven't, because only Zayt, Saf, and Stretch can do what they do, which is be great, take control of both early, mid, and end game.
I mean, you guys are seeing the meta literally unfold in front of you guys. Like, honestly, the peppers being a common utility kind of usage, right? A spicy little pickup right there. It's probably the most effective that we've seen to date as far as something subtle introduced to the game, but teams picking up and figuring out how to really put it into effect, in full effect. That's one of the things about Caddy's Corner. You forget about all the food that drops out of those crates, right? It's kind of how it plays out. But this is one of the, prestigious locations you can find the peppers, and you're seeing how good they can play in rotations. And then when you're doing the whole crank, man, that's kind of like ridiculous to see. How do you practice for that? Like, are these things in creative? Can someone tell me, please? It's like, how do you practice that, right? To get peppers and just snatch height like that. It's kind of ridiculous.
Natural talent, man, and Stretch has a lot of it, because that was an insane, I think, like 7, 8, 9 90s in a row, like a meme kind of strat that everyone, compared each other's 90s to all the way back in season 4 or 5. Now that strat being the reason these guys got height overall, but couldn't actually hold on it overall. I think, though, that based off that last game, this last one, everything's going to be thrown on the wall. I know Authority, Chap, AV, Edgy, they've been kind of, I would say, sleeping on having an uncontested POI and not showing up too much in late games. But if they get a kind of central zone, if they get the chips on their side of the table, they'll 100% go all in, cash it out, and hit the best game on the flop.
I agree with you, but before we get to any leaderboards in our final game, and then, of course, to Ron's, I know you guys want to hear the man himself jump on here. Once again, we have another word from our sponsors. This time around, it's going to be GamerGoo. Don't forget, you can use code Intel for 15% off on checkout. But hey, we got another word from the sponsors, so we'll be back after this short break.
Hey, where's that airdrop in my game? Because I want that. That looks really good.
Hey, I mean, you saw it right there. You got a whole bunch of victory royales waiting for you right in front of you guys. Check out the GamerGoo. Use that intel on the checkout for 15% off. And to support, of course, the practice server and everything that we're doing here, we want to thank the sponsors, Intel NUC especially, for bringing together the bulk of the prize pool and allowing this to all happen here. With that, it allows you to keep your hands nice and dry. I don't know about you, but I'm like sweating up here. Things are getting pretty intense right now. Need some of that stuff myself here. But regardless of what, guys, again, want to say thanks for tuning in, man. I'm looking at the chat right now. Things are blowing up right now. This is really, honestly, the best case scenario, having all the community kind of here in one spot, hanging out. And couldn't be more happy to be doing it with you, Shio.
Monster, man, that last game, all these games have been a pleasure to cast with you. Watch you and Aussie break it down too, with all those elimination stakes on the table. It was great to see. I think overall the players, at least the ones who aren't eliminated, have been enjoying this competition a lot. I think we've seen a lot of new rivalries spark up with people from the open stage, from people who are just making new trios versus everyone else. And we're seeing these stories like Grandma trying to find tabs after Colazzo knocks himself to the gorge. Like, it's stuff that we've not seen before, even though it's had a potential to exist. So this entire process, this entire tournament has been absolutely amazing.
People joke around about like VOD reviewing people that are hanging out in a storm. This one quite literally might be one to check out, guys. Grandma, like we said, we assumed was taken out by Jack, who had an elim in the early game in retail, found his way all the way around the zone, as a solo in a trio stacked competition and managed to survive to find in a fairy tale meetup his teammate Tabs. It's kind of ridiculous. I wonder how it all happened. We're going to be breaking that down later. That was actually kind of crazy. What we're waiting for right now, though, ladies and gentlemen, and I know the excitement is there, is the leaderboards. We do want to see how we are stacking up here in the Intel NUC Elite Cup, because coming into Game 8, that's going to be the most important to see, right? How things are going to play out in the final game.
That's the last stakes that we get a chance to view overall before we hop in the game, before everything's kind of laid down on past the battle bus in those end game builds and those tarps. But seeing that leaderboard kind of sets the mental for a lot of trios. I believe they have access to it on the Mayhem client, but at the same time, when they finally see it on the broadcast, when the people know, when the audience that's watching you sets expectations, that's where pressure comes in. I think the leaderboards are ready, so we will be able to hop straight to them and give you guys a look at exactly what's going on in about 30 seconds.
We will be able to see exactly how it's all shaping out. Remember, guys, to catch you guys all up, Shilo's baiting y'all, by the way. The top 10 get prizing here, so the way that it's all going to work out, there's some Ghost Canyons on the line as well. You can check out the description down below to click those things, hit the panel, etc. But essentially, we have 3 PCs given out to the team that has the best placement. And honestly, just looking at the way Zay and Saf, we've seen them kind of consistently make those end games. I mean, they're not in first right now. I would believe so, right? Because they're up there, though. But they might be walking away with probably the best prize of the whole competition is these super PCs.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bucky and Creo, although they are high, a lot of their points are attributed to high amounts of eliminations. We saw that kind of stat in game thanks to Prodigy Analytics. Every single one of their players has double-digit elims, and if you take away Creos, or I believe it's Creo, if you take away Creos, overall they still have the second highest elims in the entire tournament. So they are playing an aggressive game. It's 100% working out for them, and they might just win the whole competition because of it. That being said, those PCs are up for grabs for highest placement. So in this game, get a look out and just keep tabs on who is surviving till that top spot.
All right, enough baiting, though, from Shio. The standings are ready, finally. We just got word from the back. Let's go and flip on over to see how our competitors are doing here today. Take it from the top here, though, Shio, because I see Kanata, Bucky, and Creo taking it all away because of their elims alone.
Yeah, I mean, 107 points. They had an 11-point lead before, and now it has dropped down to a meager 5. That being said, Dejan, Daxter, Iceve, I believe these guys were, 8th place before, and at some point 15th Monster. They're in 3rd, just triumphing over Bugha, Jamper, and Avery, and the kind of point differential between these top 5 or top 4 teams is so minuscule, so non-existent.
This is actually insane. Just take a snapshot. I really need you to, because when we come into this game right now, Dejan, Daxter, and ICV, where in the world do they come up from? I don't know, but all of a sudden, they are very much in this competition, guys. This is how close it is. We're going to flip over to the next page as we continue to breeze through these standings here before getting into the final game, ladies and gentlemen. Here's your 9 through 16. I'm still seeing players like Graska, Summer, and Reverse up there, and I'm seeing new names, Acorn, Eclipse, Jack, coming in at 9th.
These guys are the individuals that will always somehow win tournaments being like top 15, top 10 beforehand. That being said, Caskers 8 are in the top 10 together, not on this page. We'll talk about the one we saw before. They're landing right next to each other. They're right there together. AV, Edgy, Chap, 16th. Bizzle, Commandment, Clix are moving up now at 14th. And has this performance at 1 HP clutches them 12th. On the next page, though, as games have started, we'll jump right into them after the drop. Sharkboy, Chewy, and Day, who was by himself trying to clutch, did get maybe a few placement points, maybe 1 extra elimination. Gets his team 17th above high-profile trios like Omega Dubs and Assault, who unfortunately lost height that last game to stretch his 90s. And Arrow, Badiz, and Polarized, although consistent, are at the middle of the pack. 18th place with 41 points. The last page, the eliminated trios, Wavy Jacob all the way down to Curex, Mini, and Ghoul. They will not be playing this tournament anymore. And Alige, P-Noob, and Jelty from Timbers hold that bottom spot, but hopefully can base all the way back up towards the top.
And one of the trios that's been playing together for a while, too. Did not expect them to see them slip so low. But either way, the final game is ready, ladies and gentlemen. The Intel NUC Elite Cup. Monster D-Face, Shio Wager here to deliver the action.
And this is absolute hype. One of the first 8-game competitions we've seen in such a long time. These players are playing on overtime. We are there past the bell. It is the last game. and still uncontested at the authority as Chap, AV, and Edgy land in. 72 players in total, so I'm not sure who did or did not make it. My math might be off here or there. I think every trio is actually in. We're just missing one overall who's not playing the tournament any longer. Zayt, though, is once again uncontested at Caddy. Everyone, all the pieces are in the proper places. It's all about how they move from here on out.
That's right. Things are still looking good here over in the Caddy's corner right now for the crew. You can see these Marauders playing into their benefit. Coming into those mid games, they had 0 elims, but they were not anywhere near the Storm Surge threshold as far as having an issue with it goes. And here's your first place team. Shio, man, we haven't seen their early game at all. It's been at Rickety Rig.
Hey, don't let Rickety Rig kind of, I don't know, confuse you guys to show you that this is also what the old Slurpy Swamp basically was before. And that's the spot where the most aggressive trios have landed in the past, have popped off from before as well. I'm just really happy to see Creo specifically be able to thrive in trios, landing at a spot and controlling it, because drop spots were his biggest kind of, I don't know, hurdle to overcome. I believe the last time when he was playing with High Sky and Commandment, unless I'm flipping off names or flipping up names, they had the block uncontested at some points, but never got to hold it down in tournaments. Now finally we see the prowess of these 3 individuals just completely dominate on everyone else.
That's right. And you can see this is where Retail Row kind of all happened here. Oh, you had that bottom section. So all of a sudden, you see them playing a little bit differently. And I think it was Jack and Acorn. Okay, so that's what happened. They started claiming a piece of the Retail Row instead of just playing off of the islands from before. Remember that kind of meteor drop right there is the AOK for Marauders kind of flying into the map and whatnot. So gives you an indicator of where you can find some superpower loadouts if you did not know. Regardless of what, this is probably why we saw Grandma all by himself before, that southern part. Solo dolo, so split up, even with the territory having other enemies inside of it.
Absolutely, right now it'll be a farther drop to rotate in from for Bugha. Launchpad, though, acquired. Let's see what these guys end up doing. Calc, though, once again, up in a fight this time, though, sliding right in for that box.
Oh, no.
They're getting RPG. Oh my god, the 2-hit combo. This man is in a, I think, horrible 2v1 for himself. No chance of coming out of that one. Kind of just stuck between a rock in a very hard place. And once again, early off, this TSM trio plus Calc is kind of left behind one member and has to play the game as a duo.
That's crazy. Even with the peppers and the benefit in their favor, Zextro's also going to get tagged. And now all of a sudden he gets pushed back, forced to run away, leaving Macwood behind. I can still see the arrow kind of stacked up right there. There's a bunch of enemies nearby. So all of a sudden they had Misty somewhat free. Looks like word got out, and now there's all kinds of action happening here. Macwood's going to get ticked once with the stinker right there, and now he's off to rotate out and about. To find what he can here before meeting back up with Zex. It's all right. They went from being all the way in the back to not there just yet. Still not the greatest day for this team, who I'm sure their fans were expecting so much more of, but this is what happens even at the highest caliber competition. Anything can happen. Yeah.
I mean, the worst thing, though, when you're landing Misty and you have a teammate down, looting that bottom bridge chest just means that you probably lost a fight really bad. I never see people loot that chest that fast or get to that position unless they're losing the overall fight at Misty. So I think Macwood knows the position that him and Zexro are in. They will try to plan out and get their last teammate up. Clix, Commandment, Bizzle once again have had one of the biggest POIs on the map, although not mythic, uncontested. Meanwhile, the plan of action has been drawn out, blueprinted, and while Macwood tries to go in, a sudden breeze kind of shifts the papers on the desk and tags him down, getting a little bit of his shield off. He has quite a bit, though, to kind of pump back up, but only once with that Slurpfish and those chug splashes. A great charge shotgun, although it can hit hard, might require too much prep to load up. And while him and Zexro get split, they're going to have to win their individual 1v1s or see if they're out of the competition. No, the reboot ban is there. Zexro's getting calced up.
That's actually crazy that they managed to pull that off, all thanks to that third team that walked in from the backside there. Now all of a sudden, Calculator's back in the game. Remember, this is the last game, so even if things don't go in their favor, at the very least they can save face by having a good game throughout the course of the comp here. Talking about that, I see Cease catch another response to air. They've been going at it back-to-back, game after game. Furious Paper and Chaotic, who missed the previous game, unfortunately missed the queue, are now back in it here. They were at 39 points coming into the competition. Someone in the middle having a relatively okay day. And look at all of a sudden, there's just so much action here at Misty, which we have not seen before, let alone this early game like this.
Remember all ending, right, Monster? Like right now, every team has to get these early game elims. They're tired of playing that normal game. They're trying to just get their games accelerated and started immediately. I mean, I would see Mac, Zex, and Calc actually back off of reboots and Craggy all the time when they got them early to rotate. This time, though, with Zone on their side, they're pushing straight back in for revenge as Mirev gets dropped down from his heal box, and Zexro's there, has the edits, kind of an Architect Cup vibe as he already controls these walls. Gets another, and will he actually edit onto these individuals with his charged shotgun? No. He'll stay back slightly, let his teammates now catch up to his speed. And while this is all going on, there's multiple teams who are just trying to get tabs of the situation, trying to make sure they don't lose a member.
That's right. You can see the third party is Paper, who's off by that launch pad, waiting to see what he can do for the squad. Here it is. He's going to jump right in. The quick wall take, and all of a sudden now they catch a nice little collapse here on Today. He gets taken out. Chewy's going to back up here, forces the RPG, and it doesn't matter. It's going to open up the build just enough for Zexro, who takes the 50-50. He's got the charge shotgun, misses the kind of load up in the build up here, but it's ready now, and there he finds the big shot. You walk into it when it's fully hissing like that, you're probably going to get punished for it, and that's the 130, even from a green pump at that distance. Well played.
And all three teammates stay alive. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about the clutch trio that makes the most impossible happen. Hopefully they can rise all the way up, hit top 10 as that's feasible. A win, though, will have to be an absolute miracle for these guys.
Is kind of how it's happening. All of a sudden now they have 2 eliminations. And they're back in the game here. It's looking super dicey at the start when they all had to split up and lost count, but successful save. Now they're in the game, in the running here. But all right, looks like things are just getting cooking here. We have seemed to have found someone wandering off in the community. I think we have a wild Ronaldo here on the call. Ron, can you hear me?
Wow. Monster D-Face, you're looking at the trio that did come first in the FNCS Season 10. Obviously picking up 3 eliminations, taking out the enemies. All spawned, didn't have a chance, throwing chunk splashes.
All right, well, hey, Ronaldo, I know you want to get to it, and we love you. I think we want to save you for the post game, you know, get you on here and really get your professional breakdowns on the plays of the match here for the Intel NUC. But before that, how have you been enjoying the show? How was your stream?
Wow. Monster, thank you for talking about this. My stream was absolutely fantastic, running tons of ads. Speaking of ads, thank you Intel for helping, obviously, this tournament out. Now, my streams were good, but I think it's just getting better, realizing that I can watch the official practice server break down what's going on.
I love it. Ron, thank you so very much. We're going to hear from you soon, though, especially after this game concludes. We're going to get you jump right back in. We want your professional breakdown, so watch the show and deliver that good closeout for us later. Okay, brother?
All right, I'll see you on the battle bus.
All right. And
Oh, my voice sounded really different there for a second, Monster. I don't know what happened. I hope that doesn't happen post-game for an analysis or anything. We'll see what happens, though. Huge shout-outs to Ron. Exactly what he's been doing with his brand. At the same time right now, Bizzle, Clix, and Commandments brand run for this game. Game 8 might be over. Bizzle has a launch pad out. You don't usually see this before, or after. Kind of crazy.
Yo, can I just give a shout out to Ron, who really held it down? Love professional Ron, guys. He's got so much potential. That's a star in the making right there for sure. Getting back into the action though here. Things are going down. And, you know, you never know what to expect. This is why you guys need to follow and tune in with the practice server. We're always trying to do the best stuff here. Bring the community together. That's love right there. As, oh my gosh, we talk about giving out love. Zexro gets hit with one in the face right there. It's going to hurt. It's going to be the 1 elim from Zexro. Now he is out of the running. Calc is left to run. And oh, he gets tagged up here. No more material for him having to bounce back in, Shayo. This is kind of rough.
This is just like rose-colored glasses after the fact that they got that big revive onto Calc, or the reboot onto Calc. Now it's just going to be these guys overstaying their welcome, thinking that everything looks good, when in fact, it's absolutely disastrous. Calc now taken out for the second time, just like Bizzle. Another big IGL. Macwood starts to move over towards the other side as a solo on the south side of the map. to words. The trio, you do not want to interrupt the looting path.
Oh my gosh.
This is scary.
He just b-hopped right past him as well. Barely gets out of here. Macwood, unfortunately, was the victim of the W key fest that just happened over down in the Misty, man. He barely gets away alive here. Look at the lobby. Finally, these pros have had enough. They had a good competition so far. The action is on. These guys are here for the fights, and Macwood's got to take this one because Unknown and Crew does not want to let it go for free. Mikey's going to find the big shot. Macwood falls into the zone here, back into the water. Now it's up to Prostitute. Yes, he's going to find him. Good angle here from Unknown. Closes out on Macwood.
What a rough run for Calc, Zex, and Mac. Usually, especially in trios, winning the entire flashy trios FNCS in Season X, as Ron mentioned, now being taken out way earlier in the competition multiple times, and after that, not winning out Misty Meadows either, just overstaying their welcome. I think they're just trying to test things out, although I don't think this is a stage to do that on. This is a high-pressure, big prize pool environment, and they'll be seeing, I think, the bottom of the leaderboard for this time. But hopefully they'll learn enough, and then next time, especially if more POIs start to develop over the map, find their home, because without Fraggy, they kind of look uncomfortable.
That's right, and don't forget, guys, $10,000 in prizing, or in a cash prize on the line here, up to about $7,500 worth of computers being gifted to the team that has the best average placement. That's what's on the line here. And of course, we have that giveaway being thrown around in chat. If any of you guys want to get in on this Ghost Canyon PC, besides just checking it out via the links and the descriptions in the panels, you can actually enter into the giveaway, which, by the way, you have some really good odds at kind of winning away there. So go ahead and enter, ladies and gentlemen. I encourage you. PCs are super dope.
PCs let you run on that super performance mode, FPS-wise. It lets you be able to play on multiple inputs. It's all about what you want to do. You can use it for creative sources as well. Entering that giveaway is absolutely effortless. Get to it, guys. Make sure you have your best chance winning it. Right now, though, game 8, it'll be Assault, Dubs, and Mega once again in position somewhere near the bottom side or central side of the zone, looking to maybe have height again or just try to find a way up top. That being said, a very different game now. Zone 3, only 16 trios left alive. I don't want to say grief. I just want to say people are trying to just overreach for eliminations or just to try to kickstart their games off near that 10th to 20th place slot.
It's what you expect, especially coming into the tail end of the competition. Things are always going to be thrown in a big mix-up here as the feed is lighting up. Let's give another special thanks to our feature sponsor today. It's going to be Intel NUC from the gaming section there. We do appreciate you guys making this all possible here with the Elite Cup that we're hosting over at the practice server. And of course, don't forget to use code INTEL on the checkout if you are looking to check out the Gamer Goo. Quite honestly, guys, I do own some of it. Allows you to dry up your hands and remove sweat if you have sweaty hands. Check it out.
Only time I want to sweat is when I'm in game in these box fights, tack to tack, charge to charge. And I'm holding that mouse. Not a good look. But regardless, Threat, Zayt, and Saf, they'll be central zone. They're on height. They're sweating too, but for position, not for the fight.
What matters is you tried, Shayo, and we love you for it. All right, keep reaching for them stars there. Here, the zone's actually, this is kind of interesting. It's landing over by Caddy Corner. So Saf and his crew managed to obviously take good care of the Marauders, etc. that spawn here. So they're not too stressed for Storm Surge tags, especially considering that this lobby is so thin here. So for them to just be hiding out, they're really playing for first place right now. They're trying to keep a super low profile and walk away with the competition here. Ace trying to figure out why this thing is glowing right now. Okay, his teammate was underneath it. And they're kind of vibing right now as everyone is, I think, through with pushing players. The dust is starting to settle here. It's another big mountain push. And so far today, we've seen a fair amount of land kind of end games. A lot more than I expected, especially considering how much of the zone or the game itself, the map right now is underwater, flooded.
Yeah, and I mean, as we're kind of slowing down into dead air, just watching these trios side by side, we can kind of notice specifically the loadouts. I mean, the positions is always something that we want to tune into when there's action. But before that, let's see what leads up to that action. Right now, Colazo has the chance for a triple nade, but an RPG for endgame as well, a launch pad, harpoon. So we're looking at a trio that can definitely take height or operate at second height. While they hit this nade up, just pay attention to those loadouts when we switch over from trio to trio. There is a lot to talk about. The question right now is, will these guys even throw these nades? Is it a good idea? If they do, it's on Mega Assault. And at the same time, that'll be free eliminations to pick up for Saf and Stretch.
They have a crazy amount of launch pads as well. But here's Colazo, Tabs, and Grandma. We know that they were up there, standing strong amongst the competition here. One of the only teams, again, from the Opens Falls, guys. They played all the way through the Opens this week, popped off, had a phenomenal finals day, bringing it all into the grand finals, really riding the wave here. Here's Assault giving a little take the L to the team on height right now. You gotta appreciate it. Trying to tease.
They don't know.
Colazo over there. Yeah, they don't know. It's a very scary one to peek.
I mean, if they start to emote a bit too much, Colazo might just move over enough for some nades to drop down, but Assault will see them coming. Now, we talk about Assault's loadout right now. He does not have the power weapons in terms of the Harpoon or RPG, but he has enough dynamic healing to be able to move both in and out of zone, pop those slurp fish, but at the same time take launch pads and then heal up with the bigs. Right now, those nades finally come through. Assault, one emote too many as Mega gets a lot of damage done over to his shield pool. Stretch and Saf might be keen to move up on this. All these fresh builds kind of basing up, but no, their defense is strong to get to hold off. Colazo, Grandma, and Tabs get to get a little bit of free Storm Surge.
Indeed. We'll see if it ends up playing into their favor. Here's the zone again, favoring right on top of Caddy's corner. This is where everything is collapsing. This is where all the players were already kind of huddled up on top of. Now you can see as things get closer and closer, it's going to resemble more of those intense end games that we've seen up until this point here. Look at Kanata, Bucky, and Creo probably finding a frag down there, hence the huge catacomb that they got working for themselves right now. Remember, they are in first place off of sheer elims and just consistency overall. Honestly, being one of the more scary teams that came up out of nowhere, really hitting the radar today. Someone to look out for right now. Got to figure it out, though. Who's the player bringing it all together? Is it Bucky? Is it Kanata? Is it Creo? Who is the player?
I mean, let's do it how the players do, right? Right now, everyone's looking for information. We got a lot from that aerial view. Right now, we have two heights. We have Colazo and his trio versus Assault and his. They're controlling everything, but looking at the way the map is, Colazo, Grandma, and Tabs have a little bit more information on how the zone is moving. Assault, Dubs, and Mega have just been paying attention to Colazo this entire time. They haven't got much in terms of information. And in terms of that word information, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch have a huge split on low ground on this entire mountain. Zayt has been taken into account into what's going on at the south side. Stretch is looking east, while Saf looks west, so they have an entire kind of blueprint set out for how to rotate no matter what happens. And then you mentioned it too, Monster. Bucky, Creo, Kanata, these guys are in the biggest low ground base. They have the most real estate, and I think the zone actually pulled over to where they are.
It did. It just went down that mountain, so I think they have a little bit of a short rotate for them. And now teams that are going to have a problem is these ones on the back half of the mountain if the high ground team decides to hold them out. We already saw Assault handing the L out to the lobby. Let's see if he can dish out some L's to the players back here who have to do some late rotates, because they do have a launch pad and a lot going in their favor. Those of you guys that are curious about how the client works here, there is one launch pad in the inventory sometimes. Just a little bit of a visual hiccup. Nothing to be alarmed about. So you can see Colazo here. Yep.
They just flew out. One shockwave launcher, no launch pad needed, no damage taken. They are at the next zone. A lot of other trios, though, Monster need to make their way across.
Indeed here. Colazo, Tabs, Grandma looking to set up the launch pad possibly soon. I don't see them. Well, maybe they can go on ground. That'd be kind of interesting as everyone's in the air. Would be a good time to ground rotate. Yes, Colazo's going to make the call for it. We spoke about Colazo being the anomaly in the crew. One of the few controller players that not only IGLs but leads tarps for his team. Which is kind of interesting. You'd think that it'd be the other way around, but no. He takes the lead for his squad here, and it's a really great rotate. I mean, it was beautifully executed. Noticing the opportunity there to kind of play its part. He's going to get punished, though. Tack through the builds right now. It's all right. Placement already being given out to the lobby, guys. 14 teams remaining right now. Zayt, Stretch, and Saf here down in the low ground. Managed to get a piece of that placement now. Acorn's gonna get drops Grandma there in the feed, and now all of a sudden that team with Colazo and crew not looking too good, already losing a teammate. Haven't seen it convert though just yet.
Yeah, they're just playing their plan. They've kind of known exactly where to be and what to do next, no matter what zone is there. These guys, we use the words positional mastermind a lot, but with a shockwave launcher, you have so many more avenues and opportunities to kind of follow. And they're going to be going once again for a huge jump, I think, but it'll be past a gigantic mountain. No one said they're rotating on foot, just like Colazo did, as they know everyone else is planning up top. They get a free pass.
Is right. They do get to cut across here, but notice not taking it too lightly here, trying to get a little bit more of that land, trying to get up above where they can right now. We'll see if that ends up backfiring, though. It doesn't look like they have too much math here. No, they're actually... The Storm Surge is going to trigger, so it doesn't matter how you kind of chop it up. Once you get the best of the best in the final moments, this 30-plus zone always tends to trigger. Here goes the launch pad up and over Old Man's Mountain. Now they're going to be able to cut across and lands. Although I thought for a second he was going to land inside Colazo's box, but no, he's going to play it safe. He's going to go to the ultimate low. It's going to be his new home right now. He finds a player behind it. The double edge comes out, and Edgy falls. That's a huge elim for them right now.
Once again, a loss of authority as Anarchy takes over. Edgy is down. Chap and AV now are going to be at a major disadvantage. Zay is going to be moving in on the backside of the tarp, something we don't usually actually see. So we'll see exactly how he can perform at the back, being the ultimate eliminator, basically, for this team. Looking for angles left and right. This is really a pressurizing situation. Remember, this guy is in top 3 right now, looking to just overtake the first place by a matter of just 5 points. Zayt actually moves all the way across. A final box made, just 6 mats left. Here's Bucky. I believe these guys are all the way in first place, looking to just hold out the throne at 107 points, or 2 points before this game started. Mini's now popped up. His teammates are all still alive. The highest eliminating squad looking to get more.
Not only that, I saw an Ice and Dijon still in the game as well. Bucky underneath this. He needs to get out of here. Yes, he is going to exit. We have the teams. 3 out of 4 top 4 teams right now are in the game right here. This means that the competition can go either which way. Whoever falls first, whoever can pull the victory royale is probably going to walk away here. Zayt's going to fall to Taki in the feed, and Dax are still finding frags as Creo finds Stretch. Another big elim right there. So they're out of the running. And now all of a sudden, this is your first place team. Still in the game right now, but it's anyone's game who can walk away with the victory here.
Looking for those top 4 because they are all in contention of each other, but we don't know where they are right now. Bucky's in the box, right here. Huge spray, gets one. This is a skin that I recognize. These guys are looking for defense. Tabs will take out Bucky, and they're looking to go all the way up top, all the way down from 40th or that 20th place slot, farther and farther higher on the leaderboard. Creo, though, is looking in this top 7 trio scenario for some shots, for a box up, finds it. Is the charge shotgun enough? No, switches over to the SMG. The beam is there, but doesn't connect on the back half. It's not possible. He'll get to not only continue his run, but not get an elimination for the rest of the time.
Lucky for him, his team is still here. Look, Bugha's on hype. We talk about squads that can take this entire tournament. It's literally coming down to who can get the victory royale with the elims to back it up. Bugha's going to need more. He's going to need everything, honestly, and there's so many players in the low ground. Creo still holding it down, holding his own. You see the frags coming in, and the big charge shot to the face. He takes out another player. It's Casker through the open track. Bye-bye to him. And Creo clutching up, playing for first place right now. Only 3 remaining in the game as Bugha's pressuring from up above. And here it is. He breaks into top 2. The final shots, and that's it. That's your final game. Who will take the victory? I don't know, because the win goes to Bugha, Avery, and Jamper.
I mean, another top 4 trio, but they didn't have many eliminations. Maybe Kanata, Creo, Bucky had enough. Maybe Zayt, Staff, and Stretch, although taken out early in that end game, did enough early on as well. It could be anyone's game. You said it, Monster.
This is definitely going to be a super close one. We had the top 4 teams all alive in the final game right there. I don't think we could have asked for a better opportunity, quite honestly, to see the best of the best all collide and kind of toss it up in the air to see who's going to take the victory. I think it really is going to be super close. It might just come down to victories or to the elims, which we know, again, Creo, Bucky, and Kanata were leading by far, pulling off multiple double-digit big games.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally a 4-way tie for me right now, even though there's a small point differential. I think Bugha has a huge boost, though, just because these guys came first, had that big influx of placement points. Placement's also something that's being rewarded with those PCs you were mentioning, Monster, heavily. So we'll see the different prizes these guys can all get. I mean, being in the top 4 and winning the last game, that is huge.
That is a question that I have for production. Will we actually know as well, just FYI, who the best average placement is before this competition's over? I'm not sure if that's something we have to give away in post, but we'll find out. I think we are going to have it today, just a little bit of FYI on that one. I also want to know, are the play of the matches ready? Are we ready to rock and roll on that front as well?
a analyst for that, I think. But before we get right to that, we do have a last commercial for you guys to watch to make sure you're in tune with Intel NUC, who's been giving us a lot of additional help in running this tournament. And at the same time, all of our sponsors, GamerGuru included. Check it out, guys. We'll be right back with that post-game analysis.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Intel NUC Elite Cup Grand Finals. I'm Monster D-Face, and here with me today is Shayo Wager, and we just delivered the final game of this competition and this tournament. We have the leaderboards being worked on, but in good fashion. As always, we want to throw it over to the Intel match of the day and the plays of the day. And we have none other than the big boy, the big Ron himself.
Yeah,
with us. Ron, are you there?
I'm here, and I'm clear, Monster. What is up? Let's why don't we break down the games? Can we see the games?
Hey, Robbie, roll the Intel match. Let's get Ron to break this down, Ron.
Yeah,
I want some
Zay.
professional insight.
Oh my god, Zay, one of the players who takes the L in front of the lobby does have a couple launch pads. You see the mats are good. Don't tell me that he does a play with the launcher. Oh, wait, never mind, he's just gonna launch pad actually into Colazo, a controller player's box. Unknown actually used to play a controller, fun fact, but he switched. We're gonna see him do nothing besides building. Obviously a cool mechanic in the game. Pops a mini and knocks out NRG Edgy, a phenomenal player, of course. Zayt still, now we're going to Bucky, actually one of the best players in the game. He does, my bad, like Storm Surge. Let's see what he does here. Has 60 HP total, slides down. Does he win this game with 17 people up? SMGs into a box like a controller player would before the nerf. Let's see what else he does, of course. Creo, one of NA East's one of the best, may I say, player on BBG. Oh my, World Cup winner! Flying height! Yes!
It's the big Ron, ladies and gentlemen. Tuning in for the highlights here, the plays of the match from Intel. Ron, I just want to say thank you so very much for being a shining light in our community. Any last shout outs you want to give before we send you on your way?
I'd like to thank obviously our sponsors. Intel, thank you for supporting the cup. I'd like to thank Unknown for granting my career in this world, and I'll catch you guys on the battle bus.
Let's go. That's the big Ron for you guys right there, bringing us all the light that we need during these dark times. That was beautiful, man. Shayo, what'd you think?
I'm speechless, man. I'm speechless. That is the best post-game analysis thing I've ever seen in the world. Indeed, I almost forgot that Bugha won the World Cup, but Ron was there when I needed him most to remind me. So, hey, shout outs, man. He's got all the knowledge.
Ron got all the knowledge, the professional breakdowns, letting you guys know the deep insights, talking about the cool mechanic of building in Fortnite. You heard it here first, and you heard it here from the man himself, the big Ron, who also rated the channel. So big shouts to everyone from his community that got to stick around. It's been a great day. It's been a beautiful kind of celebration of competition here on the Fortnite community and the Fortnite scene. Everyone coming together. This is exactly what I hoped it would be, and it has turned out to be quite the success. Shayo, let's just hang out for a little bit here while the leaderboard's getting ready.
I mean, hey, let's talk about 8 games. I think it was doable. I think the players, from my perspective on how they were playing, enjoyed it. I mean, we haven't asked anyone. And I think the elimination on lower bracket placing teams, I think that was also a cool twist. Although it took out, Tfue, big names, it had a good effect on those middle games in the competition.
I mean, I definitely think it did as well. I'd love to hear the community's thoughts on that one as well. I know a lot of you guys obviously coming in had your predetermined thoughts. What do you guys think watching it all kind of unfold? Was 8 games enough competition, do you think, to exercise the special rule? Or do you think the special rule is just a no? Keep it out of here. You don't want to see players get eliminated. You don't want to see the lobby stack up. I'm interested to see, because obviously we're going to be doing more cool stuff, and we might be testing out some new stuff. So it's better you guys drop our feedback while we can see it. And that way we can try it out. I've seen there's a lot of goods. All right, so that's cool,
up,
man.
sorry.
Little bit of a swing in the favor here.
What did you think was the difference between those last 3 games and the first 5 we played?
It's the pacing. It's definitely the pacing. You get to see the teams really situate and set up, and all of a sudden the best of the best get to really get comfortable. And think about it. When was the last time you see 4 of the top teams in the 5 make it all the way through the end game? I think the proof is there in its own. That's because the lobby was thinned out, allowed them, the people that were really on fire, to get comfortable and make it through the end game, making it for an exciting toss-up right now. Like, we still don't even know who won this competition.
I mean, when's the last time you also saw like 5th game or 5th zone Storm Surge tick on for that long, and so many trios not get taken out till the 5th zone actually closed in, right? So it has cool connotations and cool overall effects on lobbies. It makes that early mid game a little bit more tense, but yeah, it made us basically have a 4-way tie for who wins the entire tournament, which is really cool because we never have stakes get that close. So I think overall the entire format's this entire tournament prizing on the line as well for both average placement and overall tournament win. Really cool ideas implemented overall.
For sure, and something to just touch on that early stuff. Like you said, raise the stakes in an early game. You did see Storm Surge be such a factor, and I know like Storm Surge isn't the best thing for pros to experience, but for what it's worth, it's an indicator that people are taking the games super serious and they're stacked all the way through to the end. With that, we'll see how the 8 games all unfold as we load up this leaderboard right now here for the Elite NUC. Oh my gosh, for the Intel NUC Elite Cup, here it is. Here's your top 8. It's first place, Kanata, Bucky, and Creo. 7 points ahead of the competition from Bugha, Jamper, and Avery. Shayo wager.
Hey, to me, the name for this trio now is the God Trio. And I know we say that for a lot of different things in the game, the God Beam, the God Fragger, but at the same time, the way these guys played today just makes me think that these guys are absolutely divine. First place, high eliminations, good placements, victory royales, clutches all the way around. I really like the way they played. That does not shine away from the other people who were in this tournament, though. Second place, Bugha, Jamper, Avery. They held that throne for a little bit, but it's new gods who sit in that seat. DJ and Daxter and Icy were never really in that top 10 till the later games, and finally broke through, got 3rd place above Zayt, Saf, and Liquid Stretch.
And respects to Colazzo, Tabs, Grandma, Smacked, Illis, and Casper came through the opens track. Prosecutor Mikey and Unknown Army, one of the last kind of toss-ups in here, which was kind of insane. And just to give a little bit of respect to, again, Ved, Nani, and Gonzo, who pulled the only team that pulled multiple victory royales throughout today. Everyone in this top bracket here is deserving of a shout out. They played out of their minds phenomenally. Something to mention, by the way, Kanata's crew, Bucky and Creo, also got the best average placement, meaning that they're going to take home the 3 supercomputers, the Ghost Canyon NUCs, compact PCs with these crazy i9 stats and beautiful high-grade NVIDIA TIs inside of them. It's going to be a ridiculous prizing for them. Thank you guys so very much for all the pros that played so far today. We have more players to run through, though.
Yeah, I mean, the format overall helped. for these open teams get all the way in the top 10. 3 different ones for the people who are here in the top 10. Acorn, Eclipse, and Jack, 68 total points, 2 above Lazar, Keys, and Slacks. Although they were in and out of the top 8 multiple times, unfortunately they could not creep up that first page at the end of the day, but they're still top 10, and they still looked really good throughout the entire competition.
And top 10 is what matters, guys. That's where the prizing cutoff happens there. So Lazar, Keys, Slacks, Acorn, Eclipse, and Jack are all the players that managed to take home some prizing. Why it might not be a lot, but hey, it's something you can take and add on to your Fortnite competitive ego. You know what I'm saying? You came in here, you pulled up, you pulled out a top 10 and the first true NA East competitive high stakes kind of competition. So pretty much a huge feat, man. Huge feat.
Yeah. I mean, Bizzle, Command, and Clix, they tried their best to get out of the slump of 17th to 24th. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Pleasant Park was there uncontested, but it's the way Nays are kind of been thrown box to box. They're very good at staying tight and together. They end up at 17th. Past that, though, we know the people who got taken out. I think, can we go back to that last page really quickly if it's possible? We've seen this page before. Timbers, their trio all the way there. A few more people to talk about. Mega Assault, Dubs, really good at keeping high multiple times, but 19th overall. And past FNCS winner, Furious Chaotic, or Furious for the solos, 18th place, 48 points.
Yeah, and that's with them missing one game because he wasn't paying attention and missed the queue, unfortunately, which means that he would have been a bit higher, probably close to top 10. Here's a final look at your prize breakdown, guys. $15,000 in prizings plus, including the PCs. And again, all rewarded to first place because it just so happens first place had the best average placement as well. So shout outs to them. They really get the true prize here, which is the Ghost Canyon NUC PCs. This was a phenomenal tournament overall to be a part of. This was crazy fun. Big money being dished out. Thank you again to Intel and all the other sponsors, Gamergoo, that participated in this whole kind of thing, bringing it together. We want to give another special thank you to Team Chronic, their influence over on YouTube, their social media presence, really drawing new players to the Open Scrims track and introducing people to competitive that we're building here at the practice server. Once again, I'm Monster D-Face. This is Shy Wager. Shy, I want to give you the floor though. Shout yourself out. Talk to the fans, man.
All right, well, you know me, Shy Wager, held down these last 4 games. You can catch me on Twitter or Twitch at Shy Wager. That being said, make sure you follow all these competitors because they're live every day. They're bringing you the best of the top competition. I'm hyped to see and be a part of hopefully the next League Cup broadcast or whatever practice server has cooking. It's been an amazing and glorious day.
Absolutely. And don't forget, guys, so many new faces in here. Follow this channel at Practice Server. Follow or subscribe to the YouTube channel via Chronic FR, those of you guys watching over there. From here, we're going to go on and raid the man, Aussie himself, for participating as a caster. He's going to continue his show on tonight. I think it's only right that we continue to show love. Thank you to Aussie Antics as well. He's not here to sign himself out, but check out the Aussie man from down under himself, always dropping support on what we do here at the practice server, and we appreciate that so very much. Once again, closing out here from the Intel NUC Elite Cup. Also D-Face here. Thank you guys so very much, and we'll catch you guys in next League Cup. Stay tuned.
Trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's comfortable. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste. For the record, 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 for the record. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price for y'all. Snake guys on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hay. I won't get a ball today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the balls. I'm flipping the on record, off record. I still count wins when they got it. On record, off record. I let them take advantage. I was wildin'. On record, off record deals. Tell them talk to Colin for the quote. On record, off record. I still want the act, not the ghost. I'm trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste. For the record, 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 Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hate. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars, I'm flipping the on record, off record. I still count wins when they doubt it. On record, off record. I let them take advantage. I was wildin'. On record, off record deals. Tell them talk to Colin for the quote. On record, off record. I still want the act, not the ghost. For the record, don't try and make y'all comfortable.